Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, it's about NVIDIA. They killed it on earnings. The stock is up. I'm telling the amount of price target increases even in the morning. It's pretty wild. You're getting a lot of activity. However, it's pretty much right where it traded at right when it came out. There's a lot of other sympathies moving. That is the main thing. You woke up. There's a couple of pieces of news. You had jobless claims and durable goods orders. If I can't tell you something, durable goods orders were absolutely awful. However, it's not like the bond market really got too much of a bid. That was very awkward, especially compared to the last couple of days of bad economic data bringing up the bonds. But there was that. You had a couple of headlines out of China, but for the most part, everybody is focused on the chip stuff. You did have some other earnings, I think even a little bit of retail sales, but it's all about the chips until Powell and Jackson Hole begins today. So you'll notice even all of the news you watch is going to be different. I'm telling everybody, it's like new people on there, but you know why? Because everybody is in Jackson Hole right now. The event is beginning tomorrow morning. We get Jerome Powell. So even tomorrow, we get our news and everything, and then it's Powell right at the bell. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. It should be exciting. Let's have a good day today. And good morning. How are you, baby? Good morning. What's going on, Chad? What's up, Rob Irwin? What's up, N.A.? Good morning, Farrah, Roger, Ryan, Dirty Bird, Candy, Upton, Najee Wolf, baby. Good morning. Laurie, Open Face Sandwich. Good morning. What's up? Alec, Christina, Inverse King, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. What's up, Najee Wolf? Tim Whitman, Richard, Grammy, Luis Moreno. Good morning, baby. What's up, Astro? Patrick Swayze, TNT, Battleborn, Ari in the house, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. What's up, John Mark with the Gold Star? Good morning. Eric Bond, Hermes, Tim Whitman, baby. Christian's Collection, Mr. Malone, Benny Silverio, baby. Good morning. Bruce B, the Tiger Man. Oh, my goodness. Slay. What's up, baby? Smoke 007. Good morning. Carl Spence, baby. Oh, good morning, Brady D, Kenny D, Q Remixable, Answer, Jerry Woods, Most Dope, Andy, Guts for the Lawn Tower. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia, happy Friday, Junior. Oh, my gosh, it's Friday, Junior. Christian, good morning. Anonymous, Ed Brown, baby. El Jefe, Nelson Rogers, CYB, good morning. Colin, Bazim, TL, Amir. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. Oh, what about that Twitch? Where you at? Kiwi, baby. How you living? Woodrow, 8012, Wind Dump, Angelus, Hailstone, Slizzin, Destroyer, Payday Devil, baby. Good morning. Jacob, baby. Dr. Suede, Hailstone, Universe, Higgs. Where's Charlie at? Oh, I see Jake from State Farm. Usually I see Charlie by now. Blizzy B, Lobos, baby. Woodrow, Destroyer. Oh, my God. BDA Cookie Monster. Don't forget, baby. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. Good morning. Good morning. Errol, I see more, baby. Living in San Antonio. Mr. Hanley, Zeke, SG on my chat. Don't let me get. It's Friday, Junior. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. What? That's the whole week. I can't say that anymore. It's Friday, Junior. It's Friday, Junior. So, again, today's going to be wild. There should be a lot of plays. I think NVIDIA is going to move really, really crazy, even at the open. So, get ready for Jackson Hole. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Okay. Well, let's see what we have, Chatadonia. Good morning. So NASDAQ futures jump 1% as NVIDIA stokes tech rally. NASDAQ futures rallied as a strong outlook from NVIDIA gave a fresh impetus to the artificial intelligence hype that is boosting stocks this year. NVIDIA advanced 7.9% pre-market after delivering a third straight sales forecast that beat analyst estimates. Microsoft and Amazon also rose. Contracts on the tech-heavy NASDAQ added 1.2%, while those on the S&P also signaled further gains for stocks. The chipmaker update, along with the AI stock frenzy, are punctuating a week that has seen broad equity market gains and renewing risk-taking by investors, while worries about rising bond yields dominated the conversation last week, the tone has quickly shifted back to mega cap tech and whether their earnings can power a stock market that has been treading water for the past month. Nvidia has shown that demand for AI remains strong despite what's going on elsewhere, said Stuart Cole, chief macroeconomist at Equity Capital in London. The potential remains for equity markets to soften again, but I could easily see AI-related stocks like Nvidia and tech shares probably more generally being seen as a safe haven in the equity world. Next in focus will be the gathering of top central bankers in Jackson Hole, with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell due to speak Friday morning. Treasuries edged lower and German bonds were a little changed after Wednesday's broad rally in bonds, spurred by weak economic data, kept things up. Gilts rose, led by the 10-year, and money markets paired wagers on further Bank of England tightening for a third day. Among equities, MSCI Emerging Market Index was on track for the biggest gain in a month, while investors are taking bullish cues from the news and leaders from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They agreed to expand their BRICS group to give it more economic clout. Europe stock 600 trimmed earlier gains, but it was still on track for a fourth straight advance. Nvidia said sales will be $16 billion in the 3 months ending in October, blowing past estimates of $12.5. The outlook underscores Nvidia's role as a key beneficiary of the AI computing boom. Faced with skyrocketing demand for chatbots and other tools, data center operators are stocking up on the company's processors, which are adept at handling heavy workloads that AI requires. The results are very strong and indicate robust demand for AI processors and infrastructure, said Janet Moore, head of analysts at RBC Brewin Dolphin. I could see a market rally continuing in the near term as this AI theme is less impacted by the cyclical aspects of the economy. Pockets of concern remain for global investors. China's $2.9 trillion industry of trust is showing signs of strain, adding further pressure to the economy, while insiders are also worried that efforts to improve the health of local financing may not play out. Elsewhere, the Turkish lira rallied as the country's central bank raised rates to a near two-decade high in the first sign. A new lineup of monetary officials favors more aggressive moves to curb inflation, running near 50%. In commodities, European natural gas tumbled on signs of a labor dispute in Australia's biggest liquid natural gas exporter being resolved, easing fears about one of three possible strikes in the key exporting nation. You had bad durable goods. Jobless claims came in line. You have Jackson Hole starting today, Japan, Tokyo CPI on Friday, U.S. Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday, and then Jerome Powell and Lagarde tomorrow. It's Friday Junior. I keep forgetting. Friday Junior, man. Friday Junior. Isn't that crazy? Let's see, Nvidia rally again. Nvidia delivered a third straight sales forecast that surpassed Wall Street estimates, boosting their shares up by 8% pre-market and reviving the risk appetite across the globe. The chip maker at the heart of this year's AI frenzy said that sales will be about $16 billion in 3 months ending in October, exceeding estimates for $12.5 billion. Nvidia's gains have propelled CEO Jensen Huang, his wealth to about as much as $4.2 billion, boosting his total fortune to $46 billion, according to Bloomberg's Billionaire Index. If that gain can be sustained, Huang is posed to end up among the world's 25 wealthiest individuals, the index shows. Wow, good for you. Leather jacket, baby. Leather jacket. Republican rumble. Republican candidates waged attacks on President Joe Biden's policies and sought to gain ground on the absent GOP frontrunner Donald Trump in their first debate of the 2024 race. The entire field agreed that Bidenomics was a mistake, with each candidate vowing to dismantle it. When candidates were asked if they would support Trump as the nominee if he were convicted of a felony, most raised their hands, but former governors Chris Christie of New Jersey, Asa Hutchinson of Arkansas demurred. Whether or not you believe the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of the President of the United States, Christie said. $9 trillion problem. China's $9 trillion pile of balance sheet and local government debt is sharpening the focus of local government financing vehicles. Companies set up across the nation to borrow on behalf of provinces and cities, but not explicitly in their name. The interviews with employees in several companies showed that they have not been able to generate enough income to pay interest on loans. Banks have been unwilling to lend, and investors are shunning their bonds. The path forward is treacherous for President Xi Jinping, given that any default of any such vehicle bond risk destabilizing China's $60 trillion financial system. And then futures jump by more than 0.1. Let's see. 9 trillion, Habibi, no problem. No problem, you know. Where is it? Please hold. The more they indict, I say, what are you talking about? I say, who indict you, Habibi? Oh, you meant the Donald. Oh, okay. I say, what? Who indict you, Habibi? Why does this happen? But anyways, S&P futures are up 0.4 Thursday morning after U.S. equities finished higher on Wednesday, with the S&P posting their first 1% gain since late June and the Nasdaq rallying more than 1.5% on strength in most big cap names. Treasuries were weaker following a big rally in the session. Dollar index is up by 0.3 with gains coming against the yen and sterling. Gold is off by 0.4. Bitcoin futures down 0.6 and WTI is down by 0.4. Blowout results from NVIDIA are driving the latest pickup in risk sentiment. AI narrative has provided the key tailwind for the mega cap tech names that have driven a big chunk of the broader market gains this year. Powell's speech in Jackson Hole on Friday is the next big event for the market, though previews have already flagged expectations of some hawkish leanings in line with the Fed tightening bias. Renewed upward pressure on rates and other area focuses this morning. Stronger labor market data, consumer resilience theme has attracted more scrutiny with the mixed takeaways from retail earnings over the last couple of days. NVIDIA beat with a big beat and raised despite very elevated expectations with the focus on AI-driven data center strength. Snowflake takeaways focused on management commentary about some stabilization in consumer trends and incrementally better consumer sentiment. Autodesk, another post-earnings standout on the back of a beat driven by early expansion of the enterprise business agreement deals. Dollar Tree comps ahead, but stock hit by soft margin performance. Spelunk, a big gainer with takeaways highlighting AAR and free cash flow upside, along with increased guidance. NTAP, they beat analysts and flag weaker public cloud. GES is up big following their beat and raise with company highlighting strength in international and sequential improvement in America retail. And then Wolf cut guidance. Very quiet from a macro headline perspective, and while Fed speak picks up in Jackson Hole, the market will be waiting for Powell. Initial claims came in below consensus, fitting in with the still strong labor market narrative that has helped underpin the consumer resilience and concerns about sticking waging pressures. Headline durable goods orders declined more than expected, with core capital goods order in line with expectations for the slight increase following a fairly notable downward revision to the June reading. Again, NVIDIA delivers another blowout quarter. What else do we have? Honestly, a lot of NVIDIA headlines. China is attempting to diffuse risk from $9 trillion pile of balance sheet government debt without resorting to major bailouts. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is expected to map out final steps in the U.S. Central Bank's campaign to tame inflation and reinforce his commitments to finishing the job when he speaks in Friday at Jackson Hole. European natural gas prices tumbled on signs that a labor dispute in Australia will be resolving. Sweden's housing starts extend a plunge into the second quarter as lower home prices and rising construction costs put the brakes on building activity. And then what's the other one? Fed focus shifts to DAX. Jackson Hole positioning has come down. When it comes to recent market weakness, some of the focus has been on stretch long positioning, particularly on the part of systemic funds. Also, a lot of attention on outsized hedge fund short covering in June and July. However, the street has started talking about how positioning no longer seems to be an overhang. Goldman notes that the equity sentiment indicator, which aggregates 9 different positioning metrics, was down last week on average by 1.5 over the 16th of June to July period, adding that hedge fund leverage has come down to 64% from 72%, a peak from the year seen at the end of July. Also discussed how hedge funds and mutual funds have room to increase their equity exposure. If the soft landing scenarios remain on track, JP Morgan noted hedge funds have gone from degrossing short covering to modest regrossing and adding. That is, tactical positioning monitoring is close to signaling U.S. equities may be tactically attractive. However, it also pointed out that it does not seem like there has been much capitulation on the long side at all. More cautious signals. Buyback windows have reopened. I've already given you guys that one. No surprise when it comes to Q2 earnings. More talks of 2024 earnings estimates have come down. And then growing chatter of potential government shutdown this fall. Congress in recess through Labor Day. Lawmakers will have only 12 legislative sessions before government funding expires on the 30th of September. Washington Post noted that odds of a shutdown increased this week after House Freedom Caucus released a set of demands on Monday. Goldman Sachs said the government shutdown more likely than not. Shutdown would be manageable for the economy. Treasury may be able to raise funds ahead of potential shutdown, which would be putting upward pressure on bond yields. Shutdown comes at an inappropriate time for the Fed. Prolonged shutdown could raise odds of another hold at November FOMC meeting. Wow. Is it? Let's see. I think that's it. There's not as many headlines today. Actually, I guess, or 2 minutes. Usually it takes me an extra 2 or 3 minutes to get here. I'll take it. I'll take it, Chad. I'll take it. I think that's the headlines. Let me get you some pre-market movers. I can even get you reports. I don't know if you're looking for, what's it called? There's a lot of upgrades and downgrades here today. A lot of rating changes. Again, I think International Favors got downgraded. Beazer Homes got upgraded. Vizio got downgraded. Kenvue got upgraded. Estee Lauder downgraded. Devon Energy downgraded. Civitas upgraded. Discover Financial upgraded. Ally Financial upgraded. Okay, this is too much. There's too many of these. AMC got an upgrade. No, nobody. NVIDIA got an upgrade. Did you know that? Price target 600 from 440. Stifle, and then another one to like 600 from like 400. Yeah. Anyways, got a couple of pre-market movers for you. SPLK, they're up 13.1%. They killed it on earnings. SMCI, they're up 8.6 on NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA is up 7.6 after the blowout. Autodesk, they're up 6.6 after killing earnings as well. Vert is up 6.2. Does not say why. Marvel, sympathy there. MDB, again, they're up. I don't know if that's a sympathy. ANET, that should be there with Cloud. Snowflake, they're up 3.5 on earnings. Broadcom, again, 3.2. Another cloud name or another chip name up on NVIDIA. EXEL, they're up 8%. Results from Phase 3 cabinet pivotal trial. SN, what is that? Shark Ninja. They're up 6.3 off of earnings. AI is up 4.5 because their ticker is AI. RXRX, they're up 4.3. That's a sympathy to NVIDIA. HKD is up 3.8 off of earnings. GES is up 16% off of earnings. They did good. We had that report. BMR, they're up 16.1. I believe it's off of sympathy. LMDX up 14 off of earnings. Groupon up 14 for no reason. EOES increases common stocks. What the hell is this? Sorry. That's my thumbnail. EOS increases common stock sale agreement with Cohen to $200 million from $100 million. 8K. Sava had an insider buy. They're up 8.4%. Tisha, they're up 8.3 off of nothing. B Hill up 8.3 off nothing. NRDY, NJDOFE selects, or D of E selects Varsity Tutors. 7.2% down on Dollar Tree. They had bad earnings. Boeing down 2%. Quality issue with Spirit Aerosystem work on 737 MAX. NetEase is down 1% off of earnings. AMC had a Wedbush upgrade, but they're down 10%. Spirit Aerosystem quality issue at some of the AFT pressure bulkheads for Boeing, down 7.4. Opera, 7.4 down off of earnings. Vizio got downgraded by Bank of America. Hain is up 3.8 off of guidance. Citi downgraded. GLPG down 2.1. And then SCTL, they had a common stock offering of an intermediate amount, down 37%. And then VCIG down 8% after profit taking after running yesterday. Wow. T-Mobile, they're cutting employee. Does that move the market still? You guys remember that? You guys remember when all you had to say was, what's it called? All you had to say was just we're cutting people. And then that's it. Yeah, they said 5,000 people. It'll impact close to 5,000, a little under 7% of our total employees. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But Chattadonia, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I have to play Bloomberg for you. I could do CNBC, but I'm telling you, Bloomberg's hella awkward this morning. So all of the main people are in, they're in Jackson Hole, and it's just so weird. I don't know. The other guys, I don't think they're used to it, but they're on. I'll bring it back on for you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. And I'll BRB.
Our Republicans did this to us, too, when they passed the $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill. And she talked about the trillions of dollars Trump has added to the deficit. And she said it was all these other people on stage who have been in Congress as well who have been voting to add to that deficit. So she came out with a lot of punches across the board in a number of places. And she's someone people weren't really expecting from. Everyone thought really this would be a potential make or break for DeSantis. Yeah. It just seems that it was kind of mute. You know, he wasn't trashed, but at the same time, he didn't really shine the way some others did.
Okay, before I let you go, Vivek Ramaswamy, is he running for president or the bottom of the ticket?
Well, let's see at the moment. At the moment, he says he is running for president. He says that he cannot wait to be in the White House and lead. It's interesting to see where he comes out on this. You would think maybe he is running for VP if Trump does become the nominee, because he said yesterday that Trump is the greatest president we've seen in the 21st century.
Yeah, that was coming up to my mind, too. All right, Emery, thanks a lot. Emery Hardern. And coming up, as she was mentioning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley joins Anne-Marie and Joe Matthew. Megan Robson and Eric Nielsen are still with us. Hey, guys, let's get to the whole idea of Biden economics. Megan, just pretend that Biden economics gets rolled back to some extent. What does that do to the economy?
So in terms of the economy, Biden economics, credit volatility has been very low. Part of that has been policy risk has really been in the background outside of monetary policy. So there has been deficit spending going on in the background. We think that has been a major factor in supporting GDP growth this year.
Major key, bro. Major key. So Chattadone, I don't know why I had that. Oh, I had the other one. T-Mobile dropped on that. Yeah, cost cuts. Dude, I don't know. The cost cutting, it don't hit the same. It don't hit the same, but Chattadonia. Bro, it's Friday Junior, man. We made it. I hope you're excited for it. I hope you're ready. I hope you're having an awesome day. But Chad, we've got to hear about the plays. We've gotten a little bit of news. I mean, if you haven't gotten the theme of the day, it's all about AI stocks, all about chip stocks. Even the news in the morning, we'll see what happens by Euro close. Nothing really got in our way here, so it's all about one day until Powell. At least you're going to have something to focus on. But Chad, what is the first play of the day? What do you got for me? Post it in the chat. We got 10 minutes till the bell. Couple more minutes till the pledge. What do you have for me? I didn't add you on Instagram. Don't fall for it, man. I love you, though. TQQ, already in NASDAQ short. LSCC long. CELH puts. Tesla, NVIDIA, got no play. Holding NVIDIA. SMCI, NVIDIA put. Walgreens, Mulan puts. Wells Fargo call. Short NVIDIA. Stacking more VIX. Google calls. Calls puts. Midday. BWMX. Betterware. Mexico calls. What's that? Sitting on hands. ANF. RGTI. SPY credit spread. SPY calls. SMCI. Long US 30. Long US 30. NQ short. KRE. Tesla. SPY drifting up today. How long we holding NVIDIA? SPLK 118. And NVIDIA pulls back to 493. QQQ short. Going TQQ SOXL off the first. Sell NVIDIA and wait. Short NVIDIA if retrace happens. NVIDIA both ways. Have no idea. Leverage all day one. Right in NVIDIA. SPLK. SPY credit spreads. Jesus calls. Good morning. QQQ. SPY options. X. SMH. Gap puts. Sell NVIDIA shares that I got before close. Lost too much money. I guess I'm out the game. AI. SPY puts. Watching Kenview. Sell dollar. Another Thursday sell off. Long on NQ. Father Edgar. X. Sit gap. SPY puts. NVIDIA straddle. Not a long term. Google calls. Intel. October 22nd calls. Patience. NVIDIA to the moon. Carvana. X put. Polishing the shine on my long term. Bought NVIDIA. AMC upgrade. Hola. Buying Macy's. JPM long. And the final play. Baba shares Carvana. Second wave of AI. Amazon. And Intel. Wow. And Intel. Oh my! Oh wait, hold on. I have to yellow. I banned him. I see. I'm again, man. I'm still waking up on the forgiveness, bro. My bad. I've timed you out. I'm banning you next time though. So I love you. God bless you. Amen. I love you, beautiful. Amen, Chad. That's a lot of plays. A lot of plays. A lot of chips. Honestly though, it's kind of good and bad. You know what I noticed so far? That was way less NVIDIA calls than I expected. That's actually kind of a good sign. I will take it. I will take it. As far as my plays, I'm going to be watching NVIDIA and AMD and Intel, any of the ones that are related to it. Again, we have 7 hours, so I'm sure you're going to get a lot of back and forth. That should be a lot of fun. Then SPLK, they killed it on earnings. Same thing with Autodesk. I'd keep an eye on those. If anything happens, it's good to focus where we have our own focus off of earnings. So keep watching out for that. Then Excel, again, they had some phase 3 data that they released. So watch out for that. Then Dollar Tree, they're down there. And then SONM. This is a weird one. SONM. I saw this last night. I was going to buy it. I don't want it. I'm just going to keep watching it. But some weird CEO buying activity. And then Snowflake. Again, like we said, we have that one. So we'll see what happens, my friend. So, Chad, that's it, man. That's it. We got 2 minutes. IWM dragging it down. I was going to ask for questions. That's a great one. It could be a host of things now. We'll see when things open up, but I'm going to have my money on anything related to interest rate sensitive and even some of the regional banks. So again, today, even though the durable goods data was bad, the bonds didn't catch a bid. So, I mean, maybe there's too many things going on. I want to see what happens. But for the most part, if that's the case, I mean, you're kind of unwounding that 2 or 3 days of bond relief. So you got to think about that. If bonds start climbing again, unfortunately, there will be a casualty. And it looks like it's going to be interest rate sensitive. And that is the stuff like real estate. It's going to be the stuff related to banking, regional banks, all of that good stuff. So watch out for that. It will be a very, very big one. But we'll see here in a little bit once the market opens up. But that's what I would put it on. Again, China had a little bit of stuff today, but for the most part, there's a lot of lift out of NVIDIA and a lot of sympathy. So we will see. But you got 1 minute, Chad. Any other questions? That was a great question. Anything else? You let me know. But it's Friday Junior, baby. Oh, you better wake up. And you got NVIDIA. Oh, my goodness. China Foreign Ministry official, BRICS nation should study local currency cooperation payment tools and platforms to promote local currency settlement. Is he giving them a step-by-step strategy? What the hell? That's crazy. NVIDIA PE ratio, Habibi. They've asked this for many, many years. I understand, Habibi. That's it. I feel you, but they proved today, yesterday. I had to accept it. I think the PE ratio is older than Joe Biden. You know, like Joe Biden is 270 years old. I think NVIDIA is more than this one. But you know what I like more than any presidential debate? Any president, past or president, there's something I like more every single day, baby. And before we go to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves and argue with our fellow brothers, we must understand how we got here and the freedom provided and the people who have sacrificed for us day in and day out. It's sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. God bless you. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. Thank you for the freedom that you have fought for. And if elections come up, you guys are the key, because again, it's all you guys. So thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, public servants, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping out and giving back, man. Keep it up, and God bless you. That is appreciated, and we love it, man. Amen. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Straight to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy post-NVIDIA day. Maybe it's a new NVIDIA day. I don't know what to call it, but Chad, get ready. Get ready, baby. Get ready. So breathe in, relax. Some of y'all get too hyped sometimes, or you like, you so hyped. Stop. Don't get me waking up in the morning. Stop. It's okay. Breathe in. It's going to be a fun day. So I'm still in my NVIDIA. We're going to be holding that. I might play that a couple times. Still got a lot of the plays from yesterday, and let's see where it takes us. But I'm telling you, I think there's 50 different plays unless we just get steamrolled by something else today. But we'll find out. Again, you have everybody going to Jackson Hole. We might hear a little bit more, but for the most part now, it's just we follow through it today. It's not permanent. Tomorrow morning, we will be live, and it will be Powell 30 minutes after the bell. So just get ready for it, baby. Get ready for it. It's going to be exciting. I don't think 3% down day in the cards. I think worst case scenario, like maybe NVIDIA gives up all of its gains. That's it. Like, that's the thing. So I like NVIDIA. I'm still holding it now. I really like the earnings. I think it's going to be good to play, but like we've seen with a lot of earnings, once you're already up by that much, you could sell off pretty quickly, and we'll see. Again, I think a lot of people want to be there, but for the most part, I'd say that's your worst case scenario. I don't think you drop 3%, but if we end up going up by 1%, sell that off and go red. If something like NVIDIA, Autodesk, Snowflake, Who was the other one? There's another big earnings beat. If they do bad, that's not going to be good. And even part of today, Dollar Tree. We've been talking about it all week. Hopefully you've been watching the watch list or you've been here, but it's simple. Retail sales has been struggling, or any of these retailers. It's been very weird. Yesterday was Foot Locker, Nike. Before that, you had to deal with the Target and all the other names, but now you're getting that again on Dollar Tree. Again, it was at Home Depot and Lowe's. So pretty wild. But Chad, 15 seconds. Oh my, is that a voice crack? Is that bullish? Like the video. Drop your thumbs up, baby. Make sure you're subscribed. Call out any place. And let's have a good time. 5 seconds. Let's go, Chad Adonia. Let's go. Yeah, I think round 1. Fight. All right. So I need to check the NVIDIA. NVIDIA rips. Oh, where are we at? Oh, wow. Right at the level. No shit. Look at that. 4455. So literally you gapped up to the level. I have no idea how this is going to play out. Next level from here is 4471, and then we go up. Meta is releasing code for Llama for free for both commercial and research use. Meta is releasing their language model, Llama, the learning language something, whatever, for free. That's coming out right now. Everything dropping. I think a lot of things are up. Oh, wow. Damn, NVIDIA at 490? Am I tripping? That says only 4. Yeah, NVIDIA's already gave up half of it, bro. Literally, I'm down more on the NVIDIA than the Intel. Who would have thought? My plan. Honestly, no, I think this is even good if you really wanted to get your player, your double dip. Let's see. Give it a second. A meta check Marvel and any of the other ones too. Again, there's a couple of biotechs. Yeah, Marvel might even go negative here. They're only up 1. Even AMD is about to go negative. Very interesting. So you're getting that first initial sell-off for the most part. Headlines are saying NVIDIA rises 6.7, but it's up by 5 right now. UUP's up to 50. Dow is moving. Again, Broadcom as well, or SMCI. See, some of them are up a little bit more, like 2.3, whereas like the smaller ones are about to go break even. SPY's only up by 0.3, NASDAQ 0.6. We were up double that pre-market. So you hit 45.55. Again, this is where you opened up. This is one of the levels, but we're selling down for now. TSM. Yeah, still holding MPW. You ask me every day, though, so you got to stay up to date with it. But I'm honestly, I'm not going to move out of MPW. I think you guys could calm down now. I'm calmed down with it, too, but I'm still riding everything. I'm probably not going to trade it as much on the trade shares, but I still have it. Brush Oral, I saw that up today. Be careful, though, again. But then again, that could be an opportunity. If everybody if none of the AI stocks kind of move there, you might watch it go somewhere else. Where's Dollar Tree? And what's the other one? Excel. Dollar Tree, I think, is just opening now. That looked like the options weren't there. TSM selling off there a little bit more. NVIDIA still kind of down. Apple red. Palantir dying. Where's Dollar Tree? And then EXEL. Oh, yeah. Where are the other biotechs? Yeah, so this one was the bio. That one sold off, too. That was biotech. That was up like 20, 30%. It sold off right there at the open. Yeah, still in Rite Aid too. So I'll give you guys updates on them, but even then, now that I answered them, I'm not going to answer those questions further unless I make a move. So I will, again, if I see an opportunity, I'll make a move and let you know. But for the most part, I'm not going to answer that every single minute. I love you. Good morning. I'm waiting for NVIDIA now. Again, we have those first sets of shares. I don't know if I go for anything else. Oh, yeah, ITOS too. I'm still in that. That one sucked. What's it called? Ruckus got an upgrade today. But they came down. Habibi, why you do this? BA crashed. Remember, SPR. Yeah, Boeing's down 3. Back down to 220. Watch if SPR. That's the next one. AFL. All right, is that enough? 492. Where's Intel? So see now, Again, you're either going to get another leg down on the chips, or this is going to be your little mini pullback for... Some are going red, so like literally AMD is red from yesterday. That's actually great. No, AMD keeps selling. A little candle on NVIDIA. Folk woke up. Kind of. He needs to hold 620. SPY's even down. Apple's on the low. Google's on the low, but it's been 5 minutes of straight down. Bonds went straight up. I don't know how I feel about that, but they're still red. So see, it's either we fill the gap or we catch this early. Broadcom's starting to go back up now too. Google's on the low now, 0.87. We can't pump it up because we did a lot. Yesterday, after hours was crazy. Again, people were really, really excited by it. Let's see. Oh, that's where they were yesterday. Damn. This week's been weird without having the stream going. It's okay. It's okay, baby. I thought it was weird without caffeine, and I was able to manage. You'll do good. You'll do good. All right. I grabbed 100 shares at AMD 108.30, I think. Or 108.31. Something like that. Yeah, 108.31. 100 shares at AMD. I still think it could go down to 103 if it really wanted to, so be careful. Snow got erased. Was it, again, a lot of things were up, and then even NVIDIA is one of those, but it's kind of where you have a lot of this bullish tension, but you got to kind of, I think, run through and sell things off. It'll still hold, though. That's all I'm saying. NVIDIA has enough cushion. Everything else can move, and then we see where it's at. It's like a typical post-earnings, but I'm also too skeptical in the sense that I just still think there's a lot of juice behind it. We will see. RXRX. Oh, they sold that thing off? But that thing did that a couple times when we held it. But yeah, even then, all the sympathies died instantly. Surprisingly, Intel is the better sympathy. That's insane. Because again, remember, Intel was awful when we picked it up yesterday, and like this thing is it's staying the same. Whereas these other sympathies that were up 3-4% after hours, they just all sold off. Broadcom holding. Bonds too. They're making their movement. Let me turn on some VWAP. So there's AM Dizzle. What's LMB? 52-week high. Lombok Holdings. Oh, and then Ruckus. Ruckus is waking up. See if ITOS goes. Yeah, ITOS is. Oh, is that 1320? Am I buying Disney below 85? I'm down to, honestly. It pretty much, let me give it like a couple of hours. If I can't find a good chip play, I mean, I'm starting here with AMD, but like, I mean, low key is if there's nothing else to play and Disney's still just holding 85, I'm down. All right, good morning, Josh. Hey, man. What's up, Myers Briggs? How you living? What's with the drop? I think it's just part of the earnings. Again, there's just so much hype, so many dollars, everyone getting excited for it, but you've seen this happen a couple of times post-earnings, but we'll see by, longer than 10 minutes. So this is just the first literally 8 minutes from NVIDIA shooting everything up 4%, 5-6%, depending on which name it was. So give it some time. Root, I don't know. We sold out of Root. We got a nice gain on Root, but I haven't looked at it since. I think their earnings were actually good. They're at the same price, though. RXRX just got clapped, dude. We were killing it on that. Even this morning, that thing was killing it, and then it just dropped. And then Tesla, they're at the bottom. Disney still at the low. I was up on the AMD for a little bit, but that's not materializing. Nvidia might even go lower. Foot Locker ripping. That was the underperformer yesterday. Snowflake. Yeah, Snowflake was up 4, and they just flipped. So that's it. I guess there's a lot of hype, but maybe supply. But like I'm saying, I think still too early to judge. By the middle of the day, we'll probably be somewhere and go, oh. So it all depends. Even Microsoft's green. Remember, they had a 2% gain from yesterday. Dow is about to go red. It's only up by 0.08. Russell already went red. VIX is still red. NASDAQ's up a quarter almost. And then SPY's up 0.19. Didn't they get a downgrade? I think that's all I know about them. Yeah, Petco, I like them. The only thing I don't like about Petco is that they were publicly traded at one point. Then they got delisted or they went private, and then they came back again. I usually don't like those companies. PayPal, they're just holding. Where's Uber? Visa's on the high. Again, Discover got an upgrade today. So Discover's moving up there. That might be its own in its own little world, low key. Oh, never mind. Amazon. Amazon looks pretty ugly. Down by 0.37. They were up by, I think, 0.5% or more earlier. Disney below 85 now. Almost, yeah. Yeah, there it is, 84. So maybe I wait now. But that's why I said I wanted to play it this whole time. It hasn't broken below 85 since literally like a month. And you've tested it so many times. So that's kind of a big deal there. Futu. Futu is killing it, actually. 6%. NVIDIA just wicked into a low. Amazon from the low. Coca-Cola. RXR. I know RXRX is dumping. It reminds me when we first... I'm break even on it now. That's actually insane. So you were up like 12 or 15% on that even literally 10 minutes ago, even in the morning. So I don't even think it was off of that much volume, but all of the sympathies have sold off now, except for Intel. Which I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Gotta love it, bro. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Disney, still 85, though. See where that plays out. Chewy. I mean, I don't have a animal, so like I'm probably not going to invest in any health or like animal companies. I just usually don't I don't use the products as much. I think they're always going to be around, but I don't think I'd add any like Petco, Chewy to the long term. And even then, the Ryan Cohen shit, I'm not like even that's even worse for me. Let's see. Ruckus keeps wanting to go. iToast did good off the bottom, but still need a little bit more. DLR is up. Oh, Digital Realty. That's interesting considering the bonds right now. But even VNQ, that's weird. VNQ is running up. And even MPW. Snowflake. It's crazy. That contract, we only lost $100. So, like, low-key, if you played the option, you could get out for 100, but I honestly think we could have had a gain on that. But, dude, a lot of things flipped, man. I think we got kind of hustled here on the day one after earnings. You might watch things come back, but, dude, already first 10 minutes, you've sold off sympathies. We're talking anywhere from 4 to 10% sympathies, except for, like, SMCI. Actually, no, SMCI even went fucking red. That's insane, actually. ANET, dude, that's crazy. Even ANET's red. So SMCI and Broadcom, these were like 8% sympathies. Yeah, even Broadcom now is only up 1%. SMCI went break even. Jackson Hole's tomorrow. Let's see. And then NVIDIA's breaking down more. Let's see what we got. 107, 487. Yeah, what if NVIDIA goes break even now? You've given up half of the gain so far. I think they're even, again, probably draining some options too. AI dump alert. This looks really bad. I think this is just making sure, it's going to make you hesitate now. That's all. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's just now you have a hesitation element. That's it. 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, everybody was ready to fucking hit the ask on any of them. now you got to think a little bit, or you got to see if you're really, how much are you about that life is the real question. There's a 481. We'll see at that price. You're almost there. Dollar's up, moving low. Nvidia's new Enron. Again, I addressed that in the watch list because, like, I just know how people feel when I'm even like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they did those numbers. So some people do say it's fake. the most skeptics of the skeptics, bro, they say the same thing. So we don't know, but for the most part, I'm assuming the numbers were not blatant fraud, you know. But if it wasn't blatant fraud, I mean, I'm very impressed. I'm actually very surprised. But like we said, you know, the pricing and how it's going to move, that's going to be a different story. But the broader picture is it's golden for now, at least. They did some accounting tactics. Well, they walked away with $3 billion free cash flow more than expected, or cash from operations. So at the end of the day, something resulted in an extra $3 billion. So it's like you could read into it a lot, but that money did not come from nowhere. VinFast again now. So today's a VinFast day. Snowflake came down. Yeah, VinFast 27%. Extra. Dude, RX, man, that's off. I'm still going to hold it, though. I remember holding it last time, and we would go up like 20%, and then we'd go break even then the next day. But you got to be careful for that now, though, because we are running outside of the event window. You can either play RX or X, or at this point just go for NVIDIA or anything else. But even then, NVIDIA has another 11 more bucks to go down. And I think it's 481. It's going to bounce off of the previous high. If it can't bounce from there, maybe go a little lower, it'll have some trouble. $82. Honestly, I'll try it. All right, I threw in another 25 NVIDIA at 485. Ooh, you bought NVIDIA that high? I know, it's okay. I'm not married to it. That's it. I'm going to take my gambling on the day after. And then AMD, I'm down $1 a share. Would I buy Verizon? I don't know. We've talked about Verizon a lot lately, but then the thing with it is, what's it called? Verizon is, it got clapped with all the other telecom companies. Eli Lilly. I like Eli Lilly too. Market bracing for Powell. And I think it just kind of, again, this is that hesitation now. It's just different. Just making sure you don't feel too bullish to start after that. Again, last time the earnings were just off of guidance and people were there. But then again, too, how many times have you seen a good earnings move up and then people aren't satisfied if they want to kind of start moving the bar? So it's still a possibility. Again, we were just saying pre-market, worst case scenario here, you sell off all the gains. I mean, that was in the cards. Let's see. VFS another $1? My goodness. Wish we could skip to October. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when power was hawkish and economic data brought markets down. You know, I feel you. I feel you. Morgan Stanley, they're killing it. And Goldman. JP Morgan. Again, all the financials are actually doing good. Microsoft on the low, though. So that's dude, the sell-offs on the simp. It's one thing for NVIDIA to give it up, but NVIDIA is still up 3%. But now all of the sympathies just, oh my gosh. They gave back so much. Again, Intel is great. I'm surprised. We should have got murdered on that. So we will see. And then AMD still about $1 lower than the purchase. NVIDIA is coming up. Tesla down 1.3. Tesla's not even that bad. Oracle, how did that play out? They came still up a lot. Remember, we traded at like 114 yesterday. Yeah, TSM was up. I actually like TSM. We didn't get bad China news, but that was the one that was not. They kind of remind me of Intel, but obviously not Intel in terms of problems. So, no, watch out. That little green there. If this fails, SPY's trying to get up to this baby VWAP. I mean, we could either stop this now or you fail this. This will be Raul off the top ropes and then fill the gap, and then the next bounce will be the that'll be the next, like, that'll probably be the real bounce or the real death. AMC going back. They got an upgrade today, surprisingly. Microsoft now about to go red again, a quarter. Apple 0.62. What's up with EV stocks? What was it? There was a China upgrade the other day. That was it. And then Elon. And then the factories. And then Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here it is. Mr. Bradley. Oh, are you kidding me? Peach Nation. I almost broke it. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. On a Friday, Junior. Let's go. Get up. Wow, that's it. That peach could do a lot. Wow, it's already changed the world in some circles. Oh, my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, my goodness, my brother. Thank you. City's on the high. More banks. Again, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Goldman. If anything, as tech and the sympathy sold off, your banks have gotten their bid here. Again, XLF is up 0.5%. The peach has arrived. Again, NVIDIA sold off half of the gains. It's best of both worlds. Best of both worlds. There's Tesla. VinFast, another 52-week high. Oh, my gosh. Is that Kenvue on the high? No, Kenvue dropped too. Again, literally after hitting that 24 price again. And then bonds, I mean, 10-year still red on the day, but it's trying to climb up here. See if SPY could get above VWAP. Like I said, this is either going to be Raul off the top ropes. Even then, you could still sell off at 44.50. But we'll see here. If you can't get above here, it's not a pretty sign. But it wanted it. And then bonds still climbing here. Yeah, T-Mobile, they announced the job cuts in the morning, but, like, it was weird. They went down off of it initially. Big bank collapse, black swan. It'd be a gray swan at this point, but that would probably be a surprising event. Like, my girlfriend was asking me, she wanted to get something, and it required interest rates. And she was asking me, she's like, should I buy it now or should I wait till interest rates come down? And I just told her, I said, unless a bank fails, you're probably not going to get interest rates lower by the end of the year. So that's the low key. I don't think it's a black swan, but I think just simply if the rates are going to come down by before the 2024, it's going to be a result of a bank failure. But other than that, it just I don't know how or when that will occur unless there's another rate hike. Whoa. High ticker kind of gassing. SCLX, Mankind, DHT. A lot of smaller cap names. I'm not seeing like big tech. I'm seeing a couple of banks there like 3M, then VinFast. But a lot of smaller cap names than Abercrombie from yesterday. Is that Intel? SMCI flushing though. OPEC may need a cut again as fragile members recover. Oil news. OPEC rumor. Oh, yeah, OPEC's, God, it's going straight. It's at 77, though. That's the thing. You got an OPEC headline coming out, Citigroup. I think they're saying OPEC may need a cut again. It says it's from Citi, so it may not be straight from OPEC, but oil's moving. It's hard, though. Yeah, NVIDIA is, again, it gave it up, but that's going to be, this is the blessing and the curse. Because you're looking at it, it was about $20. It was $40 higher at one point in the morning. It was at $5.20 or something. So it's just like, this is the blessing and the curse. Because now you could get it way cheaper than just a couple of minutes ago. But if it keeps dying, you're in really, really high. And then if it bounces and goes back up, there you go. So it's definitely, I think the sympathies are more shocking than NVIDIA. Because usually sympathies won't give that back up in like 10 minutes. They usually kind of chill for a little bit, then they break after the first couple of hours. But my goodness, literally, even SMCI being red right now, that's mind-blowing to me. And the market's getting lifted up right here. So even without NVIDIA, this is the rest of everything else going up now, believe it or not. And you're getting a big lift from real estate and banks. And then consumer staples are going up a ton too. So literally, even if you were like, if you're bearish, but weren't like, even, yeah, if you're bearish right now, you're getting clapped on this. It's stupid. I don't say that negatively. I'm just saying, look at the trap, because now NVIDIA is down. If you're bullish, you didn't win on this. And then if you were bearish on the market, you didn't win on this either. You see what I'm saying? So if you kept it pretty much AB for NVIDIA earnings, either short the market or like players short NVIDIA, look at what happened. It's like in the middle, so that your calls are not going to make as much or upside, and then you're losing it minute by literally where you lost all of your sympathies in 10 seconds. But it's like, even if you went short on the market, I mean, you're up 1/4 to 0.5% now with the Dow leading after being down the last couple of weeks. Wish we could turn back time to the good old rates. All right, man. SPY's going up. You might hit a high. Kind of disappointing because AMD and the other guys are not playing along. Dude, and then then Intel. That one's funny. It's killing. It is. I mean, it's effery, but there's definitely value. I wouldn't call it a real rotation, but you're definitely like, dude, why is Intel up and SMCI is down? That's hilarious, especially if you remember what happened yesterday. I bought Intel right away, and I got clapped instantly, and then all those other names ran up 4%. And now you're telling me Intel's the one staying stable, and then the other one's reversed? It's a major cuck. But like I said, by middle of the day, I think this will look different, or we will know the reality. But even then, usually the market doesn't play along like this. So now you're starting to get a pretty decent ramp. wins, I think, for now. We'll see, though. Intel is just, it's the same price. That's all I'm like. So I just, ironically, it's like 8 cents lower. It's about the same price of earnings. So here it is. Just look at yesterday and how it moved. This was NVIDIA earnings. They popped and then they dropped, but like it held. Compare that with every other sympathy. It's actually like disgusting. See what I'm saying? So I guess they kind of look the same, but Intel pretty much kept its value. And then all these names, like these were 7% moves. It's actually wild. Bro, the SPY is going vertical right now too. So yeah, everything is just kind of filling their gap. But yeah, SPY's rocketing now. Again, it doesn't even need NVIDIA to play along. Oil's going up. Again, that oil comment there. Citi said something about OPEC. And then SPY back above 40. So honestly, that bounce wasn't too low. You only sold off 10 points. You could have sold another 10 and filled the gap. So honestly, if this fails, it'll look ugly. But the only way this chart looks good is if we go straight up. Otherwise, it goes up. If it fails, it's going to start looking like a weird thing. Yeah, Dow is going up a lot. But remember, Dow has underperformed heavy the last like 4 days. Every day, it would be literal NASDAQ 1-2%, and then the Dow would be red. Whoa, utilities are going, again, value. So everybody just rotated into value. So again, maybe this is because of Powell tomorrow, but I don't know if this is going to be sticky. But after 5 days of it now, it's like, yeah, if utilities, staples, banks, real estate are up, and then anything that didn't have a gap up is catching a gain. Like, I think it says some, but at the same time, it's not the set-all, be-all. Remember, pow. No, Powell does not. Today is just people setting up for Powell, but for the most part, I thought today would be more about the chips. Levels for the SPY. Yeah, lately these have been working pretty good. So we still have a couple of points. I mean, it's the same, thankfully, all these prices we've been at. So it's not like we're entering in a new regime. So 44.55, I mean, high of the day, and this is a key level. XLU, that's well. Again, bonds did not go green, but they're at the high of the day. They're chilling out. High ticker's gassing, but it's every name you don't own, if you think about it. Oh, wait, was that Palantir? No, that wasn't Palantir. It looked like Palantir. Intel, again, I see a lot of banks. Banks keep going up. JP Morgan's printing. XLF. Foot Locker. Yeah, it's weird, though, that real estate is... I thought real estate was going to get clapped because the rates, they didn't go up. Wait for Ruckus. Itos had a nice recovery, too. But we'll see how slow these things move. Again, these are anything that kind of sold off. Lowe's on the high. Target. So, again, any of the plays that were down. Target's still red, though, believe it or not. And then SPY wicked into another high. Let's see, 44.58. So right below 44.60. You'd think that's a level, but 44.71, pretty much the next spot. When was the last time we were here? Last Tuesday. So you're above all of last week, but I guess this gap hasn't been filled. That was last Monday. Why SPY? Energy, all the names that have been beaten down the last couple days are up. And then NVIDIA is still green. That's the irony of all of it, but it's sold off 3/4 of its earnings gains, and then all the sympathies are literally back to where they were at earnings. From the top rope. Yeah, this is a weird-ass setup, though. It looks just like a U. That's why it's like if we don't go up from here, if we come down, it does this little bounce. It's going to it might look like Monday. Where was it? Yeah, you kind of might get something like this, or where was it? Like this? I don't even think we make too many U's. Again, different time frames. Or like something like this maybe, but it just looks ugly. Just does not look visually pleasing. On the video to the long term, I'd add it at like $80. Just don't ask me that question. I'll flip it. I bought some shares today to flip, but just for the long term, it's not the question you want to ask me. I was going to buy it at $80. I was going, literally, that was my next, them or Amazon. And then I was like, all right, let's see. And then it just started going crazy. But yeah, I'm not, I really mean it when I say, like, I'm not trying to overpay for things. I'm just telling you, there was a lot of harsh lessons learned in 2020, 2021. Like, if you didn't learn from, like, again, even in inflation, even in an environment, the confusing nature is how you react. But it's just like the only way you're going to lose money is literally by overpaying for stuff. That's it. So it's like even maybe sometimes you overpay and it ends up working out, but it's just like, remember, if it is expensive and it is a high price, like that's how you lose if you buy something expensive. So my prices are very low for the stuff I want. Do you think I'll have a chance to buy it soon? I don't know what soon means, but maybe it comes back, maybe it doesn't. But either way, I'd be happy with my decision. If I never owned it after I missed it, that's one thing, and that's like I'm cool with it. But at the same time, if it ever comes back down, like I'll keep my eyes on it. Powell is tomorrow morning, so we'll be here on stream, but just keep that in mind. It will be tomorrow morning. like right before the bell. Yeah, you could still make money. I think flipping it, that's it. Like, I'm more willing. Obviously, I could just say, fuck it. Why would I risk it and just put a small amount in and hold it? But it's like, I think the opportunity to flip and just these dollar for dollar moves are insane. But I agree. If you do put it in the long term, just you have to be prepared to average down on it. And again, you could play that game if you want, but what's the reality? You're probably going to buy it when it's high, and then when it comes down, you're not going to want to buy it. Or after you buy it going lower and it doesn't work out, it puts you in a weird spot. So overall, I think it's a good trade, but I'm much more patience for long term. All the daily options moving less than the weeklies used to. Just the premiums are higher. Like I've been saying, I've been trying to, and I'm very impressed with the Chads who have learned, because I wasn't trying to discourage anybody. I just want to make sure people are protected. And I've traded options for a very long time, and I notice things when they happen, but just break-evens are higher. Now, sometimes they're not, depending on how the stock has moved recently, and there is still opportunities, but when it comes to like an option and you're like, hey, it's not doing what I thought, it's not moving how I thought, it's like calculate the break even, use the 2 standard deviations, and that will help you a lot. It'll help you avoid a lot of it. But just quite frankly, there's a lot of volatility in the market. Premiums have elevated, raising the break even. So that's why it's very specific. A couple cents off out of the money has a very drastic difference in terms of how that contract will be profitable. So just I'd always look at your break even, and realistically, if it's priced if more than double expectations is expensive or holds like a heavy premium, I would not really be dealing with that. Interested to see what we do with the deposit. There's great companies at low prices. It may not be as exciting. I mean, like I said, I'm willing to hold cash. It's so awkward here in the market, but we have good investments. We're already there, but it's either gonna turn around and we make the most epic trades, or we do nothing and I end up holding cash. So be prepared to hold. Like that's kind of the idea, but I think it will be for a better return. Only doing the money. Well, I'm not saying just that, because I've showed examples. I've showed examples this year, last year. I could pull up in the money options, $20, $50 in the money, that are still lower than where they were at last year, and even the beginning of the year. So it's the answer is what I'm saying is break even, and then calculate what's being priced in. So if you are not calculating your break even on a contract and understand what that means, and you are not going and calculating the expected move, I think it's hard to make good decisions without doing that. So that's where I'm just like, I think those are 2 steps you could do to help you avoid plays that are like, oh, why doesn't this happen? But then at the same time too, it may be unavoidable. That's why, shares could end up being your best friend. Verizon, all the value plays up today. Anything that got beaten down with a stick in the last day, last month, last year, they're kind of getting their moves. The long term, we have only 4% cash right now. That's why I'm fully content. Let's buy on Disney for flip or for long term. So long term, wait for the flips. Like I said, let's see how everything plays out. But it's one thing about prices, but it's also, again, what's going on. Like I said, I'll give you good prices when I see them, but at the same time, this is a shit show. This is a global drain happening for the last month. I regret getting into some stuff, but then at the same time, I'm like, I could get myself out of a lot of things and make some good moves, but you don't want to really just don't fight the trend, don't fight the wave of things, and I'm trying to really take advantage of opportunities, so I'm not getting married to prices. Let's see. Haka
seen this before.
Said Fed will need to keep rates restrictive for a while.
So, yeah, there are models, but then there's the
first Jackson Hole comment.
We've experienced this situation. So is it possible that we can get back to that situation? Yes, I think so.
the idea, though, was that you need to have, and Chair Powell said this last year right here. He goes, we likely are going to require a period of below potential growth to bring down inflation. What do you think's happening in the economy that is allowing the growth to remain at or above trend, but also inflation to come down?
So I think a couple things are causing this. One is we are probably seeing a little uptick in labor productivity. We're hearing that from some of our, we'll see how the data plays out. We're not completely clear on that.
Hey, it fell on that. Low key, his comments,
the
I think, are
situation was
moving
there
it.
before.
This is like
So
low
what
key
were we
your
seeing
first
in
Jackson hole
in
comment.
2019. I mean, roll that forward to today. Those same dynamics that were in play then can be in play now.
Let's talk about some of the, I guess we could go headwinds or tailwinds first to the economy. I guess we'll start off with the headwinds. How much concern do you have about tightening of bank credit standards and the impact on the economy?
Yeah, so I've been out and about in my district a lot this summer, talking to community bankers, business leaders. There clearly is a tightening of credit. It starts with banks saying, new customer, I'm going to hold my liquidity for my existing customer. We're hearing that a lot. So how deep that goes, we don't know yet, but there's clearly been a tightening.
What about when it comes to higher interest rates right now, the recent surge in the 10-year yield? Is that something that causes you concern for the economy?
Or it helps. It helps cool the economy some. It could go both ways. So at this point, I'm not overly concerned about that because there are a lot of factors that go into the yield curve.
So again, I think this is off of Harker for now.
Global markets and so forth.
Again,
so I'm not concerned about it right now.
I think the setting first speaker ahead of Powell, it's fucking with markets.
What are you hearing about that?
But bonds are not
starting
moving.
to tick up. Our Consumer Finance Institute tracks this very carefully. They're ticking up, but they're still not beyond where we were pre-pandemic. Now, if it gets worse than that, then we'd start to worry.
What about the consumer? And you're hearing, are they slowing down?
Yeah. The low-income consumer is clearly slowing down. I was talking to
he
when I was
sounds
out
very
and about this
bearish.
summer.
Sounds kind of
major
different, low
suppliers
key.
the
Maybe this
back-to-school
is.
market.
Let's see if
And
they
he's
all
seeing a
sound like
softening
this.
in
That's
that.
not a good sign.
So we are.
I think we might hear
starting to
from
see
someone
some
else.
things soften.
So I guess we'll get to the policy thing in a second. It sounds to me like you believe this recent spurt of growth we've had is going to be temporary.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we have to look through one quarter. Even,
Sure. Do you expecting a slowdown in the economy?
Eventually, yeah. We're looking at us going back to trend growth at 2%. It's going to take a couple of years, maybe, or even sooner. We're seeing inflation coming down under 4% this year, then 3%, then 2% in 2025. It's going to take time as well.
So let's turn to policy now. Have you done enough?
We'll see. We'll let the next couple of weeks play out in terms of data. But right now, I think that we've probably done enough. Because we have two things going on,
this is
right?
delayed then.
Both the Fed funds rate
This is delayed by
increases.
like 45 seconds.
They are at a restrictive level, so let's keep them there for a while.
Okay,
and
bonds
also,
like
we
that.
are continuing to shrink our balance sheet. And that is also removing accommodation.
And have you done enough to bring inflation down? You still have inflation, the core PCE, running near 4% or 5%, depends how you count it.
So again, we are in a restrictive stance. Do we have to keep going even more and more restrictive? I'm in the camp of let the restrictive stance work for a while. Let's just let this play out for a while, and that should bring inflation down.
What is it about your colleagues who seem to want to increase rates even more? Do you think they're just on the wrong side of that?
No, so we're all seeing the same data, right? We're all hearing the same things. But I can tell you what I've heard loud and clear through my summer travels is, please, you've gone up very rapidly. We need to absorb that, right? We need to take some time to figure things out. And you hear this plea from community banks loud and clear. But I'm hearing it even from business leaders. Just let us absorb what you've already done before you do more.
First time below 85.
For you back in HQ.
Thank you, Steve. President Harker, on the labor front, I'm just curious, how much of an increase in the unemployment rate would you say is acceptable or realistic in order to allow inflation to continue to moderate in the coming months?
So what we're looking at is unemployment ticking up, probably to around 4, maybe a little north of 4%. But that's the natural rate in our view. It's not going
and 440,
to be
a little bit lower than
outsized what
previous.
we normally would expect. In
5 more points to fill the gap. SPY goes red. NASDAQ already went red.
So let's continue with that. When you look at
Harker
claims,
from the
they're
top,
like
it really
230,
was.
They don't seem to change.
Yeah.
Are you? And then you look at wages, which still seem a little bit high. Are you still describing the labor market as tight? But even more than that, do you still seem to think that you need the labor market to loosen up to get better results on inflation?
So first, are we seeing it loosen up? Again, I'm hearing loud and clear it is throughout my district. It's easier to get workers. Now, some companies are going part-time, right? They're part-time, they're asking workers to
new
go
low.
part-time to hold on to it.
AAP on the low.
So it's not just that they have a job or not, how many hours they're getting. So we're starting to see some of that soften. So I think that the labor market needs to soften some, and particularly in the service area. But again, there's one other thing we haven't talked about that I think is going to drive potentially some of the service demand. We've got other things happening in next month or the month after. We've got student loan payments starting to kick in again.
Okay.
I think that'll have, if not a big economic effect, a psychological effect on people going out to bars or restaurants. And I know from some of my contacts
Marvel on the low now.
that in that industry,
That's awful.
they're starting to be a little worried about that.
And that's going to be something that's going to hurt the low end again, is something that would hurt.
Yeah.
So another thing that's on my list here is AI.
Yeah.
And one of the things
Yeah.
I like about you, Patrick, is you're not really a theoretician, but you are in contact with business all the time and talking to them. What are you thinking and hearing about the impact of AI on the economy?
Yeah. And I'm an engineer, right? So I'm a technologist in my old days before I did this job.
Okay. He's in.
No, AI is clearly innovative. It's going to add to productivity.
All right, Gap is about
The
to be
question
filled.
for
SPY's
the
about to go
economy
red. VIX is
it
now
going to
green.
do that in a way
Dow will
that
be
is
the only gainer.
outsized other innovations we've seen in history.
Armageddon.
Yeah, is Armageddon going
Is
to
it
happen?
coming?
I'm in the camp of, no, I don't think so. It's going to have a real effect, and it is having a real effect. But it's not a panacea. None of these technologies are a panacea. Will we need to change the way we work and work
Right.
with this tool? We did this with robots. We did this with PCs.
We lived through it.
We lived through it, and we learned to adapt.
Yeah. So the title of the conference here is Structural Change in the Global Economy. I want to ask you broadly what's different, but specifically about China. China
Yeah.
has at least had 1 month of deflation.
Yeah.
Import prices from China are coming down. Is that something that's going to help the U.S. inflation story?
Maybe. I mean, it could also
Damn,
hurt in
Baidu's
some
still
ways in
killing
terms
it.
of overall global growth.
Okay.
Right? And we don't export a lot to China, but there's
Intel
other
gave
places
up
we
now,
export
too.
to that, you know,
On
there's
China,
that, yeah,
right.
right. So there's this network effect. What's changed fundamentally in the economy? I ask myself this question a lot. Clearly, supply chains are being re-engineered. Right?
Some of them back domestically.
Yeah, some back
prices could be higher.
domestically, but you know
ANET
we
on
have
the low.
challenges there of labor. So we're bringing wafer fabs here, but we don't have the labor necessarily to support them. So there's going to be some bumps in the road as we re-engineer these supply chains. Long run, you think about China and other places. An old colleague of mine from my old days as an academic, a very
JP
prominent
Morgan
demographer,
wins rule.
kept beating into my head. Remember, Pat,
ruling that leverage
demographics
loans
is
are not
history.
securities.
Demographics is the economy.
Right.
So I
then
think
Gap
you just
is
look
filled,
at the
SPY is
demographic
red
trends
now.
we're seeing in the world. That has a profound effect on how the global economy is going to evolve.
I want to talk about something else that seems to have a profound effect, which is the fiscal side. And I know how
AI.
much you Fed folks love talking about the fiscal side. On the other hand, you have to deal with it, right?
Yeah,
It's something
sure.
that's out there. What do you say about the sustainability of the deficit right now and what needs to be done on the other side? And the other thing is, well, I'll come back to the next question, the follow-up question, but what about the sustainability of the deficit?
So look, we all know that it's not the deficit, it's the deficit relative to GDP, right? It's that ratio that matters. So if we continue to have trend growth or hopefully a little above trend growth for a while, that would help get us out of this situation. Adding more to the deficit is not going to help that situation. I mean, the math is very simple.
Do you wish that the fiscal side would join you in the fight against inflation, as in getting their act together to reduce spending?
I think at this point, though, if I look at the situation, and again, I'm not in the fiscal side. These are not.
Right.
I don't see a lot more spending coming out right now, at least from the federal government in the near term. I just don't see that in the cards.
So just wrapping up, Patrick, I'd like to get your thoughts on, this time next year, where's the U.S. economy? Where's inflation? How are we doing this time next year, do you think?
So I think we have inflation at or slightly near 3%. Again, moving slowly to 2%.
4.435.
Which you can moving toward trend growth and GDP.
Again, bonds are still climbing. 10 years about to go
again,
green.
In a 4-ish
SPR
range,
on
but
the
not
low.
significantly more than that.
Okay, I left out a question and you didn't answer it voluntarily.
So
which
watch
is,
out. Honestly, if
what's
the
the
market
fund trade
bounces,
doing
maybe
at that
Nvidia
time?
goes down.
Are you into cuts?
Watch
this time
if there's
next
an
year?
inverse. They kind of
So
look the same
at
for
this
now.
point, I see us staying steady throughout the rest of this year. Then we'll see how the data evolve. If we see inflation coming down quicker than we expect, Again, this is what I'm hearing from the soft data I'm getting from my contacts.
J-Nug
Then we
on the
might
high.
cut
What?
Sooner rather than later.
Tesla on the low.
I think we have
Gold
to
is
let that
running.
play out.
Sooner being the first half of the year, or
We'll see. I mean, I can't predict that right now. I mean, really, we're in a situation where inflation.
Tesla at the low.
we've
Again,
tried to
this is the low.
predict it and predict it. I need to actually see it moving in those directions before I'd be willing to make a cut.
Patrick, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Patrick Harker, Philadelphia Fed President, live from Jackson Hole. Here we go, guys.
Here we
Steve,
go.
thanks. Steve Leisman this morning in Jackson Hole. Let's get some instant.
All right, so that's the first one. Honestly, it started off hawkish, and then you chilled out a little bit when he was saying we're pretty much done. He was talking about inflation going down to 3%. He didn't say 2%. Maybe that's it. But honestly, our first sign of Jackson Hole kind of gave you a little bang there. I honestly think this is kind of what caused it, not to mention just the back and forth NVIDIA volatility of today. But right when Harker started speaking, we kind of gave up that little mini rally. Bonds kept going up there, but it's giving you a little bit. It's kind of like a Powell preview. We'll see. Again, Harker's a voter, so that's one of the voting members. You get to see where they're at, how they feel about it, but maybe they want to lead the markets into something, and if they sound like Powell, I mean, it could say something. But just remember too, last Jackson Hole, nobody sounded like Powell. You know what I'm saying? Just remember that even in the lead up to last year's Jackson Hole, even the day before, the day of, nobody sounded like Powell. And then Powell came in and that's it, pain, and then left. So we'll see how it plays out here. But first sign, got a little reaction. Bro, you have everybody like you're scratching their heads now in the video. I was just thinking about it, man. You got to realize it's like it doesn't happen all the time, but there's like a weird thing about the stock market. I mean, tell me if you notice, but it's like just over the last couple years, it's like people when you want to buy it or when you want to sell the market, it goes up. When people want to sell, it goes up. And then right when people want to buy, it kind of goes down. So like think about it. Everybody wanted NVIDIA today. And it's like that's like one of the days you want, but like it goes down when you want it. And then why does it go from $80 to $300? Nobody wanted it. It's like the days you think it's going to sell. So just give it some time there. It's all working itself out. There's a lot of stuff. And remember, we have a big day tomorrow. But I will also tell you this day is it's not even we're barely getting warmed up right now. So it's only been 1 hour here on the day so far. But ride with it, get the energy. But you got to just vibe, baby. Vibe. Isn't that manipulation? You could call it manipulation if there was manipulation, but also, too, I mean, don't underestimate, like, natural, like, rational psychology and behavior. Sometimes that happens. Again, enough people want to buy something and prices go up. You start tempting people to make decisions. So in a weird way, the market, the collective function of it, it's a trip. And that's why, too, it's like we watch things go up and down. But, like, you think the video went down today, but it's still up 3%. Even the sympathies, they went down from after hours, but look at where they're at right now. AMD Cloud. I know that one was a little bit more aggressive. I'm down $3 a share on that one. That's crazy, though, considering we bought it when it was red and it dropped another 3%. What's ELIQ? ELIQ? Electric Power. It's up 120. That could be your small cap mover of the day. Even Marvel's selling off like crazy. For Mulan, what happened to that? Oh, that dropped. Bro, a lot of things were just drained here. Again, some of the biotechs held up, which was good, but it was like just like that other day where we gapped up. But then that day we ended up running back up by the end of the day. But it just like you had a lot of juice in the morning on a lot of names, but then literally within 10 minutes, I think most of them came back to open. And then new low on the SPY still. So, again, we started moving during Harker there. We had a lot of the weird volatility. This setup was already looking hideous. You've now filled the gap, but you are hitting a new low. I mean, you have a long way to go to hitting any other low of the last couple of days, but it's a bigger candle you've seen. I think Tuesday we kind of started off like that on the 30-minute candles. So it's already been just under an hour right now, 6 minutes away. Let's see the volume. And NASDAQ was green. NASDAQ was up 1% in the morning. Now it's down by a quarter. I think it opened up at like 0.6. Volume's 14 million. Actually pretty aggressive for the first hour. You're about 50% above average. Happy Friday, Junior. NXGN, AMD. Oh no, NXGN, that's not the one. I had a weird, I think it was Sonim. Yeah. And then new low now, you're getting a little bit more flushy. I mean, the high ticker, like I said, it's the names that you don't own. It's a lot of random names on the high. But low ticker is picking up, and I see Apple, Uber, TDGT, Marvel, AMD now, more chips, Wayfair. That was kind of another top rope jump if you think about it. That was almost 10 points from the little bounce off of the bottom, and now these are like our power hour lows more or less from yesterday. We spent a lot of time up here, 44.32. So see now, 44.26 is good. Remember 44.21 from yesterday. That's where we kind of change things. If we test that and fail, that'll be ugly. Otherwise, watch here, and then 44.13. If we sell off this type of stuff, I do think it'll look a little ugly underneath the parachute level. I'm still holding on the Intel, yeah. That's honestly been the best play. I dropped more by buying Amazon or AMD this morning, and then even doing an average. The average on NVIDIA is not that bad, but literally AMD was worse than Intel so far, and it's like half the size, which is crazy. My average on NVIDIA is like 496 or 495 now. So literally, if it comes back to here, I'm chilling. That's why it really hasn't moved too much. It's just, again, dollar-wise, that'll just be $10. So, but it's still kind of, AMD is worse. AMD was a worse play. So far, AMD was the worst chip play, even worse than the Intel. I still like Marvel, but I think we got to give it till middle of the day, but I think there'll be one bounce by today on some of them, and if not, then we have to really wait, and it's a total cuck. But am I thinking of selling NVIDIA? No. I'm chilling. If anything, I think build around it. Let's make some flips on it. We'll see where it goes. Again, I think it's bittersweet because now it's introducing a little bit of hesitancy. So I could get behind it. Zuckerberg. Where is Meta? Meta announced something, their language model for free today. They didn't even move. AMD, another drain. And then we'll see. NVIDIA is still 2%. They've given up. They were up 6.5 an hour ago. Literally. And they gave that up within 10 minutes. For the long term then, no. I don't know. Again, I made it so clear about no NVIDIA to the long term. Again, I know some people want it. So just, if that's what you're going to do it, but don't try to blame it on anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've made it very, very clear, even in the watch list, I put it in like flashing words. Like, I'm going to trade this stock. That's it. Like, I don't call it whatever you want. Call me an idiot. It's a hype. I'm going to trade it, bro. Like, fuck you. Like, go ahead. Do it. Like, this is what I wanted. This is what I signed up for. However, I'm not buying this for the long term. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not this, I'll even take if it's a bad loss. I don't like it today. I'll close out of it. But it's like, this is not going to be a long-term play for me. AMD, no. I would need it lower too. These are all just flips. I'm telling you. It's not, I like the news. I like the confirmation of it all. Now, if hands need to change, prices, and even then, it's like, it doesn't help. That Harker thing didn't help, but I also think it's just kind of the market psychology just fucking with everybody, or just the market makers. Again, welcome to premium land. But it's not a lot of these, like I said, just no long term, no long. I'm terrified of them for the long term. I'm scared there's no more money. Find out on the next episode. And then Williams Sonoma, I thought NVIDIA, Amazon growing efficiency. NVIDIA down. Everything dropped. So literally, we were getting excited. We thought the NVIDIA earnings would be there. I still think it is, but then just literally every sympathy, everything sold off. There was bad data in the morning that didn't have the bonds, but even then, I do think bonds were awkward as well too. That was the first thing I said in the morning. Despite negative durable goods orders, like really bad durable goods orders, everything on the bonds, like they went the opposite direction. And then we're flushing again now. 44.25. Get ready. 2 more points. That was 103. Here it is. There's snow call wrecked. It's down 200. Honestly, I don't think that one's that bad. It was only down $100 in the morning, but if you're on the leap, low key, I don't think that one's that bad. It's still 50%, but we would have got destroyed on shares. That's exactly why I'm saying I think that would have been the better move. But look around. I mean, bro, everything got. If you did not buy a value stock or something that was down yesterday and you were in something that was up, it's down today and vice versa. So again, even RXRX sympathy that gave up too. Very, very wild reversal. But I would argue, I think this is just our first hour. Bring in some emotions. 44.26 now. Oh my goodness. So that's pretty big. Like I said yesterday, you held this level for like 2-3 hours. Now you got 1 point here. I mean, you got 44.20, 44.21, bro. That's the price from yesterday. If we can't get above that, or if that fails and then just starts plummeting, I mean, this might turn into a shit show. And right now, you're still like, all right, we could still argue it's not. But then bonds are dying too now. But granted, I don't know why they're dying. They had weak economic data today. Nat gas running. So again, this is what I was saying about wheat too. I mean, it's funny. Like, what did I tell you guys about wheat literally yesterday? Why I sold off. Like, so again, even natural gas ripping. There was news that should make natural gas come down today. It runs up. Like I told you, wheat. I got out of it on a day where it's like the good news doesn't make it go up, and then the bad news makes it go up. So I had to do the back and forth. So honestly, I mean, I think the pattern still holds. Bonds dying isn't strong for stocks. I'm just confused. Today's one of those days. Today's one of the days you don't get an answer. So, like, literally, like, the last 4 days in a row, this is why I said it on the watch list. I was like, dude, it's simple. If bad data comes in, the bonds catch a bid. Like, it's something, it's been pretty obvious for the last, like, week or so. Like, that's really what's been moving things. And then that's why it's funny today. There's no correlation. The shape don't even look the same. Again, SPY was green. This was already red. The data was bad. And then the bonds didn't get a bid. So maybe NVIDIA was just that groundbreaking. But the world, right, the world is kind of like just everyone's kind of scattered in very weird places right now. You're not, again, even the yen reversed everything. A lot of just instant reversals from what you saw in the last couple of days. But then also, too, just stuff. And there's no real correlation. Even the correlation of stocks today somewhat broken. That's why your Dow, again, NASDAQ's down, and then the Dow is green or barely red. So welcome. It's exciting. It's effed up to not get an answer when things make a big move. Someone knows something. Well, it's one way to think, but also, too, like, I also encourage you to embrace the emotional element of it, right? The only way we get disappointed is expectations. So I'm expecting NVIDIA to still go crazy. Did I expect it to happen immediately? Kind of. But it's also like I'm also expecting something broader. That's the only, I think the thing shaking people up, like, would you get mad if NVIDIA went up on Monday? That's what you have to ask yourself. If NVIDIA goes up to 550 on Monday, how are you going to feel? Right? It's like today is the first reaction as part of it. But for the most part, there's other things going on. Like we said, nothing will be permanent because of Powell. And sure enough, that's making itself evident very, very early here in the morning. Another new, bro, 44.21. Chad. Yo, bro. Chad, I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I did not think you would come down this quickly because it's been 4 minutes above an hour. You're already back to the deadly level of yesterday. Remember, we were putting out 44.21. We look at the last couple of days, just from last Tuesday to even last Thursday, 44.21 was a very crazy price right there. Is the microphone, and I know, right? Like, it's like usually I'm like, okay, hot dog, you bounce right off of it. 44.21, bro. If that dumps, that's not a good sign. If you bounce from there, just get ready for more fuckery. Better Home and Finance halted. I think some of you guys are calling that out earlier. Better Apple's on the low. Apple's dumping. Even AMD, that one's sad. Disney to test 84 flat. Jeez. See, so again, I was waiting. Someone asked, I was like, I'm ready to get it on 85 if the other stuff's boring, but thankfully the other stuff distracted me from there. How does Disney own so many intellectual properties, but this does terribly? I mean, the stock price does not indicate really their performance, and just, I mean, we live in a world of stock markets. Again, there's a lot of new people, and a lot of people have perverted the meanings of stuff. And again, it's so like Disney is terrible depending on what metric you're looking at, or if you're looking at growth or whatever it may be. But at the same time, the thing that always makes me scratch my head is that some of these companies that I see a lot of like stuff on, like, again, Disney makes like what, $13 billion a quarter or $8 billion or something. It's like, dude, they make a shit ton of money. So that intellectual property, it's doing its job. It's just, if you again, LeBron not winning the championship doesn't take away his scoring titles, but you may still say he sucks. Yeah, Fed Harker. This was an event. Again, you had a voting Fed member at Jackson Hole. The scene looked very Fed-like, and then he started off hawkish. It kind of ended up chilling out, to be honest. It didn't end hawkish, but maybe that is a preview of Powell. Maybe, I honestly, maybe Powell starts off very, very hawkish, and by the time Powell's done, he kind of moderates it. But for the most part, this comments there gave you kind of a reaction. It's weird because we've ignored Harker and other Fed members for the last couple months, but you put them in front of a mountain with Jerome Powell, it changes everything. That's literally, the setting is actually hilarious because, like I'm telling you, if you've noticed, the last couple of months, we've legitimately ignored all of the Fed speakers, but right when they go to Jackson Hole, it does kind of increase stuff. The Jackson Hole meeting starts today. Jerome Powell is tomorrow morning. That's the thing everybody in the markets are looking for. But we're going to hear from other people who are there in the Fed. So other Fed voting members. We may even hear from other central banks. We will be getting Lagarde tomorrow. But that's it. So we just had Patrick Harker not too long ago right around here, and that's what caused some of this. I wouldn't give him the full credit because it was already an ugly setup, and we were doing this gap up, sell off, come back up, and then his comments coincided. So we'll see. I think 7 a.m. Eastern, I believe, right? Or is it 10 a.m.? So it'll be early. I'll be on live, but Yeah, it's going to be 7:05 my time. 5 minutes or 35 minutes after the bell. So we will have it live here. I'll have the breakdown. We're going to get comments again ahead of it. You might, I don't know if you're going to get anything pre-written now that I think about it. Markets move tomorrow, yeah. But granted, too, I mean, markets should be moving here today. We move more on the precipice of NVIDIA rather than the event. But granted, it's only been an hour. But yes, that's what we've been talking about pretty much all week, the 1-2 punch of NVIDIA, and then it's going to be Jerome Powell. Natty Gas got news. It was Australian news, but then I don't know what happened recently in the last couple minutes because Natty Gas is popping, but it was down earlier on the Australian strikes cooling off. How long the speech? I think the average speech is like 20 minutes or 25 minutes, but that's why when Powell came in and did an 8-minute speech last time, it shocked everybody. So we don't know how long it's going to be. I'm sadly though, it's like it's kind of funny, but in a weird way, the market, if the speech is shorter, that's bearish. If it's longer, that's just neutral. So in a weird way, if he is too short, people might take that negative like last time, and some people are already discussing that. You might have what's the other one? I think Japan CPI. That's tonight. You have Kansas City Fed Composite Index, 8-week, 4-week, 30 bond auction, then 30-year mortgage rates, 30-year tips. And that's it. And then I don't know if we're going to get any other speakers. So SPY going up, candles on NVIDIA. Watch out for that dynamic here today. Watch for some names going up with the market and some names inversing it. Dude, gold is on the high. SMCI on the low. What's the other one? Broadcom. Dude, SMCI is hideous. I can't believe that went up 8% after hours and all day. But then when you look at it, it's like I guess now it's given up yesterday's rally now. SMCI did. So that's crazy. That's like NVIDIA. That would be like NVIDIA coming down to 450 by the end of the day. So Intel another low. Even damn AMD. Yeah, bro. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Yeah, watch if financials, utilities, anything that ran today, watch their relationship there. Otherwise, it's either go for the chips if you still believe or just let it ride. And then maybe if you get a biotech pocket, that would be nice. Do you think NVIDIA will hit 600 before Tesla hits 300? I don't know. I don't think it matters as much. Like, I think there's going to be laggers and leaders. That's just what we keep seeing. So even then, even in the last couple days, it's just like, I think you're going to have, like, remember Tesla like led some of the rally, then it lagged behind some of it while NVIDIA was doing certain stuff, even throughout the year too. So it's like, I think they're going to take turns, but how it plays out and then the cycle of the narrative, I'm not too sure which will hit which first. Disney is at 83. Oh my goodness. So that is becoming more and more, but now I'm just like, yeah, no, I like it a lot at 83. But now once I think you break $80, that's it. The floor is open to the 60s. Yeah, Disney, bad day for Disney. Because again, I've been talking about that $85 floor on it. But once you break that, we haven't seen that the whole time we've talked about Disney. So it's finally doing that today here as part of the drain. XLE is still up barely. The Qs are back on the high. Dude, NASDAQ has moved 2% now. You were up like 1.25 now, and you're down 0.7. This is about just about 2% top to bottom. That's actually insane on these tech stocks. So again, Amazon's down 1.8, Apple down 1.8. U.S. believes surface-to-air missile originating inside Russia, likely shot down plane presumed to be carrying Prigozhin. Nat gas numbers came in and plummeted. Oh, that's why they're popping? So it's just weird. Again, nat gas was killed off of the news earlier this morning. Just a lot of the back and forth, a lot of play actions. Theater stocks and counterparts going down. That's weird. Again, they got to upgrade today. Oh, AMC, I think it's because their stock split, though. It's because they have a higher price now. That's crazy. So wait, is there no more ape? No, there is. But now AMC split, so now it's $13 a share. That's crazy. See, so now it don't even look like... That's crazy. We still sold it higher, but like, yeah, they did. I think they did like 2 reverse splits or something. But that could be it because they got to upgrade, but it's like, why would they be down 30? I mean, there's just a lot more dollars that exist on that now. $10-to-1 reversal. So now you have your shares at $13, but then you have 10 times as less shares. Disney's dying. Yeah, I think it's actually, if it keeps selling off from here, I'd keep an eye on it. But everything just, now you got it. But if you were already weak and selling off and didn't get a bounce, that's why Disney's interesting right now. Because anything that was already beaten down, you go watch utilities, staples, I think even Target, maybe Target went red too. No, even Target was able to go green. So a lot of names that already like sold off, they got bid up today. If you're not catching a bid and you're catching the drain at the low, like, you're low-key getting murked. And then 3M's like, I'll hold 100. Been waiting for Disney to hit 84. Now it's there. I'm window shopping. I feel you, man. That's it. We had a lot of things hit the prices we want, but little did we know half of the market was going to take a discount too. So that's the only unfortunate part. But I do like Disney still. 83.90. Is it because, maybe it's because Disney can't use AI. It's the only thing I could think of. They don't have any, like, how is Disney going to implement AI? How can we AI the parks, bro? We need an AI Disney Plus. I have an idea. Just stop with the weird content. Mickey Mouse GPT. Oh, maybe like Chat GPT for kids, but they're taking it on the head today. That's bad though. Like I'm saying, just the whole logic of if underperformers are going up today and you're not, it's just kind of awful. Like, it's one thing to barely be moving, but it's another thing to be selling off into the low. Air Bud and Allen Iverson star in Air Bud the Answer. Nah, man, what do you mean by practice? I don't do no practice. I don't know why AI sounds like this, but he kind of adopted a little Mike Tyson. What do you mean by practice? I don't go practice. Yeah. He says, pass the ball. He said, play defense. He said, stop getting emotional over NVIDIA. Allen Iverson Air Bud in theaters everywhere this summer. Sorry. Thought I needed that. I'm pumping your dogs. That's good, man. Fucking give them a treat or something. My bad if I said that and they perked their ears up. Honestly, better. I don't know, but like low key, I'm going to say it, man. I'm going to say it. Don't get mad at me. I don't think there's been any good media content this year. I think 2023 has sucked for movies and film and shows. I get it. Someone's be like, Disney or Barbie, Oppenheimer. I watched 5-hour movie about bombs. No, you didn't like it. It's okay. I get it. It's fine. You could keep I get it. That's listen, man. I'm just saying. I don't think there's been any effective content here from because even dude, there's any of the movies, nothing really. Just all mediocre. John Wick 4, that was good. It was good, but like, it wasn't like the other John Wicks. But like, I need 2023 needs a banger. Even Avatar, but like, yeah, Avatar was the closest you could get. I didn't even watch that shit. I don't know about no fucking, what is this? Again, I want an Avatar basketball movie. I would have watched that, bro. You see, man, they made Avatar Can't Jump, bro. I'd watch that in a second. That's it, bro. I've already told you the plot, bro. If anybody writes in here, let me know, man. Let me know. I need a director. I got you. Super Mario. Maybe Mario. Sound of Freedom. We're not allowed to talk about that one, sir. Okay. Again, you just blame Donald Trump for something else. Now, you honestly, don't you dare say that. You're just right when you said Sound of Freedom. I'm looking for things to blame Donald Trump on. Okay, so calm down. Calm down. No, but in that same respect, though, Barbie and Oppenheimer were not it, though. I'm sorry. I know a lot of marketing dollars were spent, but that's it. What's wrong with Sound of Freedom? Nothing's wrong with it. I'm making a joke towards the fact that it wasn't treated pretty much fairly as a normal release. So again, we can't talk about it. It's not in the same element of the box office, even though they performed. But it didn't have the same. But again, to my point, there's been no good content this whole year. Regardless, whether it's been specifically if it's been mainstream and promoted and all of that, everything seems to. And again, that's fine. Again, last year, I was telling you, last year there was bangers. I like some of last year's content. 2022, I think Netflix did very good. I think Disney had a couple of them. There's some, again, didn't you have like a Marvel movie and some other stuff? But it's like 2022, you had way more content that was like more original. Top Gun was killer. I love Top Gun, bro. I love the Top Gun was a solid ass movie last year. It's like that. It's like some of those is we just haven't seen it, whether it's been Disney or Netflix. And then you could blame the writer's strike too, but it's just you haven't gotten the same heat out of the box office. Was the new Spider-Man 2023? See, that's crazy because I didn't watch that one. I heard some people say it was good, but I think that movie performed awful on the box office though too. It was good. It did good. I thought it did bad. In the box office though. I didn't hear bad reviews, but then it just didn't. I think we looked at box office numbers. Oh no, it did. It's number 3. Yeah, so Spider-Man is number 3. I thought they did worse. And then Guardians of the Galaxy, this is for the year, was Super Mario Bros. Grossed the most. Then Barbie. Like, dude, even Oppenheimer was number 6, bro. Dude, all of these are hyped. That's why, you have to realize, too, some of these, I already told you about the movie industry and, even box office numbers. You got to realize if your marketing budget is through the roof, your number, you're going to instantly get, you could somewhat guarantee top 10, top 20 if you spend enough money. That's just kind of how it works. So in a weird way, even then, Little Mermaid, Oppenheimer, Avatar, bro, these are all just advertising, low key. Transformers, but dude, none of these movies are historical movies. You're gonna be yeah, that's it. Air, yeah, even the Michael Jordan movie, I watched that. It ended up on Amazon for free. Oh, and NVIDIA, Flush Through the Low. There it is. Check any of the other sympathies, but if that's just NVIDIA, you might get more. Again, below 4081, that's the level I told you about. That's not a good one there. Even, what's it called? Even AMD went to 103. He was spamming it because it just made a $5 drop in 1 minute. So that was, I could get behind that. And all the chips, bro. SMH now is dying even more. About 0.9. Go check the SOX index too, but they're dead. You need whatever midday rally to happen, or if it does this all day. Wait, why do I have two? Huh? Y'all see this? I have two different NVIDIA charts, but they're showing me two different quotes. Hold on, I don't want to change it. So this first chart doesn't show the drop, and then this chart just shows it a bigger wick. Yeah, why does it do that? So literally, they're two different charts. Why is on the same platform? Saying the same price, but this one looks like it's going up. This one looks like it's going down. No, same exact time frame. Did you listen to the earnings call? Everyone seemed peeved, or they seem peeved every time someone asked about growth potential past 12 months. I listened to a little bit of it. It sounded good. I mean, I think overall there was one segment of it. It's just like even the charts of it. It's ridiculous, actually, how much they made. But I did not pick up on that. That's interesting, though. That could be a headwind, but unfortunately, it's like 12 months out now, or at least another quarter. Maybe that's where they do bad. But it's like they still $3 to $6 billion more dollars is just I scratch my head as to where that came from. So again, maybe they are lying. I love that what's it called? I love that response is like they're cooking the books, but because I'm like, dude, that's the only thing I could think of at this point. Because it's money. It's just money that it could be the Saudis, yeah, that would make sense, but it's just like, dude, that's $6 billion. Again, $3 billion up front, another $3 to $4 billion on the back end. So I don't think, no, they do not say who bought it. I think they've mentioned some customers, but they don't tell you where, like, every segment, every purchase, sale. Have you seen how much the H100s cost? No. But even then, though, just this is like kind of what I was saying with Disney earlier. I'm just like, people say a lot of things. People are like, this shit sucks. This is great. This is awful. This is going to die. And I'm like, how? Like, dude, we're talking billions of dollars, like profitable. And I'm like, dude, they just netted $3 billion. That's $1 billion a month of just net profit booked from operations. And then they're saying we're going to do that again and again. That's wicked. But that's where I'm like, it's just overall $3 billion extra from operations is just it's not too easy. If any other company did that, I mean, their stock price, it makes sense why NVIDIA is up now. I think that this is the problem, is I think this NVIDIA earnings justified some of this move. Now, I'm waiting. What do you mean it justified 18,000 PE? I know, I get what you're saying. Do I think it's fundamentally sound? No. But it's like I could understand now where this earnings today makes sense why you had whatever you fucking had here. It just, at least it backs it up way, way more. Because I'm telling you, you go, bro, give $500 million net profit to Snap. That shit's going to double up. Go give the other $1 billion to Roku, and these stocks would go to the moon. Even Celsius, Elf, they did good, but they didn't make $3 billion more. So $1 billion is still a lot of money. I know the government just gives it away for stimulus, but it's like, that's still a lot of money. And it's like even some of the top performers right now, they did it. But that's, again, I don't, as far as talking about future price, though, I think this earnings justified, though, some of the hype that you've gotten recently. NVIDIA is booking future demand deals as partnerships that haven't hit the books. ASC accounting treatment, legal, but not 100% reflective of revenue recognition. I think, and that's the thing that sucks, is that a company like NVIDIA, especially if it's still like kind of pushing forward, no one's going to care about it because, again, just the numbers. So if you're telling me that they're going to recognize it at some point and it's all within like a near-term future, though, and just the numbers keep going higher, it's fine. Like I said earlier, just the thing, I would have been worried about expenses if the numbers were kind of what people guided for. However, the fact that the numbers were so outside of the guidance, they could have even raised expenses a little bit, even a lot, and it still would have been fine just because it's like it's billions of more dollars. So even if you're telling me I cut that number in half, if half of it's future demand, I don't know if all of it's a future demand, but that would say a lot because it's still good. Disney stock flirting with lowest close in nearly 9 years. Netflix went up 5% yesterday. End phase, they're dead. 4.8. Mike, where's all the other solars? Jeez, dude. What was it? Disney. 83 flat. 83, dude, everything is getting murdered. Oh, you said Netflix. Remember, Netflix went up 5% yesterday for nothing. Yeah, even Walgreens at a 25 handle. A new SPY low. Yeah, NVIDIA too now. That's it, bro. Honestly, 475. I think I'm throwing everything out the window now. Just all the expectations. You're hitting the lower end of what I was expecting now. So again, I figured you've given up 5-6%. That's what I'm not. My numbers were not small, bro. So you're hitting this level now. You're getting the flush, bro. They're killing back to, oh my gosh, parachute. Chad, look at this. No, dude, it's going to be, there might be this stupid pop, but for now, you've gone through 3 levels now. You've broken everything. You literally, soft level of yesterday, soft level of Wednesday, Thursday, or the hard level, parachute level, NVIDIA below all-time high set before the earnings, bro. It's murder. Madasirot. Could be selling risk before Powell, too, but at the end of the day, it's just I think you're getting all of the movement just kind of compounding now, and then mixed in just with the weirdness of today, the lack of correlation, the gap between Dow and NASDAQ, and then the bonds, them not even reacting, and then the event risk, both event risk going away from NVIDIA as well as event risk switching to Powell. Volume's high. I believe so, actually. Where are we at? We're 30 minutes shy of hour 2. You're at 24 million. So you're above. Usually by hour 2, the last couple of days, we'd be at 20 million. We're at 24 now. Oh, soon. NVIDIA. If NVIDIA does not come up today or tomorrow, it's going to pop on Monday. But if not, then that's it. Even then, honestly, I should stop trying to predict shit. Because you're already hitting the low end of what I expected. So yeah, dude, you're at 476 now. You're $5 below the previous high. Let's see. I think that's $50 top to bottom. Again, you're at 511. I think you hit 520, 517. Yeah. That's hideous, dude. Even then, though, honestly, it's one thing about NVIDIA right now, but the SPY, dude, we're right at the parachute level. No relief bounce. I mean, just see, now it's just about, does NVIDIA fill the gap and then just bounce? Honestly, it's almost there. No, it is there. That's it. It's $2 more, and then it comes back down. You recapture all of it, and then that's it. If it doesn't bounce from there, it gets hideous. Yeah, I see. Again, I see all of them. This is just keep in mind for the long term. Any new low on any company we've wanted over the last 30 days, if we took it earlier, we would be getting murdered on it. This is the whole thing I'm saying where I'm like, just read the room and just hold your cash for the long term. Trust me. It's good, though. It's not bad, especially because we have a little amount of cash. All we're going to do is stack up and we still have the full investment. But like I'm saying, dude, like Disney, Walgreens, PayPal, MPW, go down the list of anything you would have wanted. Like I'm saying, even Walgreens, I said, wait. We don't need to jump just because we see it there, dude. The prices are great, but do not be married to it. And that's why I'm saying it's just like we would have gotten murked. So hopefully let the portfolio move around, stack up a little bit, but we need something to get stuck in the mud. You see what I'm saying? I don't want everything dropping, changing 1, 2, 4, 5% every week. That shit's like, yo, something's happening. Again, look at the bonds. But what we're waiting for is when everything, once we get more answers, once we get more time, we get more cash to see what's going on, one of these names is going to get stuck in the mud. And that's the one we're going to take. Do you see what I'm talking about? So that's where you got to keep that in mind. Like there's going to be one name that is just, it will be stuck. You're going to watch things start to rebound a little bit. Maybe, you know, you go down, you go up. Like market will be stable, but then like Nvidia will be back up. Amazon will be back up. A lot of the names will be back up. But then there's going to be some of these value names that are going to be low-key lagging behind or stuck. And that's going to be the ones that we want. Oh, my goodness. Caleb, just open up my newborn baby girl's long-term. Future champ, future millionaire is born. Small good decisions. Tell him, LSU. Tell him. Amen. Amen. Price level, they're just opening and closings. That's it. Just levels that have had resistance. Most of them, I'd say 90% of the SPY levels are based on previous close from 2022. And 2023 now, too. But really, even the 2022 levels, or 23, go back to 2022. How come you don't sell the big losers in the long term and put the cash elsewhere? Because if I did that, I would have missed out on like maybe 10, 20 grand of gains in the long term, even this year. So I make my decision. Once I put it in the long term, I act as if I cannot change my mind for 10 years. So I do not like changing my mind when it comes to investments because I've learned that costs me the most amount of money. So, yes, it could lead to a sunken cost fallacy. Oh, my gosh, dude. Another one. Lows here, bro. Netflix, Nvidia getting more candles. Ay. Okay, this is parachute level, dog. That's it. You've given up all of yesterday. Now we are coming back down. Right, again, you're below 44.21. Next level will just be filling 43.87. That could happen. That could be possible. TLT. Netflix is getting ugly now. Netflix is just going to give it all up. Tesla's actually kind of decent. Raul, you got a little bit more Raul left in you, man. That's it after doing this, but this level, you've gone through 3 levels now. You gapped up at the new level, 1 level broken, level 2 broken. You could even argue this was a nice little level 2 just for the recent week, but then you broke the 3rd one. You've gotten all 3 right now, but then this is the death level. Every time so far, I mean, it's been a shit show below this level, and then, I mean, yesterday was the only time we were actually able to hold above it. Crescent Point announces sale of North Dakota assets. What's this? Am I still buying real estate? Yeah. And if anybody needs to sell me anything, man, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Or even then, even if you don't want to sell now, if something changes, just know by the end of the year, we'll have to buy more houses. So hit up your boy. I'm down to partner too. Some of you want to flip houses. I'm down, bro. If you actually have a good deal. Pressure is on Powell. I mean, even then, though, the market's kind of picking up the pressure in and of itself. Recommend selling or holding. I do not recommend anything, so that's going to be tough. But I myself, I'm going to be holding. I've decided on it, but I'm also not really happy with the company in the sense that it's not like, you know, if there's more weird shit, I'm ready to get out. But I've decided to hold, make it easy too. Bubble popped, Euro close. Is it Euro close? 20 minutes. We'll see. You need more of your, off the bottoms. Dude, why did AMD drop 6.5? Fucking shit show. Yeah, the weird currency and bonds. I think bonds are those are the most shocking today. Bro, durable goods orders dropped by 5% and bonds are like, nah, I'm good. Advance the money destroyer. Hey, man. I have no idea what happened today. It's because the day is not over, my brother. Don't you worry. Again, we'll find out by the end of the day. I think we got to get one more comment out of Jackson Hole, and then we're gonna know it's good. But you got a little bit of that setup. But everybody, I mean, welcome to Wall Street, man. They could warn you about it every day, and then nobody reacts till literally the minute of. But for the most part, there's elements of blaming NVIDIA, all the earnings, all the hype, but then there's elements of data, bond market, currency moves, and then Jackson Hole. I mean, we started dropping here once a Fed member was speaking in front of a mountain. I said, Australian dollar, again, the currency moves are wicked right now. There's just a lot of weird data. Yesterday was weak PMIs too that had an effect. And then the Aussies, they even have the, what's it called? The, what's the thing? The oil stuff, the strikes, all of that. We talked the 10-year dropping below the double top. Is that what moved it? I don't know if it. So for me personally, it's one thing. Like I barely use the technicals with stocks, but like the last thing I would do is use a technical in bonds. So like I don't give a shit about a double top on the yield. But I do think 5 and 4% are big numbers, and that does have an impact. But even then, just like the functioning of the market right now, like there's no correlation at all today. Not only just today, but even with bonds and what we've seen this week, it's being super weird. And there's a lot of reasons. Again, even government shutdown, needing money to raise, again, if they want to get ahead of it and try to raise money, all this stuff you're hearing with just anything from either China and now even preparation of Jackson Hole and even NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA earnings does not scream lower bond rates if you think about it. Today should have been 45. Well, we'll see. I mean, Jackson Hole, maybe you need Powell's blessing. That's it. But yesterday was cushion, even though it was supposed to be good. All it was cushion. When you look at it, you're going below it, man. You're not getting above the parachute level, bro. So he can't even climb to the top rope right now. To give you a visual, he's not even making it to the top rope. He's just jumping before. He's like, screw this. Raul's getting lazy, but it's pummeling the market. Disney or PayPal? Well, Disney is going to have a dividend eventually, but PayPal, I think you might get more upside moves. They're hard to say. I think they both kind of have similar metrics. Let's see, is energy still up? Staples came down, actually, so at least some of the upside on the day gave up. All right, man, let's see. Euro close in 15 minutes, kind of coming off the bottom. Let's see where this takes you, my brethren. Someone's going to buy Disney. I'm buying Disney if it gets in the 60s, but I mean, let it. I hope one of them gets stuck in the mud. That's all I'm saying, man. We're going to find out, but be patient, though, especially with the long term. This is hard to digest. Take a step back, slow it down. Is it annoying? I think we were just a little too hyped. I just think it was a monster beat. It was easy there. I think the whole world was kind of on the same tip for that, but at the same time, like time will heal all, my brother. I really think if you just take a step back, let's let this day finish, and then like we said it, nothing is permanent, because by tomorrow, Powell is going to change everything. And my cost, I am going to average on a lot of stuff, but the thing I've been trying to communicate for the last month is that as all of these names have been hitting the lows, it is not about, this has nothing to do with price anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's just like look around at the market and what's going on. It's not really a favorable environment to be picking up shit in the long term during the 2 worst months of the year. And now as we are getting into these events, and then like we're watching value and even growth, just there's no respect on any of the prices. It doesn't even matter towards what happened or the rotation. So that being said, if our cash balance is low right now at 4%, it's not about the prices of individual names right now. It's about stacking up your cash. It's much wiser to get your money on interest while we wait for a little bit, and then we see as things stabilize, we go for the ones that are lagging, or we take something that is like stupid cheap, but nothing is stupid cheap yet, unfortunately. Like I'm saying, someone asked me my long-term price on NVIDIA. I said $80. Give me Disney at $70, $60 flat. I'm in it there. Let's go right away. No hesitation. You know what I'm saying? Give me some real low lows. I'm not going to hesitate. But nothing's really there right now. And that's why I'm saying it's just like as everybody's just dumping everything and getting clapped, it's like take a step back, and then just once everything stabilizes, there will be value plays that get stuck, and those will be the ones we want. Walgreens straight wicked cheap, 2012 levels. But what's the problem? There's a problem with value stocks. I put this on the watch list, so I hope you got it. But there's a reason with the value stocks. Something's happened. Why are dividend stocks selling off? They didn't do that in 2022, bro. You got to think about it. And then the Dow had the nice recovery, but now all of a sudden you're watching these. Why is Walgreens doing so bad? Is it one part earnings? Yes. But why are they all why is Altria selling off? Why again, even Abivi, go pick your favorite dividend company, Coca-Cola. Why are they selling off? There's another element to everything going on, and we talk about it every single day. It's not crime. Even though shrinkage is a big deal, it's not crime. Feels like company with dividends. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why? It's not mass liquidation. It's logical. It's rational. Why? Yeah. That's it. It's the bonds. And what's happened in the last month, all long duration bonds are like, fuck, Powell might actually do this. Oh, Fed Collins is talking. Is this another Jackson Hole speaker? But you got to think about it. It's bonds. The bonds right now are literally, as the long end is starting to agree, the short end is already higher by 1% than the average S&P dividend yield. So do you see what's happening, especially if we're getting higher and higher and higher and higher rates, and then we still don't even know what's the clarity of it all, and then now bond rates are higher than the dividend yield on the S&P. It's like, it makes sense. Like, even if some of these go lower and lower and lower, these companies all offer dividends. So why would you take the risk of their earnings and what they have now to get that dividend when you could go get the same dividend or more off of a bond with none of the risk, and then you just hold the bond until we level things out, and then you start chasing. So that's one big element here to the value play. So even if there's a value play at ultimate lows right now, just keep in mind what's that dividend yield at, because now it has to compete against the bonds. So all these value names, they're literally competing against the Treasury right now. Housing and bonds are something I can't understand. The results are reflecting, none of the results reflect past data. It doesn't. And both of them are longer duration assets, and they're real. You need to understand what they are. Don't really rely too much on the data or how it looks. Because again, there's days it confuses me or it doesn't make sense, but it's understanding what it is and how it operates. Like, that's what, I mean, I've told you from the beginning with real estate. Everybody kept saying real estate. They talk about it like it's an investment. I told you guys, don't do that. Look at real estate for what it is, the utility, the value of what it's a property. You live in it. You could sleep in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending on where it is, it brings a lot of different things towards it. It's the same thing with a bond. Know what a bond is. It's for funding. It is a funding tool. And how other people use it, once you kind of understand that, it's like understand the broader macro metrics of it. I have Fed call-ins. I have the headlines right now. Fed call-in says won't signal at this point where peak is. More Fed rate hikes are possible. Fed call-ins may be at a place where Fed could hold steady. It's on Yahoo Finance. I feel like they just gave certain exclusives to certain news stations. So every news station is going to get a Fed speaker, I think.
Science of
Let's see.
Is how restrictive do you need to be? I don't know that the Fed absolutely knows that, except it has to kind of look out its window and see what's happening with the economy. Right now, you could make an argument that we seem to be able to have decent trend or above trend growth and bring inflation down. There's not actually a really good explanation for that, other than the fact that some of inflation.
Got it.
I think as part of my kind of holistic patient outlook, would be premature to give too concrete a signal. But I think it's going to take some time, and people should not be surprised about that.
So we're going to be at a 5 handle for some time.
We are going to be at a place where rates are restrictive, and again, trying to engineer that orderly slowdown of demand to rebalance demand and supply in our economy, which has been one of the things. And the data that we've seen on growth is closer to trend. We haven't really seen that slowdown yet, and that's one of the things that I'd be looking for, that orderly slowdown that's consistent with being a realistic optimist.
Okay, so to your point on the orderly slowdown, as you look to hold rates for some time at certain levels, as inflation gradually falls, how will you determine whether the policy rate has become overly restrictive and needs to be trimmed?
Yeah, so it's absolutely true that if you're holding rates at a certain nominal level and the inflation rates come down, that means your policy is getting more restrictive over time. And that is very important to recognize and would certainly factor into my thinking about the time at which we would start to bring rates down. So, I do think that is part of the broader kind of holistic mix.
I want to ask you about housing, because we're seeing mortgage rates now above 7%. We really haven't seen much of a reset in the housing market than perhaps people would have thought, given the 11 rate hikes that we've seen. But now that mortgage rates are at these levels, do you think we'll finally see a reset, or is inventory just too low and that puts too low and that puts a floor underneath the housing market?
Housing is really important. As I spend time visiting throughout the First District, which is New England, and housing is typically the first thing that I hear about. It is a real challenge for a variety of households, as you know, and also for employers in terms of being able to hire. So the housing challenges that we have seen arise from a variety of things and took time. It's going to take time for us to get to a place where there's more affordable housing, where housing prices are not as challenging for many. So you're right, for new housing, those sales are quite robust, which suggests that people are managing with the higher mortgage rates, and the inventory is extremely low, and that's true in rural areas as well as urban areas for a variety of reasons, some of which have to do with the pandemic and the low rates, which are locking many people in not to putting their homes on the market. So that's going to take a bit of time to unwind, and addressing the broader housing challenges is going to take many different groups across our economy, state and local governments, firms, private sector. It's going to take all of them working together, and it's going to take time to address.
Switching gears, I want to ask you about women in the economy. Saturday is actually Women's Equality Day, the anniversary of the 19th Amendment, women's right to vote. When you look at the labor market, participation rate for women is at a record high.
It is.
Yet if we look at wages, women who are in full-time positions only making 83 cents on the dollar compared with men, according to the BLS. How do we close that gap?
So the gap in men and women's wages, that's long-standing. There was a period where it was closing, and it does seem to have stalled out. And there certainly is a lot of research by economists trying to understand the dimensions and a lot of factors in that. I look at wages in aggregate, and what we've seen recently is men and women's wages have been increasing, and women's wages have been increasing commensurate with men's, but that's not going to close the gap. We would need a faster increase. There are a variety of things that we look at the Fed that could be part of that. For example, lack of affordable, available quality child care is a huge issue. It's something that we have quite a bit of research and have looked at over time. And it's one of the things that is an impediment, particularly for mothers, particularly for parents more generally, and addressing that over time, which again is going to take many across the economy working together, could help in terms of adjusting that gap. But I think there are a variety of different factors, and it is a long-standing gap between male and female wages, even when you adjust for differences in education and across occupations.
So then, what do we do about this? Like you said, this is a long-standing issue. Is this really something for Congress to take on, to legislate? But does the private sector actually have a role here as well? Is there a public-private sector solution?
So what I would say is it's not fundamentally a Federal Reserve kind of policy issue. It is one that I do think is something that, because it has so many dimensions and it's societal, would take many groups working together to address.
And how do you think this is all impacting the economy?
These things all work together. As you stated at the beginning, prime-age women's labor force participation really increased dramatically, despite the challenges with child care and a number of... Some of that, from my perspective, is related to the challenges that inflation has caused. And one of the reasons that we've been focused and so resolute in our work to bring inflation back down to 2%, to price stability, as our congressional mandate says. And so they all do work together and certainly relate to the work that the Fed is doing. I think of our commitment as the real mission of the Federal Reserve is a vibrant, inclusive economy that works for everybody. That certainly includes women as well as men. And that there are some impediments to full participation that impede some of that. And so there's a range of different things we do, such as the work on child care, such as being a nonpartisan resource that can bring people together, help us better understand and find ways to address these challenges collectively.
And before we wrap up, we've been talking about how resilient the economy has been. Do you think we're in an era now where we're going to see higher interest rates for some time and the economy is going to continue to perform strongly and that the job market will also remain strong? Something more akin to the 90s?
Well, certainly what I hope to see is an orderly realignment that brings us back to price stability and would really provide a low, stable price environment for the kind of robust, vibrant economy that we had there, where real wages were growing and many different groups across the economy were benefiting. I very much look forward to getting back to that type of environment, and that's really one of the key motivators for the work we're doing to bring inflation back down.
All right, President Collins, thank you so much for your insight. It's so appreciated. Hope to talk with you again soon.
Absolutely, thank you.
That's Susan Collins, president of the Boston Federal Reserve, and we'll be right back after this. You're watching Yahoo Finance.
Thank you, Yahoo Finance. I like it, honestly. I haven't watched too much. I haven't watched Yahoo Finance since like 2007 or something like that. But like, honestly, that sounded better than the other earlier morning. I don't like the B team, bro. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could shit on me as the A team. That's what they've done. That's fine. But like the B team, I don't take. No, they did not. They did not come with the heat this morning. You know. So I was just like, yeah. If you know, you know. If not, you don't get it. You don't get it. What happened today? Nothing. And that's the problem. The earnings are good. Nothing happened. You sold it off. I mean, honestly, I hate to break it to you. Is this the defense for post-earnings plays? Because this was now, this is how they got options and the after-hours players. It's like even if you got in at the open, I was keeping that into account. I was like, okay, I'll buy into the open. I'll wait a little bit, but nah, man, you had but the day's not over. That's why when I say nothing, I encourage. I think it means it in all sense of the word. But just like straight up, it's still very early. I think we expected a lot more fireworks off of the morning, but then again, I just don't think it's over. And we have Powell, but then again, Powell brings up the element of lack of permanence. And now we got Euro close, baby. So let's see. You don't think the BRICS will affect the market? I mean, it could have an effect, and it will do stuff, but it's not what you think it is. I promise you. Like, it's just, it will be, like, it's good for you to learn. Again, like I said, with the BRICS, man, I tell everybody, it's like, I want you to learn about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you learn about the BRICS and like trade and how they operate and like go deeper than just like, oh my gosh, this group is banding together to disband the dollar. Like, no, don't think like that, because you have to understand the dollar is weak in many, many ways, but your dollar is very important to global trade. And it's actually one of the only things that could facilitate it at the level that we have. Would I like a gold standard? Would I love to go back to a more stable form of money? Yes, I would love to. However, that would mean a different world than we've all grown up in. It would mean that you would have a world of different trade, different prices, much more different than today. How global trade would operate, it would be a lot more different. Again, how you even store your wealth, things would change dramatically. So that's why this whole idea of the BRICS has real no impact. So but will it affect the market? Eventually, but it's not going to affect the market in the way of eliminating the dollar. That is the conclusion, where although the premises of the BRICS being important is important, and I do think you should understand that for a macro lesson, jump to the conclusion that it will lead to the immediate failure of the dollar, that is where you're going to run into an error, in my opinion. So it's simple. It's a very boomer take. It hasn't happened in my lifetime. It won't ever happen. Well, I'm glad. Honestly, I'm very glad you came with the jabs, before I even got to the main point. So I love it, because the main point is 2015. Is that too boomer? Can I go back to 2015, 2016? Is that actually 2016? I believe at the beginning, but is that too boomer? Can I go back to an example in 2016 that is exactly the same as this? And again, it's just the same exact thing of everybody selling you fear porn, telling you the dollar is going to die. You tell me if it's not too boomer. If that's too boomer energy, I'll hold back. If it's not, again, 2016, how old were you? How were you back then? Let's go back to Shanghai. It's for real, though. Let's talk them central bank guys. Amen. So you were 16? Holy shit. Damn, Ari, you still young as hell. How old were you then in that baby picture? What the hell if you only 16? But seriously though, is 2016 valid? I'm like I said, bro. Even in my answer to this question, I'm not here to throw any shade. I'm here to educate. I'm here to inspire further learning of it. So like straight up, it's like if it's not like I'm trying to really like I think you should study the BRICS. And I think you should understand who they are. You should understand their history. You should understand impacts on commodities and how effective certain things would be. But I would not believe the dollar getting destroyed narrative from the BRICS. So 2016 was China making the yuan close to a reserve currency. If you've heard something called the SDR, it's called special drawing rights. And in 2016, from 2015, even 2014 to 2016, when everybody found out that China and the yuan for the IMF was going to get special drawing rights, what do you think they said for years? Tell me. Just guess what they said. Now that we're about to have China, the IMF is going to hold Chinese yuan and give them special draw. No, they agreed. The IMF eventually agreed and said, yes. What do you think they said? No. Come on. What happens next? They said the same exact thing that you say today. They said this is going to kill the dollar. It's going to crash the dollar. Again, 2019 or 2020, yuan backed by gold. They said the same exact thing. But again, 2016 with special drawing rights, everybody was freaking out about it. So if you were actually watching currency, that's what I'm saying. If you were in the currency markets, if you're actually involved in this stuff, it's like this isn't the first time you have heard why the dollar would die, and especially from other things. It's just the moment other currencies or any time there was other currency moves by global powers, everybody would say, oh, this is going to kill the dollar. Oh, you're not going to get away with this dollar. And they're like, it's going to kill the dollar. But unfortunately, it's just like there's been several events and even currency swaps and shifts throughout the recent history and long history where it's just like you need a better alternative. So I'm not a boomer to the point where I may be a boomer in many ways, but I'm not saying that just because it hasn't happened, it won't happen. I'm saying find me a fucking alternative and I'll believe you. That's the only thing I'm looking for. Find me something that could do what the dollar does and will give you what you want. That could fuel all of global liquidity, make sure people's valuations stay relatively the same, and that somebody else's movement won't affect us too much. It's like, exactly, no other alternative. It's the same thing like bonds, and I'm an investor. I don't care. I will change my mind the minute you give me a viable alternative that meets all principles. That's all it is. That's why investors have no loyalty, because there's principles, and if it meets the principles, you stick to it. And that's all I'm saying. If there's no alternative, what's the point? Again, this is zero interest environment for you. Again, bonds and all of it. It all applies to this too. But it's just like until there's another alternative that will supply 7, 8, 9, 10 billion people and growing, you know what I'm saying? And that will provide just what the dollar does. And I'll tell you, I have an alternative for you. It's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only thing that I think can do it, and that's because you could chop a Bitcoin down to a 0.0000001. So even on a limited supply, you could scale it down to any size you want up until you run out of Satoshis or decimals, pretty much. So that's the only thing I could see facilitating that. But even then, that's just it's digital. It breaks down to $1. Again, it's the same thing, borderline. Just it's not fiat. So, but I would say that would be your only thing. But like I'm saying, I encourage you. I would love for you guys to study this and we could have discussions, because your task should be finding an alternative. It's not about telling me the dollar is going to die if these guys get married. No, it's like tell me find me the solution. Find me the answer to it, and then you have your failure. It's not, but until then, Tina is in dominance. Paper is only as strong as the trust in the government that backs it. You are right, 100%. But do you know what the fallacy is? There is a fallacy to that statement that we have all believed. 44.05. Dang, bro. That's it. Parachute level gone. Raul didn't make it to the top rope, dude. He didn't even get above 41.13 after breaking it, bro. 40, that's it. You're about to hit 4,400. Almost noon. It's a very ugly day. No, that's it. Even the lowest levels on a lot of names are just, they've hit. So it's very, very, it's very simple. The fallacy, like you said, the paper money only goes as far as people trust it. But a lot of times we think it's about us trusting it. In the States, it's not. It's the whole entire world. So you may not like it. Literally, a portion of the United States may hate whoever is in president and not trust what's happening at that 4-year moment. You know what I'm saying? Half of the United States. Call it that number if you want. But the rest of the world, as long as they are willing to take dollars and do that, and that's what you have to realize, what currencies are they using? And why do you think they keep taking dollars? Because they're like, well, our shit's shit, so let's just take the dollar. So as long as you have everyone around the world trusting it, that is the key. So you may be like, man, why do all these countries, they all work together? It's all manipulation. But guess what that means? That just means the dollar, they trust it. Excuse me. You know, Argentina's dollarization would be implemented since they don't trade too much and it's a tourist area. Well, naturally, you would have to you'd have to bring in the capital or you'd have to bring in investment. So usually, if throughout history, a country says that, the idea is that it should bring in dollar investment. So their trade account isn't going to grow. Like you're saying, no tourism. They don't export a lot. Like, how are you going to make dollar? How are you going to bring in the actual dollar? But your capital account. So you could bring in money through investments, bonds, other stuff like that. So the idea would be that's what they do. Oh, no. Gasparino. Elon continues to have conversations with top Wall Street executives on the future of X. Seems to be settling. They tell me on a new fangled payment system, updated version of PayPal will offer lower transaction costs as opposed to credit cards and monetize user info. Gasparino. What shut our wings out? Nothing. You could probably blame the Fed speakers. It was Harker. But other than that, I think we were naturally going to go here anyways. Just how massive today was. And then we're still kind of off the bot. Like, dude, it's been lows all day. Like, it's kind of one of those days where even the bounces are smaller. Even the top rope, you're not even really bouncing up to it, and you're just, like, dribbling down. VLO is on the high. You got oil movement. Not all of them, though. Yeah, gold is rocketing all day today, too. I think Collins, we had Fed Collins, then we had Harker. You might get them. I mean, they're all there all day today. All of these Fed people are sitting there. Hold on. Apple one for. Sorry, sending an email. I've not read Life After Google. Sounds depressing. That's bro. Lending Tips told me the funniest thing ever yesterday, and it like I low key could have made it a philo, and it was like it was mind blowing. Actually, it was like mind blowing because dude, Lending Tips didn't like the rich men of North Richmond or whatever, the men of North. What I don't even know how to say the name. He didn't like the song. He was like, it's so depressing. And then he's like, I listened to another song of his. He was like, it was so depressing. I was like, what? I was like, bro, that's a banger. I was like, I don't know how. I was like, bro, that hook, everything. I was like, what are you saying, bro? And then I was like, of course, LT. But then you know what he tells me? He was just like, I don't get it, though. He was like, and he was like, in a weird way, like the message of like rap music back in the day. He was like, I'd much rather listen to that. He was like, at least it's like kind of optimistic. He was like, I don't know, just something about like get money, get bitches. It just is different than like a sad. I was laughing because I was like, I still like the song, bro. I was dying, but I thought about it. I was like, I guess in the long run, like, you know, like back in the day, like listening to rap music, they were like, it's bad for you. It's like this. I'm like, well, honestly, the whole like get money, get bitches, and like do this, like some of it would have been worse if it was like more depressing, I guess, like depending on how much rap you listen to and how it motivated you. But yeah. I thought it was a pretty good point, but I was like, nah, man, you tripping. I like the other song. Yeah, make Hot Boys and Big Timers. Yeah, like that's why. Like looking back, I'm kind of like, you know, and maybe it had a positive effect on me that wasn't supposed to happen, but like it did. Like, you know, because that's it. I just grew up to like money on my mind. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Like, that's all. Like, it's just like, it was like pop bottles. It was like, do this, do like, it was more just, I guess it was more social. Cater boots. Yeah, it gave you more confidence. That's why it's awkward, though, because it's like, I wouldn't, like, I'll tell you, I mean, you shouldn't, like, you know, what you listen to is crazy sometimes, because it's just like, you could hear, it's not like that stuff is good for you all the time, but it's just like, in a weird way, I could only, like, I grew up listening to that versus, like, you know, I didn't listen to, like, emo or, like, even, because I even told, I was like, most country songs are, like, you know, it's just like real music. It's a different type of music. Yeah, it's different. I love the song. I love it. I think it's a banger. I know when music is good. Like, I don't care what genre it is, even if it's some like EDM, like boom, chicka, boom, chicka. Just like there's just music is good or not. You could just, you know, when you know. I don't know, but that's I was like, man, you're crazy. But then again, maybe the rap music wasn't that bad. It's music for the grinding individual. Yeah. Kind of, like, low-key. You know when you know. I don't know. Yeah. That's it. Because I don't know if you know, but I know when I know, but I don't know if you know when you know. So that's why I said, you know when you know. I don't know. Because I don't know how you is. That's it. But it's like, I know when I know. He said he sang from the heart and I love it. I think it was a beautiful song, man. And then even the other songs. I listened to his other songs and I was like, dude, they're bangers. Like, that's it. He's just spitting and it reminds me of, like, he seems like a seasoned country singer, but, like, honestly, he's a lot better. Only song I need is that new Uncle out tomorrow. So I think you might be able to get it tonight, but either way, tomorrow we should get the song. I'm excited. When's the new Uncle album coming? Album? Maybe not for a while. You're just going to get singles all day. I told Uncle, bro. I said, Uncle, you keep being too picky with stuff. So that's it. He took an album and then he just chopped it up into singles. Just all day. That way it's a constant stream so that you're not like, Uncle, why are you sleeping? Because you forgot he's like 70,000 years old. Play Powell put. Oh, it's a good time to play the Powell put, actually. Man, this was the NVIDIA put today. That's insane. I'm telling you, man, they got everybody on every realm almost. Because now if you got SPY puts, you won, though. So I'm actually glad about that, honestly. Because remember in the morning, bro, at one point in the morning, up until like 10 o'clock, you were down on NVIDIA and then down on anything that was market related. So it's like, even if you wanted to like short the market for NVIDIA, it was still a clapper up until now. So at least you finally got the gains, and even NASDAQ's down 1.2. Disney will flush. This is a 9-year low, I think. And I was just saying, it's just like Disney at these levels. This is a day where value was going up, though. But honestly, value did calm down. So ever since we did that sell-off, it started to take everything with it. So it wasn't like it was the same, what's it called? It's not like it was, like in the morning you had a real big value outperformance. So that kind of disappeared. So that helps Disney out a little bit, because now Disney doesn't look like they were just getting murdered, but they're still getting murdered. Justice Department says they're suing SpaceX for discriminating against asylees and refugees in hiring. We called it last night. You said NVIDIA might go up and down 40, then murder. Yeah, but even then, I didn't expect too crazy, in the sense, like, I thought the sympathies would stay up. I didn't think the sympathies would sell off like that. But I was even saying this morning, we said worst case scenario, you go back and give up all of the gains and then it bounces. But maybe it doesn't bounce. Now Intel's dropping. See, they were doing good too. Remember I was saying, now I'm destroyed on Intel now too. There you go. Honestly, though, Intel's just as bad as AMD now. But, like, AMD was the worst one. Fuckers. So we are getting that now. So let's see what happens. But, I mean, at 470, bro, NVIDIA fills the damn earnings level. So it's like $8 more. NVIDIA is still doing the pin, though, but now it's every other chip maker still lower. AMD 101, bro. I was even talking 103. My goodness. What's the other one? SMCI. That one was a massive. That's 16% top to bottom. That one is ridiculous. I guess even NVIDIA is almost 12%. No, I didn't sell AMD, no, but I was probably going to average at 103 if it got. I thought that was my parachute level, but even then, I'm just like, huh? So, I'm in a lot of chips now, but I'm getting murdered on them. That was the naughtiest move, but it's Powell. That's it. So either good Powell, bad Powell, though. Yesterday was cushion, so what's this? Because now you're going down into it. But then again, we're going to be at the same spot. So ironically enough, as long as we don't flush, we might fill this gap, but you shouldn't go too much. This was cushion day. Now you have a vent. You'll be around here towards Powell unless it really wants to die. But I don't know. I think that could be in the cards. I wasn't believing that in the morning, but the way dude, you're not getting any support here at all. 4401 now, Chad. Honestly, you guys are going to call me out of fucking pocket for this one. I got to do what I have to do. All right, I had to. I'm just saying, it's the same price. We were excited last time. Like, I was sweating. Like, I'm just saying, y'all were really stoked. Last time we're at 4,400, so we need that same energy again. I top-ticked the chips, but like I'm saying, though, 4,400, we were really, really excited. Just at the same exact price, bro. At the same exact price. Tesla don't care. Nothing cares. Nothing cares. Yeah, DOJ alleges SpaceX conduct occurred from at least September 2018 to May 2022. But no, I hope like you get the pump it up. Honestly, turned into a great lesson. Telling you, last time the song played, we were excited. We were like, "Fuck yeah!" Again, I took it to a vote. You were like, "Dude, pump it up," and then, bro, and then we just killed. Then we went crazy. We went absolutely insane, or no? And then you gapped up, then you sold off, and then you continued. I think this was the 4,400 day. My goodness. It does kind of feel like the blow, but you know, it would feel like February. It would feel like the lead up. The only thing you need is a shitty Powell. That's it. But that's the thing. Is Powell really going to be shitty tomorrow, or is Powell going to be nice? Again, if this would be if you wanted a shift stance, this would be where you do it, or you do it in January. That's why you would get excited about this event as well too. Go to pump it up. You try to log into your My Chart to check something for your doctor. Now they have COVID warnings. They're never there before. I mean, I'm blaming the Chad, bro. You guys were telling me before anybody, and now it's just I've seen it now. I don't know if you brought my attention towards it or what's going. I don't care though. I don't know. I've firmly decided I will react when necessary. But other than that, I'm retired. The REITs are taking the bid, which is odd considering the bonds didn't catch. Maybe that means the bonds are going to catch a bid and they're just not showing it today because of NVIDIA. Because the data today was good for bonds, and the banks and real estate did good, but bonds did not. A Fed trading desk. I mean, maybe they're getting ready. But it's like, you guys see it though. This is event risk building up. Like, look at these candles, dude. You're edging up, but with massive volatility low key. It's very subtle, but like, you see the direction of this, but now the size of the candles is just kind of showing you how uncertain or shaky it is. It's hype building, or it's going to get it's hype either way. It's hype to the downside and hype to the upside is building. That's why tomorrow it's going to hold the keys there, but it really does depend on the stance he takes. And now I don't know what type of cushion we're going to have. Disney, it is 52-week lows, I believe so. It should be. I don't know if I've seen it print in red, but actually, is it? No, it may not be. No, yeah, it is. This should be 52-week lows. Lowest level, I think, in 9 years. I think the only other price level below this now is like $79, $80 during COVID, and then even like 2014. My girl just sent me a positive at-home vid test. It's back. So, like, would you guys do it though? That sucks, man. Am I allowed to ask this question? Because I'm like genuinely curious. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to ask. I'm like, what would you do? Like, am I allowed to ask it? Can I like genuinely poll you guys to like what would you like if they told if they told you to go on lockdown again because of another wave? Like, would you do it? YouTube shadow ban squad watches closely. No, but like, no, don't even type it out. I'll give you a post, just so you could vote. We'll let the silent majority get in this, because it's one. Obviously, if you're typing, you're gonna just type it out. So would you go back? Would you go back into to any lockdown? Just yes or no? Like, seriously, like, what if the numbers came up, you started seeing it again, it was the same exact scenario, sicknesses rise, all that. Wow. That was the fastest 300 votes ever. That was the fastest 300 votes ever. It's like everybody voting is super motivated. It is a deep question. And honestly, I don't think, I think the answer is yours no matter what, okay? That's all. That's why I don't want to ever take that answer from anybody. So it's just like in the same respect. And anybody who tells you it's not your decision to make, I don't agree with that. So that's why it's your decision. But I'm seeing, damn, 500 votes? What the hell? Damn, you guys, what's wrong with y'all? You got mad motivated. Y'all didn't even care about Pump It Up. Y'all just did the Pump It Up votes. Pump It Up had 700 votes in like how many minutes? My goodness. I like the video too. Because look at that. That's 1 minute. Half of y'all like the video. Oh my goodness. Lord. Russia's Putin will look at what investigators say. Russian Putin sends condolences to founders of Russia's Wagner Group and Prigozhin's family. He's short. Would you click the like button? All right, I think that's the vote. I mean, a lot of you just voted, but that was a very unanimous decision. Interesting. That was quick. That was like a minute. Just put it up. Do it real quick. Just do it real quick. We'll see what's up. Oh, you didn't hear it? It's okay. We were just talking about all the things of 2020 coming back. Apple, except for I guess maybe the stock prices or bond yields. Apple's on the low. Do another random vote. You like that? That was fun. I like Disney. We had a lot of long-term talk today. Unfortunately, I would hate to bother the people who have already had to listen to it, and they So I'm gonna save it for maybe the watch list or later. But no, not yet. You'll know though. I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I make a move. I'll scream it. Square, I like it just as much as PayPal, but I propose to go with PayPal instead. I think there's better value, but I think they're somewhat equivalent. I think there's more upside in Square. And I did not buy Amazon yesterday, but I'm still holding the Intel swing. I bought AMD this morning and got murdered. Even my average on the NVIDIA wasn't too bad. I'm honestly not too disappointed. It's just bigger size, bigger dollars, but the AMD one was awful. That one like actually got murdered. People pop in, ask questions. I don't know, man. Yeah, whatever it is, though, as long as you're cool with how I respond to it, I'm cool even if you repeat it, but it's like I'm just not going to always. And then again, sometimes we misinterpret things, bro. And you know that, so I'll tell you too. You remember yesterday with Jake, you guys? You remember Jake? We're homies now. Okay? So even then, mods, if you see him, don't ban him. Okay? Let my man live. That's it. Because, like, even then, bro, I said it. Like, I called him yesterday. And that's it. After he was in the real estate stream, bro, and he was saying other shit, I was like, man, let's end this, bro. Yeah, I called him on the phone. I said, what's up, man? I called him after hours, and we talked. And, we got to, I said, what is your problem with me? And is there a way to correct this? And, I said things back in the day that I was going off of a misassumption, and I think we both misunderstood each other. We found out we both had the same issue with each other, and then we found out we both have long terms. And then it's all love, bro. That's it. Like, it's straight up. I apologized. He apologized as well. Because I told him, I was like, I know my real stalkers, bro. I was like, you're not one of them. Like, that's why I'm like, why you got to be on that? And, like, we shared a lot with, you know, the back and forth with it. So it's cool. Like, that's what I'm saying. So feel free. But in general, you see, I just want to make sure, mods, give him a pass. He's chill now. But even in general, you could ask whatever, but you got to kind of bear with me on my response too, though. Russia Lavrov tells UN Chief Guterres Russia ready to get back to grain deal if conditions are met. So, check wheat. There's your wheat headline. It might get clapped on it. So, it's around, I think, where we got out yesterday, or a little lower now. Which, Jake, the one who got banned yesterday or timed out, the one I was calling out. Because that's what I said, though. I'm glad, though. I apologize, though, too. I feel bad even saying it. I'm glad we got to work it out. But like I said, it's good. Peace, man. Peace and love. And it's there. So even then, ask whatever you'd like, but just at the same time, it may not get answered on your time frame. Yeah, I don't think they might, though. It's dropping, but this is what I'm saying, the headline. So what's going to happen is it's going to get clapped, and then like there's going to be another day of bad news, and then it'll go up. That's what I was saying. That's why I got out of it. I'm like, dude, we should have took the 4%. We walked away with 3%. We got a nice bottom tick, but then it was just like, dude, I do not like it. We bought the news. We bought it on good news, and the wheat was down, and then pretty much sold on nothing when it's up. And then now you get one of these headlines. That's it. I think the conditions are get let back into Swift. How hard? I don't think it's. I think now we're dealing with the same. I think today was just kind of the ground shifting, and just it's introducing a necessary a necessary fear. Like I said, this is all bittersweet. That's all. I was hyped on the video. A lot of people are, but it's just like this is now making you fucking think. That's it. You're just not going to get the same blind FOMOers now. It just put everybody on a back foot to say if you really want it, you have to get punched in the face and you have to take risk. That's all. It's not as easy as you thought it was going to be as far as what it was, but for the most part, it's like, you know, I think it's bittersweet. I think is a great way to put it. No news. If anything brought us down, though, I think this is good to cover today. It was like naturally the sympathies and NVIDIA kind of giving that back, but you did have Harker at Jackson Hole, one of the Fed speakers, and it was kind of bearish, but then he covered, he recovered, but then the market didn't. He started off pretty hawkish, and then it ended up kind of same exact speech, and I think you've heard him before recently, but then everything just started dumping from there, and then we had another Fed speaker, didn't really say much, but then now we are here, and then just weird day with bonds and correlation, but if you wanted to correlate any movement, Harker speaking did happen around this little dump. Seldom. It could be, but that's the, I think today and just this reaction so far, even for a couple of hours, it's introducing, you know, the right amount of doubt. Whether you think it's sell the news or if you think it's good, it's like it's giving you, you know, a little bit of tension on both sides so that it's not as easy as you would have thought it would have been. Instagram Threads is now live on the web. Putin says investigation into Prigozhin's death will be completed. Biomarin building. I gave up on him. My slow friend. Actually, he's holding up beautiful, honestly. That's great. If it does break, I like anything above 90, 92, man. That's a lot of upside there. They just don't move a lot. When is NVIDIA, the new Enron coming out? So let me ask, all right, let me hit you with it. I love it. Can I get you another flash poll? That's it, man. Honestly, it's a flash poll. So if you don't participate, you don't participate. It's just for the people who are listening and make it here right now. So let me ask this one. I have to ask this. I want to see. Let's see. It's anonymous. You don't even have to answer it in the chat. I'm giving you the ability to not even be judged by your peers, to eliminate the element of peer pressure. You could just answer however you want. Very simple. I got a flash poll for you. Do you think NVIDIA numbers are a lie? Do you think it's fraud? Like, legitimately fraud. That's, like I told you, it's a theory going around. I'm not going to tell you what I think till the flash poll is done, but you tell me. What do you vote? You don't have to type it out in the chat. You got to vote. It's a flash vote. I'm going to give you like 2 minutes. Let's see what you want. If you want to participate in this discussion. That's what it comes down to. Yes and no. That would be wild. It's an interesting vote. 500 votes, under a minute. The people are still active. So there you go. Let's see what's happening. Oh my gosh. Why is it so close? Ugh. No way. There's no way. It's only 400 people, I guess, if you think about it, 350. There's no way half of you think it's fraud. Oh, man, please keep voting. Keep voting. We need more numbers. We need more numbers. That's insane. I could only keep it live for like another minute or two, bro. That's it. Let's get the first 1,000. That's it. I'll cut it off at 1,000. Only the first 1,000 matter. This will be like Gallup polling. This will be our ghetto version of the consumer sentiment. We're stopping after the first. It's 50-50 right now. Are you fucking kidding me? What in the actual hell? Oh, the tin is strong in this one. That's it. 50 more votes, Chad. 1 minute. You guys, let your voice be heard. Are NVIDIA numbers a lie? You can vote right now. You have a couple more seconds left. All right, final votes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It ended with a yes. Bro, it ended with a yes. 51% of the 1,000 chads. So at least if I took a random flash survey of 1,000 chads at a moment's notice, random time, and I surveyed 1,000 of them like it was Family Feud, 51% of the chads would say that NVIDIA numbers were fraud. Wow. Oh, shit. So I'll tell you, I would have voted no. I don't think it's fraud. Could it be like suspect? Yeah, but like straight up like Enron, like they're just straight lying, putting guns up to people. I don't think so. But I do maybe the accounting stuff, but I would have voted no myself. But it don't matter what I think. It matters what you think, Chad. This is can we call this Family Chad or Chad Feud? Is that what we're going to do with the flash polls? I'm just going to survey 1,000 chads. It depends how active you guys are. And then we got to get to the survey. The survey says, bro, that's crazy. I like it, bro. Thank you for voting. Honestly, do I think it's crazy what you voted? No. I think it's just crazy that maybe there's a underlying sentiment that exists more than we think. So thank you for voting and thank you for being, and hopefully you were honest, honestly. Because that's crazy, though, to think. I'm like, wow, fraud. They said fraud. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I like the video. We're at 440. Again, maybe I should do more polls. I think it's distracting you from the chips going down, and then you're realizing it's not that bad, maybe. I'll give you a good one. I got one more flash poll until something important comes up. This one's great. This one's great. I can't be so involved with Chad's sentiment and not ask you this question. So Chad, here's another flash poll. First 1,000 or the first 5 minutes, whichever comes first. Very simple poll, Chad. For Chad Feud. Do you believe in Jesus? Yeah, I went there. Go ahead, vote. Be honest. Don't worry about it. Sky Daddy, what do you believe, man? What do you believe? What do you believe? Click yes so fast. Well, let's see, though. Do they vote? That's it. So, dang. The Jesus people just voted. That's it. There's 600. They saw Jesus. They got instantly. They didn't even vote on the video. I don't even think this is fair. Because this is even this is faster than I even expected. Wow. I'm confused. Take a vote. Take a vote. Maybe I should have put agnostic, but I don't know. I think it's a yes or no. So I guess you don't have to vote if you don't have a yes or no answer to that. Disney almost at and in the dollar, which would be 71? Or no, 70, 74? Let's say 8:41 after a minute. I don't know. That's it. Now the Jesus voters are dying down. The rest are confused. Nvidia's popping. It's good for now. We'll see if it lasts. Again, AMD too. Yeah, bro. 83 flat on Disney. I bought Disney. I bought 200 shares. Not for the long term, just to flip. 83.15. In the middle of our Jesus discussion. So please hold. Vote. All right. So 926. I think we're almost there. We need like 50 more votes. Have I ever done DMT? No. I think my sister tried to get me to do it once, but I wasn't down. And I told you one time back in the day, I was in LA, and this was when I was vaping. Like, I would vape like pretty regularly. So like my homie had one. And he had a vape, and I was like, oh, can I hit that? And then he hands it to me, and then right as I'm putting it up to my mouth, he's like, oh, yeah, it's DMT. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? And like, I'm like, you just casually just walking around smoking DMT, bro? I'm like, I didn't, and then that's it, and it terrified me for the rest of my life. You know that? So I don't know if you guys know that, but like in LA, bro, they got pods. Like, I'm telling you, it looks like either a weed or like even like a jewel. It'll be like a cartridge, a cart, right? But it will not be just like weed or nicotine. It will literally have like fucking MDMA and shit, like DMT and all that. It's actually wild. I didn't even know that's it. Ever since that day, I was like, I would always be like, what is that, bro? That's it. I've learned to ask that question. That's absurd, I know. You're telling me? But yeah, I don't think I'll ever do it. Nothing to, like the sales pitch for DMT. They're like, this, you can see the same thing you see when you die. I'm like, dude, that's not a sales pitch. You get to see the light. Nope, I'm good, dog. I'll wait. That's a one-time event. I'm not gonna ruin it right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, like, why would I ever, like, well, you want that pre-ordered? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to experience that ahead of time? Man, that's crazy. Yeah, no spoilers for me, man. I'm good. Can I send you some of those carts to them? Do I look like a supplier to you, bro? I'm telling you, I found out. I almost got unknowingly drugged, and I'm telling you, be careful if some of you don't know out there. Like nowadays, like in modern, like you could have a hard drug that looks like it's a nicotine pen. So just be careful. But I don't have a distribution, man. I don't. He's like, oh yeah, if you could get me those, that'd be cool, bro. Market wanted. Well, sadly, Nvidia didn't though. There's like a little bit there, but if it bounces from here, I would not mind. AMD's coming up a little bit. So did Intel, but still, all bad. And then I just bought me some Diz. Be careful of your shady friends. Because if you down and they go down, well, bruh, I guess you going with. But what I know, I'm old as shit. But I was young and fucking rich. So have fun being dope as shit. I got another crib to get. Oh, God. Have I taken shrooms when I was a young boy? Sadly. I was a lot younger, but yeah, I have. That's why I tell you all, don't do drugs and mess with your mind. And honestly, man, so I called Jake yesterday. You know, we were having some issues, and I'm glad we resolved them. I love you, Jake. I'm honestly very happy, bro. You know that? I hope you're happy too, bro. And honestly, I'm so happy, bro. Jake got a long term, bro. Honestly, I'm just so happy about it. But like, one thing I told Jake on the phone, bro, it was like, I mean it, man. Like, I don't know if he even heard my voice. Because like I say it, dude, I can't tell you guys this stuff. You have to understand, like, there's things that have happened and it's not my business to tell you. Do you understand that? Like, and it's just sad, like, whether it's through drugs or other things, bro. I've seen Chads and I'm like, dude, I've seen people go from like working and building themselves up, and I've watched their journey and they've done so well. I've watched people fill out prayer requests and be involved and I've seen them make so much progress, and then it's just like one thing fucks it up so bad. And I've just watched people, it's been an honor to watch the come ups. I'm telling you, and to even think that I could have had any influence on any of it, bro, is like, it's so humbling and it's amazing. It's a gift. But at the same time, dude, it's so heartbreaking watching the stories that did not end well. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's at the same amount. I've seen less of it, but at the same time, it's way more drastic. Like, I've seen people go from, Josh, I didn't have a job. Now I'm doing this. I've seen people in there again. They said they're homeless, straight up no education. And then they've made changes, turned it around, finished school, got a job, got a long term. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, it's wild. Yeah. And there is people keep it quiet. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I've heard it through either other people or, again, sadly, the only time I find out is when it's the point of no return, you know, where there's nothing that can be done, honestly. But like I'm saying, though, it's heartbreaking watching it all. So that's why I'm like, on both sides, man, I just hope you guys are wise. And like, when I say it with any of this stuff, I don't judge you, bro. I really don't. Like, again, I was young. I had a lot of fun. I still have a lot of fun, and I don't need certain things to have fun. But it's like, I just tell you guys this just in the sense where I'm like, dude, I watched it. It's just weird. I have a different point of view. That's all. It's just one thing, bro. Like, I get to encounter so many different backgrounds and people, and I've watched good and bad of all of it. But like, dude, you ain't seen some of this stuff. And like I said, I can't talk about it because it's not my story to tell. And it's just like, you know, just protect your mind, my brother. Protect your mind. I really mean it. So, amen. Yeah. Mulan gave it all up. We need NVIDIA now. We need NVIDIA. Disney came up a little bit. I had something else up. That was Intel. The chips market's getting a little relief, but if this doesn't hold, I mean, that's it. You've gotten really close to danger levels. It'd be good to buy the dip, but I think today introduced a lot of doubt, especially coming into tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Now we have our Jesus poll. Yes. 73% believe in Jesus. So now, all 73% of you have a higher standard and responsibility. Because now they're going to look at you and be like, you guys are all Jesus lovers anyway. So I'm just saying, that's it now, unfortunately. So it's good, though. That's good to see. That's good to see. I'm glad to see. Josh rebukes. I don't rebuke. I only love. That's it. I do rebuke, though. Honestly, though, I'm sick of the evil. It's easy to get away. Not even like people too. It's just I have to get away. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Resist and it will flee. I like end phase and I don't like it at the same time. I mean, I think I want Genrack. If I want any of that hype energy play, I think I'm going to go with Genrack instead of end phase. So I still have end phase is one of my worst trades this year just off of playing earnings. I guess not counting the NQ. But I am going to be watching Genrack. I think if I am going to get energy exposure, it'll probably, I don't know, the Genrack stuff, I don't think it's going away. If anything, climate-related energy, I like the generators. Low-key, bro, I like the generators. You know what I'm saying? Work always interrupting is good, though. Work is good. That's it. It's just the grind. Every day I'm hustling. It's just, you know, it's good to, at least I'd rather have you admire work than not like work. Again, and I'm the same. I like work. So, and I love all of y'all, man, doing your grind out throughout the day. I really hope I make your day easier in any way I can, man. But let's go, baby. Let's go. Right? Because that just means long term. The pump it up worked. Maybe it did. Generators take gasoline to run. Solar needs sun. Ah, okay. Touche. I don't know, man. I don't know about capturing the sun just yet. I don't know. Solar, it's going to be driven by the mandates. I think if you get a nationwide mandate to what they did in Cali, it might happen. I don't know, but I don't think you could do it nationwide because you can't do solar everywhere. But it's like, it's really going to move off of government shit, low key. But I do think, I think Genrack is a mix of government, businesses, environmental disaster, all sorts of things. But I'm not invested in either. I'm not ready for Genrack yet. But if we're talking energy, but good counter example. Commentary makes the day, bro. Hell yeah, bro. I hope so, bro. I hope you smile. That's worth it, man. So let's go. But you better save 10%. No way, that's it. Because if I'm doing all this and you ain't even saving 10%, paying yourself, then what the I'm gonna get mad. Make your own solar panels? What? Calm down, bro. Calm down. You guys have told me to make a lot of things in my life. I'm like, oh, I need to get new floors. Do it yourself, Josh. I got to remodel this house. Do it yourself, Josh. He said, make your own solar panels. That I've never done. I've never done that one. A few days we had buy the dip. No, the highlight of the day should be this. Oh, wait, MasterCard, Binance crypto programs to end in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Bahrain. I think the funniest thing is that at 4,400, we were excited 2 days ago. That's why we played Pump It Up. It was a solid level. You were working your way up. You couldn't get above it. Today, you sell off 58 points in an hour. And 4,400 somehow does not feel the same way as 4,400 2 days ago. So we're at the same spot more or less. And again, the event risk, I think, is increasing and we're going into these events, but it's a good perspective with the song. Disney, I don't know why it's down today. I'm buying for flip. I haven't added for the long term, but I do think it could go lower. But at this point, I'm also thinking if we get any upside, some things will pop throughout the day. Otherwise, I'll keep getting clapped. So honestly, if you haven't got the theme, if you're not willing to deal with pain throughout August and September, if you're not willing even on shares to enter into a trade and get smacked around for a little bit, I mean, you might want to be a little bit more tentative. But I think that might change by tomorrow, though. Hopefully, Powell unlocks the energy. Utilities, yeah, that's weird. Like I'm saying, half of the day, staples and utility. Dude, what did they just, what? That's insane, actually. Bro, utilities gapped up 1.5%. They didn't even gap up. It was a cash open ripper. They gapped down, ripped back up, and then, but like I said, halfway through, all of the volatile plays or all the outperformers got clapped too on the second half of the downside. But even utility, that's wicked. Has Schwab been forgotten? I think. Low key. No, I'm just chilling in the same range, but even KRE, it's the bonds. So unfortunately, all of your bank stocks, there's going to be a loose pattern with the 10-year. It obviously looks different because they had the rally, but it's just like they all are going to kind of respond in tandem. Once the bonds chill out, they'll chill out a little bit, and then it'll resume. So they're all pretty much just kind of flowing with yields hitting highs and then chilling and then creeping back up. Yeah, bonds are back down. I mean, the shape kind of looks the same, but even then, I'm not really buying it from what I saw today. Dropbox to announce new cloud storage plan fees later Thursday. Dropbox. Could move it. There you go. Decent reaction, increasing prices. Yeah, they're up a quarter. I think they were down a quarter. So that's the whole chart, though. It's a decent pop. What if you could only afford options on Fridays, but I don't have enough for shares? It sounds like everything conveniently worked out for you to only be able to gamble. This is like me explaining this to my girlfriend. I'm like, listen, I was supposed to go to San Francisco, but then the flight had a layover somehow only in Las Vegas, and I only had a specific amount of all cash on me. And then the layover was just exactly 5 hours, and it wouldn't make any sense to stay in the airport. So what would you do? So honestly, the answer to your question, I would only take the Friday options if I really saw a frogger, like a real big opportunity. Otherwise, I would stack up a little bit, and I would maybe not play Friday for a couple of Fridays and turn 4 Fridays into one day of shares. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I would do personally. That's what I've always kind of been about. It's just like saving up. Like, I've never been one. I'll tell you this. I'm telling you, don't buy the thing that the lower version of what you want. I would rather save up and get what I want. So if you told me I could get a normal G-Wagon or an AMG, I wanted the AMG. I'm going to get the AMG. I'm not going to say, well, I could get the other one. Is there anything wrong with the other one? No. But it's just, what type of person are you? Are you the type where I will take cheaper alternatives on certain investments, but in certain elements, if it's like, hey, if there's really a better option, I would not take the cheaper option multiple times. I'd rather save and hold out and get the bigger, better option and then start with that. So it's up to you. 4x4. I want one, but they're so dumb. 250,000 premium still. I got one of my guys to bring it down 100K. He said the best he would do for me is 100K over. I said, why are you so offensive? I said, have you not learned anything? Man, he said, someone will buy it. So unfortunately, I don't think I'll get that one. Dude, 200 grand above. For what? For the new G-Wagon. It's a 4x4 squared. So if any of you could get your hands on it, you can make $250,000. At least 100K, honestly. That's what you should do. If you could get your hands on a 4x4 squared right now for retail price, it goes for like 280 to like 350. But you get it, you're instantly gonna double up if you could get it. Like I said, I got my normal AMG without any premium. Like, again, buy enough cars, like you get hookups, but it's like the best I've gotten is 100K off of a 200K premium. So they still will say they'll charge me 100 grand, 150 above. I'm like, you're insane. I can't wait to flip my Cybertruck. Yeah, man. I think it's like 7 more years, I think we'll get it. It's just buried in a time capsule for now. But eventually we'll get it. Dude, I was one of the first people to order a Cybertruck. So I can't wait. Can't wait. It's so bad. Mm. 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. Was this stream live then? I think we might have all done it. Was it in 2020? Yeah, I think we all dude, I think everybody got one. The deposit is still refundable, but you already lost. It's foolish to take your deposit back. You've given his money to him for 3 years, even if it's $100, bro. Like, even if it was $100, that's like after interest in 3 years, bro, you lost. You're better off taking the truck now and trying to flip it. Even then, again, $100 isn't a lot, but I'm just saying, bro, interest rates have been so high. Dude, at least 3-4 years interest-free. Oh, my gosh, he killed it. The truck needs an extra window panel on the back end. I feel you. Like, honestly, like, it sucks because it's only missing one thing. There's, like, one thing that would change the whole game. Like, honestly, I would buy 1,000 of them. I'd buy every single one of them. It's like the back window, but then also if they just put an engine in it. Yeah. Overstock's on the high. Yeah. So it's still an EV. Sorry. Yeah, you thought it was overstock. Again, overstock's kind of low, but $17 is 17 and 19. This one's not too bad, but again, you could deal with the pain. Now Nvidia. So I don't know. Contrary to popular belief of how ugly this looks today, our average is up. I don't know if that's a good sign, but either way, it's like Nvidia's still in the opening morning ranges. AMD's murdered. Intel came up a little bit, but still murdered. At 33. Number Forge, yeah. I think it's part of a buyout. Buyout getting completed. Nvidia morning hype fizzled. There was no morning hype. That's it. There's only going to be late day hype or death. The morning hype didn't. Bro, it's like this is such. Honestly, I think it's so crazy how stable they keep the pre-markets because this is like the second day of just like straight up right when the cash open hits, the bid disappears. But if anything, this is going to be late day or not, but there was no morning hype. Yeah, overstock, we just had that up. There's Intel off the bottom. Time for pump it up. I played it when we broke the bottom. We hit 4,400. We went below the pump it up level. That's why I said, just in case, I didn't want to. I wanted to make it look chill. 40. Oh, Chad. Good news, bad news. Do you want it? I got good news, bad news for you. I don't know if you want it or not. Okay. Good news are up like 10, 11 points. Bad news, you haven't gone past the parachute level, and Raul can still kind of get down from the top rope. It could happen still. So that's it. Good news, bad news. This would be nice if you break above, but the bad news, low key, this is still precarious. Again, we haven't died here for like, what, 30, 40 minutes now after just straight death and destruction, which is a good sign because now it's balancing out. Pretty much the last 2 hours don't look as vicious, but at the same time, like we're still trailing heavy, and you're not even above the lowest of the lowest level this week, pretty much, or one of them. I know you're saying insane, but aren't they doing the same thing you're trying to do? Are you saying like selling off the pre-market and no bids? Well, I'm not a computer. I'm not with millions of dollars like that just trading hands. I mean, just theoretically, it's just quite deceptive because you have money changing hands, but again, like there was 30,000 shares traded at $500 today in the morning. Again, actually way more. Probably 1 million shares, I would argue, if you added up all of them. So it's just different when it holds a pricing range and not. So if you're the buyer of last resort, it's different than kind of speculating at open as an individual. So it's just saying how the pricing and the quotes in the morning and how they're setting them up. And then from like the cash open, it's there's been a quite distinctive difference in the last couple of days. But either way, you just got to vibe with it. I mean, I'm not really complaining. It's just insane. Insane movements. The ZT is awful, bro. I'm down $2,000 on the 30-year, and then I'm up only $100 on the 2-year. I lost the gain. I was up 1,000 on it, so it was nice, but shorting the 30-year I made a fat mistake on that one. I should have been on the 10-year, but I'll give it some. I mean, Powell, we'll see. But either way, I think the general play, I mean, I might be down to cut out the other long end if it gets really nuts, but for the most part, it's doing what it's doing, but I played it wrong. Dollar cost and an average. Well, we talked about it earlier. I just think it's a market thing. I'm down to flip Disney, but for the long term, I think you have to really find the answers. It really depends on your cash balance, where you're at with your cash, everything else. And again, just don't be too married to a price more so. But, you know, if you have more cash than not, I would be nibbling. But at the same time, if you have good investments, less cash, it's like everything is coming down right now. So I'm using Disney to flip. We just made a trade on it, so we will see. Pfizer. How is Bill Ackman doing? He's doing better. He shorted it way earlier. He's killing it. But then again, if it bounced above there, actually no. Where did Ackman short? Ackman shorted. Actually, so Ackman's probably down. I think Ackman shorted on one of these. Oh, I have 2 NVIDIAs. I think there's 20-year and 50 or tips auction 20-year and then another one. But there is some. All right, Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. I hope the market doesn't come down.
I might buy.
The Disney debacle.
But I don't see anything that's
All right,
going to
follow me on
move the
Instagram,
needle
at the
here
Trading Fraternity.
in the
Okay, I love
short
you.
term, barring some unbelievable deal making. So you're reliant on Iger pulling a rabbit out of a hat. That's the story. End of story.
All right. Up next, Mike Santoli. He'll be here with his midday word. What's up with this market today? He'll tell us next.
Damn it! Right when I got up.
A bunch of big
All right, you guys
name
get the B
tech
team.
companies.
Yeah, we're super excited about this ecosystem round. I think it's pretty unique. I haven't seen in the past a round with so many big players around the table. We have Salesforce, we have Google, we have Amazon, we have NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, IBM, Qualcomm. I think it's a good signal for Hugging Face, obviously, with this kind of like collaborative platform that all these people and most of the AI builders are using. But also for open source AI in general, which is kind of like a trend that we've seen developing for the past few months.
One of the things that I'm curious about is how your company pivoted from its initial product. Initially, when I first met you years ago, you guys were working on a chatbot. So how did you go from chatbot to an AI platform that tons and tons of companies and individuals use to share their AI models with other people?
Yeah, it was quite a journey. It's really kind of like the community, the companies, the users that really drove us, right? We were building this conversational AI, and we were lucky to kind of like work for quite a long time on the underlying infrastructure for this conversational AI, which including the ability to kind of like have a lot of different models, a lot of different data sets, and kind of like build a system that makes sense. And when we started to kind of like share some of that with the community, something really wonderful happened, which is that open source contributors started to come in and kind of like contribute to the platform that we released in open source. Researchers started to kind of like share their models. So most of the open source AI models that you've heard of today have been added to the platform, like Bloom, for example, Llama 2, Llama 1, Llama 2, Llama Code that has been released today, Stable Diffusion. All these models have been added by the community, and that's really kind of like what drove us to go from this kind of like end use case to providing the platform for all AI builders.
Clem, what's so interesting though is that it feels like there's this inherent sort of tension. You've got a community, an open source community, and at the same time trying to build an enterprise business that makes millions and millions of dollars for its investors.
Yes, yes, yes. So, you think that NVIDIA was fraud, sir, short term? Is that, I see where you voted. I can't believe that Chad vote, man. Y'all were crazy. That's cool to see, though, bro. That's cool to see. That's cool to see. I like it. But either way, we have a lot more to get through. Now you have the rest of the companies. If Jerome Powell is good, you're going to hear about AI for at least another 3 months until something else happens. That's it. Right now, your only other thing is what I told my girlfriend too. You need a bank default. That's it. You need a bank. Another bank going under is the only way you get lower rates. But then again, that would pump AI too, though, sadly. Sadly, there's just again, I think you need angry Powell. Honestly, that's the possibility of tomorrow. So we'll find out. If Powell is angry tomorrow, then that's it. But if he doesn't shift today, he shifts in January or February. Where did Mike, dude, remember Microsoft went up 3 and then they killed it? So, Chad, long terms. I want to help you guys with this. Disney, Walgreens, I think PayPal is not even that low. Even MPW is not, like, again, it's even if you wanted MPW, it's not even near the low. But the idea here is if you have low cash, I wouldn't pick up any of these. If you have high cash, I feel free to nibble. Very, very simple. So I could give you the whole explanation, but not a recommendation. Just simplify it. If your cash levels are lower, I would not be picking up anything right now. I think it's more prudent to keep holding a more heavily invested portfolio, ride the ups and downs, and use your cash and build that up until we get like something real sweet. Otherwise, I would just I would be chilling. But then it's like if you have 20%, more than 20% cash, I would go about that. Small accounts, it kind of operate the same, but if it is to like really, really small, like we're talking less than $100 a month deposit, in a weird way, your protection, even if it's $200 a month, even too, it's like you get protection from it being smaller, but at the same time, make good decisions, where it's just like you got to look around and see. So if you think it's prudent and the prices you're getting are in fact bargain bin, then that at the very least could justify it. But just watch out. I mean, have you guys noticed there's something happens during FOMO? Or like in anything, it's not even like FOMO. It's just kind of it's like seeking a justification. You guys want me to tell you guys don't notice this thing? I don't know if I should charge you likes for it. Oh, you're at 1,400 likes? Wow, I'm honored. I'll take it. That's fine with me. That's fine. I would have asked you for 1,500, but you're doing good. But like, I made a joke on it earlier, but you guys don't know what happens when it's like, whether it's FOMO or even in cases where it's like, oh, it's like you get an idea and you want to do something, but do you understand, like, we do this as humans. I do this sometimes too. It's like, but we manufacture scenarios that this is we manufacture a scenario where like the only outcome is doing the thing that's not the smartest. Does that make sense? Where it's like we create these scenarios where it's like, well, now, oh, well, what if I could only do this, and like I will buy more of this, and if this happens, and then I will, and then, oh, I could only trade this much actually, which is the perfect amount to go buy the overhyped thing versus you see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm like, that's where you got to be at. Emotions start running. Well, just be careful of those scenarios. So, like I'm saying, I think it's pretty simple here. It's just like there's a bad seasonality. You have key events coming up. We've already gone through one, and I don't know if it produced the reaction that was expected. It's still good, but look around. You see how it played out. We have one more catalyst here, and then it leads into 2-3 weeks until Powell again. But it's like we're going to have a lot of movement here. So if you see an opportunity today, it's like, what do you think is going to happen in the next 2 to 3 weeks? But then even without like having to predict or anything, it just keep in mind, it's like if the prices are hitting 52-week lows, yearly lows, the question of when to buy now, I would be guiding and looking for the guidance of your portfolio. You should be seeing how you are positioned, because if you have a lot of cash and you have not bought in anything, this would be a great time to buy things that are very, very low, or at least start with a little bit and start nibbling. But if you have already bought in things at the end of last year, all throughout this year, and your cash values are low, these discounts aren't going to help your positioning as you think. And that's why I think chill. So be wise, but you got to apply this to your personal situation. But I definitely think it's just, you don't have to overthink it. How much cash do you have? Like, what I'm saying, if you buy today, what will you be able to do September, October, November, December? And then we're still going to get a shit show in January. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm thinking several steps ahead, because yes, these prices are very attractive. However, what about in September, then October, November? So I'm thinking ahead. My cash values are low. I'm already investing. If I would September, October, if I keep stacking by then, I don't care what the prices are, because if it bounces up, I get all of that money back, and then we start running up again. If it doesn't, then I will have 4 times the amount of cash, and that means everything's lower than where it's at now, and then there's already 52-week lows on some areas. So it's golden. But that's why I'm like, I wouldn't push it. So this is, it's all tempting, but it's very tempting. But at the same time, it's like, just think a couple steps ahead and drive slow, homie. Put them hazard lights on when you see them. You never know, homie. Manisa, homie, you need to pump your brakes to drive slow, homie. But like I'm saying, if you have cash, though, you don't need to pump your brakes. You've been doing that for 12 months. I mean, in a weird way, this conversation should be addressing almost everybody in here. Because, like, you saw it, like, how many people wanted to buy when things were up, and then how many people when things are up and everything's going crazy, they're like, oh, man, why didn't I buy? So it's like, hello, this is for the people who, if all you did was buy bill and hold cash and hold bonds, and you see 52-week lows today or, like, good value plays, like, you could nibble a little bit. You could take 10, 20% of your safety position and start getting in there. Like, this was your opportunity. However, if you already got to buy the dip and ride the wave, and now you got a little bit of cash and you're going to come into cash, it's like, dude, why would you be buying anything right now? Even if it's like, look around, it's all going there. It's like you could either be in a win-win scenario in the future, or you could throw the money out now and then just leave yourself up to the whims of the market. So if you're stacking bill, you should have green light on all these plays. You have green light on Disney, on PayPal. Again, because I'm not saying you're going to buy it all today, but it's like that's a great place to start now. And then value plays that are even worse value now, oh my goodness, great. That's what I would do. But if you already got to ride it and you got cash in the future coming and you got a little today, you're set up to where let the opportunity come to you. Any price you would sell Disney in the long term? No, zero. I would sell the stock at zero, and I wouldn't even sell it because I couldn't sell it. Disney, I'm gonna give that to my kid, and he's either gonna like it or I'm gonna be like, yeah, we thought this shit was gonna hit one day, but now you got like 1 million of them, so have fun. It was either this or rice. So, I feel it's an age-old company. That's it. I have many names in my portfolio like that. I'm not getting rid of them. If Joe Biden and the rest of these guys haven't got rid of them, why would I? Seriously. Like, that's it. That's my you know how much shit I talk in all of this. I've done very well, but at the same time, bro, a lot of my things I say and belief, it's like the only way I'm aligned is with my portfolio, and I own the stuff the richest people in the world are going to own. Again, there's still value as price. Again, throughout years, things will move and do all that, but long term, I mean, I am going to hold on to Disney. From the top, I was just talking about it, dude. Maybe I jinxed it. I was just saying we haven't gone above the level. Then we hit it, and then now you jumped from the top rope. He finally got to climb. The last time he climbed to the top rope, that he hasn't climbed yet. That's what I'm saying. He was climbing up, but he wasn't reaching the top rope, man. Do you realize who you're asking? Yeah, and it's just like, you got to start asking questions. Why? Like, I believe things I believe off of, like, I don't know. Once you prove a principle to me, I'm a believer in really things that show me something. And that's why I'm just saying, like, look at the history of holding on to assets. Look at the people who also own these assets. It's like, you should be ready to, like, you should want to hold these till you die. There should be no other option, to be honest with you. Especially if you haven't seen the truth already. It's rigged. You're right, it is, but it's rigged for the owners. That's why I want to teach as many people as possible that, and at the very least, if people who came from a background that I did, if they understand this and understand this early, it will change their lives, and it will at least protect them from the pressures of life as far as finances are concerned, because it's crazy. Like, that's not, dude, look at the price of things. Prices are up there, and like, you protect against this by being an owner. So that's where it's like, you once you realize this truth, And you don't have, it's not just me. Like, you don't have to look at just me. Like, why do other people do this? Like, why am I so hard-headed when it comes to this, you know? Like, why is this a belief that I hold to my core? There's a reason and there's truth behind it. And that's why I'm saying it's just owning these assets. It's part of your freedom. If you know that. And you might be like, well, why? It's honestly, it's conflicting too. If you're like, well, why would I own this company, this? But it's like, you have the right to own things. You have the right to own the land. You have the right to own. And that's why it's like, you should own for the rest of your life. And you want to own some of the biggest companies in the world. And yes, some of them will fail. Some will do amazing, but you want to be an owner. I'm going to fail by being an owner, but I'm not going to fail by not being an owner, if that makes sense. And I would rather fail by owning. I'm going to fail holding a bag rather than failing doing nothing, my brother. You know, so you get what I'm saying? Like, that's just, no matter what, I've believed to the core of my being as a human that is necessary to life, that you will have to own something. Do I think material objects and ownership is the priority and the main thing of life? No. That's why I hold another core belief higher than all of it. But at the same time, whether you believe in anything, I hope you become an owner. And whether, if, again, born into immigrants or you become an owner, like I'm saying, there's certain, whether, I don't know who it hears or not, but once you understand the truth of it, this is not, you understand how key this is. And it is the key to your financial future. So let's begin owning. But that's why certain names, you give me a name. Some names, I could tell you, like in the portfolio, if it's more growth related, I do believe they'll be here, but I don't know. But like, you bring me certain names, and if it's a blue chip name, known from history, owned by history, and owned by all these people that you say are manipulating, do all of them, you know, they own them. They own shares. Again, go look at how much Congress and anybody and their mother owns. It's like the richest families. It's like there's a collective investment. So honestly, my words may go contrary to society at times, but my money does not. I own with the rest of the owners, and that's what you should do too. What if the scam is they make you believe you are an owner? That's why you should own things and own a lot of things and ultimately own something that you could hold. And that does not mean buy gold. It means buy a house. But that's the point. As long as I have something, it doesn't matter what you do. Do you get it? You're missing out. Even if you trick me into something, if I walk away with I still walk away with something. What if they trick me into my houses not being real? Like, it's like I still have these houses. You know what I'm saying? Let's say the Great Depression and maybe stocks go to pennies, but guess what? Maybe penny is worth a lot more now, but I still have these little shares. I have something. I have an item. I have a watch. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, even if that was the case, the idea was hopefully you had something that could give you utility. Even then, if the paper could correlate to value and all I could trade was the paper, I hope it would match up with the value of the times that I'm in. Do you get me? So it all boils down to utility. I mean, I have a lot of water too. That's like, again, there's certain things, but hopefully you get what I'm saying, where it comes down to it. Like, you are not going to be mad owning the proper things. And if you own and buy, damn, is that a 700 price target? Was that the one from the morning? Craig Holliam maintained at buy. Jeez. Never sell Disney. Why did you consider selling MPW? Because they cut their dividend and they were honestly just a lot more. It seemed like they were trying to hide something when you know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed like they were trying to hide something. So that's why I just I wasn't down, and I was like, it's kind of sketchy now. So, especially being more distressed, and it's not Disney. Nobody in here knows what MPW is. Half of them will tell me what the AFFO is. You know, it's just like, it's a much more different play, but like, everybody and their mother, no exaggeration, knows Disney. Everybody on the world, I would argue, knows what Mickey Mouse is, no matter what. It's like, I don't think that's why I would never sell that. No, I'm still in MPW, but they're close to making my shit list. I've Simba tatted on me. Let's go, baby. I still have MPW. I mean, it's still paying us. It's still paying us a very high yield. It's all of it is just disappointing. And like I said, they just acted a little shady. But I'm not like, could have been worse. But then at the same time, I'm like, if I see more shadiness, I'm not gonna say, yeah, let's buy this shit. No, it's like you're stealing my money. So that's at the same time, I do think there's still value, but you gotta extract it. And if management is doing something else, I can't control that. But I can control my investments. So for now, it's still paying me to hold. I think we've taken a little bit of damage but nothing time can't work out. But then again, I'm not gonna buy into a story that doesn't feed me. So that's it. Because again, it was already hard to buy into the value play for a lot of people, but I saw it and I liked it. But I'm not gonna. You gotta perform. I'm not no AMC shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. You do some Adam Aaron shit, bro. I'm gonna Adam Aaron sell that shit, bro. I don't care. Even if the whole world gets mad at me or not, we got $38 a share before a damn split. You know what I'm? So it's the same shit, bro. You do that shit, you're done. And I encourage all of you to act the same. You cut that shit. And I'm not even saying like stock from the long term. I'm saying like do not accept and tolerate that as a shareholder. So your weight only goes so far as retail, but to the degree, you know, you can make good decisions by operating in that time frame. And if you do see management is spending more time trying to like talk to you about what is going to happen than rather than turning the ship around, then I don't fuck with that. Lucid, I don't know. This conversation, I feel like Lucid kind of gets asked as a follow-up somehow with like a lot of other plays, or then maybe I mentioned Snapchat or something, and then people ask me with Lucid, but I like Lucid, but I don't like it. I think it has an opportunity, but at the same time, like, I don't even like the car, so it's fucked for me. Because, like, I didn't even buy Tesla, and I like the Tesla car. I just didn't like the valuation. Like, Lucid, hands down, the value, everything's awful valuation-wise. We don't have to get into that. They have a lot of cash, but at the same time, I don't even like the car. I don't think that Lucid is going to I don't get how anybody believes Lucid is going to compete. It's just so weird. It's a super overpriced Lincoln Town Car with a battery. And it's just like, even then, that design now is already 3-4 years old. And then there's just so many other vehicles that are cheaper. Like, again, my problem, it's not like I don't like EV. I like EVs that are affordable. I hope none of you ever get that twisted. That's why I'm just saying, you guys got to realize most of these cars that are like, Josh, would you buy this EV? You are asking me to buy an electric vehicle that is almost 6 figures, almost all of them. So fuck you. I would never buy any of those. I like the Kia at $30,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, even I think used Tesla is cheaper than a Camry, bro. Even a new one with the right tax write-offs. Like, I like cheap, affordable EV, but I'm a big fan of that. But it's like, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather buy a G-Wagon. I'd rather buy balling ass cars rather than an EV for the same price. You have me fucked up if you think I'm dropping $100,000 and it's not a really nice car with an engine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Yeah, Mach-E, if you got it at 45, that's a great car. Again, I think the average Mach-E sells for like 67,000. Like, no, bro. I would rather get a nicer car for 60, even 60, higher 60s, higher 70s is a lot of money. I'm just saying, put it in the Prius price tag, put it in the Camry price tag, 30s, even high 30s is just like, I think that's your limit, bro. Maybe 40s for an EV, tops. 45, like I'm saying, if it's like brand new, you know what I'm saying? You get a write-off too. No, gas cars are not 40 plus, bro. Just unfortunately, that's just not again, I know prices are high, but like, I'm just saying, if you ask me about a premium electric car, I'd rather take so many more premium like models. That's all. Electric high end is a premium product. You have to realize that. Lucid, what is rich people shit more than a Lucid? Tell me. And and rich people don't even like it. That's what I'm telling you. I don't even like it. I know a lot of people who will never buy a Lucid. They own cars. They've owned cars their whole life. So honestly, that's it. If you've owned cars your whole life and like you're really into cars and you have that money, you're never going to buy a Lucid. You maybe, if you have Bugatti money, you might just get one in the fleet just because, but it's like it's not really a car that attracts people in that same way. And it's a premium product. So cheap cars, yeah, but that's why I think Lucid has the issue. But like, yeah, bro, I'm just looking for best. These are, I don't know if they're used or not. These are 40 grand. These are the cheap. Damn, that's 25 grand. Yeah, bro. And all of these are used, but I'm like, these are way more affordable. Let me see one with low miles. Yeah, bro, 50, that's brand new. 49, 39,000 for a brand new Tesla. That is better. Like, that's what I could understand that. That makes sense to me, but like 70, 80, 90, 100,000, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Ultra Boost dividend? Woo! So wait, the yield goes up then, I think. What's it paying out? 98 cents a share? No, so it's probably paying 4. Is that a quarter? $3.92 divided by 9% now. That brings them to 9. Yeah, like 9.1 if you round it up. So again, if you look at it on paper right now, it's telling you 8.7. So you get extra 0.5%. So technically at this price, you're getting 9%, 9.1. Did they die in October? Nah. I like it though. I've been saying this is the one I really want. I've wanted this from the beginning of the year. But it's just like we've been waiting at the price. Now you got the divvy increase. The price isn't as low, so you miss out on the 50, literally the 50 cents. It's like the same thing as buying this on the lows almost. But then that's it. Just if it drops, you get a little bit more clapped. I think drip is the way to go, always. The compounding is just unreal. And like I'm saying, just after enough time, that's where your long term is just going to kill it for you. Let's see. Vizio good. It's good, but I don't know if I buy it in the long term. It sucks. Well, I need to check their valuation. They may be a buyout candidate. is it? Yeah. I'm running the dividend calculator. It's either wait or not. New low. Sounds like you're tossing around gold coins. Huh? Nope. I'm clicking around. I'm looking at TD Ameritrade. I'm seeing if I'm running numbers because I want MO cheaper. But you have XDivvy coming up. Let's see, it might be better on the plat. Doo-doo-doo. No. Thoughts on Apple? I don't know, because they hit that 180 yesterday and they were down so long, bro. That just did not work. So it's hard to say. Where is it? Okay, let's see the long term. How are you, my friend? Not too bad. Big account back down 3. Small account still up 3. Loves it. Bill, you have 450 on the small account. Yeah. Get small divvy increase. Oh, this is before the end of the month too. You got 36 on the MO. What do you mean? Oh, Danny did? I was like, what do you mean? 36? That's great. Okay, SPY still going lower. We're going down. I'm shopping. I'm seeing how if this works or growth, but then, like I said, I want to wait. Escalator down. No, we've talked about Disney and all that. I was saying all day how I don't want to buy anything. So now I'm looking because the Altria thing kind of just changed. The Divi, the valuation's a little different right now. So that's why I'm like, ugh. Okay. There's your boy. Yeah. Taking a loan. All right. I think I'll do it. I have to. No, 29. Let me see the bill. I'm just selling the bill for now. All right. I'll have the cash ready. What time is it? It's 10:20. I don't even know how much that gets us. Damn it. Okay, so that'll be 6 for the small. I'm doing it. I'm buying for the long term. Kind of reluctantly, and I still think it could work against me. I'm not doing all the cash, but I'm down with it. I think we could do a little better, but I'm nibbling, and then I honestly think the yield just changes it now, just slightly. I was saving. Again, I went for Altria. That's the best one I wanted. That's the thing. That is the one I wanted. Yeah, I'm adding it in Sisters too. I sold half of the bill, so it's one deposit. I put in 23 or 2,700. So one deposit on Altria, and then all accounts. I just grabbed it on Sisters too. 15 on Colt Sister, because she had more cash. That's what inspired me. So Colt Sister, I bought more on that one. I forgot. They increased the dividend, but pretty much it's like the same price now. It's like this. It's 9% yield. Yesterday it wasn't yielding. Remember when I was looking, I literally was waiting for 9%. Literally, 9%, and then what's it called? 11. So we'll see. But as it was dropping yesterday, that's why I was like, nah. What price? 43.10. Yeah, it's a. Oh, don't tell me that's higher than the first time. Yeah, my first position was at 41, and then we had another average at 50. That's why. So this one's gonna balance out the high average. I like it. I think it'll work out. Good old Altria. So 4310, 62 shares. I just bought MO for the long term. 6 for the small account. I bought 15 for Colt's sister because she had half of her account in cash. So I figured I'd get a little bit more. I did 30%, so she still has another $1,000 left on a $6,000 account remaining. So she still has a lot of cash. That's why I went a little bit more there, and then I did 1 deposit worth on both accounts. It sucks, but I mean, now in the next week, I waited 3 weeks, but unfortunately now I'm going to have the same cash balance in a couple weeks. So I hope you're more patient. So in a weird way, we had that whole conversation on waiting today, and then I end up doing this after that. But like, sadly, this just means we're going to wait even longer. Because you guys were asking when I was going to buy something, and now I did, and it's not any of the stocks anybody mentioned. But now, it's like, now you've really got to wait. So we will see, my friend. We will see. Oh, NVIDIA, they came back down here a little. I've been wanting it all year. That's why I said I'm just going to nibble. I'm not throwing it all in, and we still, like, there's still other plays that I want, but, like, I just figured if I look back at it again, I'm going to be mad. Because that's what happened all year last year. Every one of the drops, I would be waiting, and everything was dropping, but then I just never would take it. So now I was like, let me grab one finally. Oh, there it is. There's your long-term text. And think about it, too. Their ex-dividend is coming up, right? So I think you have 2 weeks. But if the dividend yield is 9, that means you get paid 4.5% for 6 months. So in a weird way, the yield yearly beats the bonds by double. But then even on like a 6-month scale, it should be equivalent to Bill. A little bit lower than Bill. You're 1% lower than Bill on a 6-month time frame. Spiral. Yeah, and this time even the chips, remember, they would kind of be inverse. Even AMD. AMD gave up real quick. Oh, even dude, Disney's about to break 83. I forgot I'm still in those. At like 40 cents. Walgreens at 25. The dividend yield is lower. So even in, like I'm saying, as far as even competing, Altria has been stable, but then like I'm saying, just like look at it, the yield is pretty much up there. So at the very least, in terms of competition, this thing at 9%, if this keeps selling off, it gets too high. So they might be able to combat the bond yields rising, but either way, we've already held this company for 3 years, and it's literally either gone up 5%, gone down 5%, and then just paid you dividends as it grows. So yeah, finally long term. Wasn't what you expected, was it? Now you know. After a day of telling you to wait and wait and wait, I did not wait, and I went with the one thing nobody asked me about. I love it though. I'm glad though. I feel kind of happy. I'm like, I like my cash, bro. I like my cash. It took me a couple weeks to part with it, but 9% yield was my selling point. That's it. It hit 9. Again, it didn't hit 9% the other day because the dividend was not raised. And then Disney's now flushing through. Close Rite Aid, cover call for profit, resell the CC when it goes up. I was thinking about it, and I will do that, but I'm going to do it when the stock moves up, because after a move like that, what's going to happen is on the next bounce for Rite Aid, the options aren't going to move up with it. So I'm hoping that's where if we do get a bounce, we could cover the covered calls for a good gain, let more time decay on them, and then we see what's up. And then if we want to get out with whatever the profit or loss is, or if we want to double down, we go from there. So that's it. Played the first move, got hit, but wait for the second round, because on that pop, the next pop on Rite Aid, I think the covered calls that's where we're supposed to get, where we monetize them. I added MO to the long term. All accounts, Colt Sister, small account, big account, 1 deposit, so I didn't go crazy. I still got a little bit of cash and a deposit on the way, but I had to do it. I had to do it. The monthly deposit on the small account is $270. It started at $200, and I think we raised it 10% every year. And then the big account's at $2,700 as well. And then Colt Sister is at $200 flat, and that has not gone up or been raised. So they should be about the same. It's all pretty much same idea, just all scalable. One is 10 times bigger, and then we have the small ones. Why monthly versus weekly? Just less work. I'm all about making it easy. You know, you have to do anything too crazy. They raised the dividend, but it's not anything big. It's a 4% rise, but I just ran the numbers real quick at the price. It's a 9.1% yield now. So, and then ex-divvy is in a couple of weeks, I think. Would I buy it at 484? I would buy it to trade it, but I'm not throwing it in the long term. The best way to find ex-dividend is TD Ameritrade. You telling me you've never witnessed this? Not once, Nicholas? You've never witnessed it? It's super easy. TD Ameritrade, you just type in the ticker on the portfolio, and then you go down here, and then it'll tell you the ex-dividend date. So they just announced theirs today. That's why you don't really get the whole thing. You can't Google it, but this is age old. So if you have TD Ameritrade, just put it into the trade like an option chain and click down, and then it's literally, if it doesn't update, you got to infer it. So like on Altria, it says June 14th. So it's going to be every 3 months. So September 14th, give or take. But MO just announced their ex-dividend right now. That's why they announced the raise. See, that's the dividend declaration. So payable October 10th to shareholders on September 15th. So September 14th is ex-dividend. COVID lows on. That'd be another 3%. So maybe, but you have to answer that. This is all momentum. There's no catalyst. So it's already down 3.5%. I think it'd be another 3% to hit 80. But, I mean, at this rate, all day, dude, the flush is real. I took a play on it, but, again, like I'm saying, if you're not willing to take the beating on these now, like, the flush is very, very real. It reminds me of December 2022 or 2021, leading into 2022, where you had the crazy back and forth, and then Powell, and then the market was like non-responsive, responsive, and then you just flushed. But then it was the flush was backed up by Powell confirming it all. Writer's strike ends next week. That could be it. Why Disney, again, and ironically enough, Disney benefited from the writer's strike because they stopped spending money. Yeah, Jackson Hole is 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow, so you don't have to wait too long for anything. You're actually going to get whatever happens pre-market, get Tokyo CPI, and then that's it. Rolex to buy watch retailer Boucherer. A major tie-up in the closely held luxury watch industry will give it more control of how watches are sold. It's a 135-year-old watch retailer. They'll keep their name and continue to run their business. Damn, son. Emerging market banks? Oh, I have not looked. I mean, are you talking about the Buffett one in Brazil? Maybe Japan. That would be the best bet. But other than that, I really, even banks here, you got to be kind of picky with them. So I haven't thought of emerging market banks. EU banks are scary. Yeah. Do we assume? Yeah, they just announced it. So Altria announced their dividend right now. They said we're going to pay on October 15th. Shareholders as September 15th, which means ex-divvy is September 14th. And then they raised it by 4.3%. So September 14th is the ex-divvy. I like Nike too. That's the one. Again, MO has just been MO. It just hasn't moved in a weird way. If it dies, that'd be unfortunate if there's any volatility. But like the last couple of years, it's just like if it goes lower, you get a high yield. It's great. If it runs up, it may stay there. You don't buy it there, but it's just like, man, it's been stable. So if that changes, though, we're in for a problem. I do like them a lot more. For other reasons, again, I think they have a high payout ratio. That's not why I like them, but I know they have a lot of things they can monetize. So I don't think money is an issue for them. Let me even check didn't we go over the debt profile before? Powell, 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, 30 minutes after the bell, I believe. You might hear updates prior to that, just like today we saw some speakers from Jackson Hole, but – yeah, that's definitely the time we're looking for. 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, 30 minutes after the bell, I believe. You might hear updates prior to that, just like today we saw some speakers from Jackson Hole, but – yeah, that's definitely the time we're looking for. 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, 30 minutes after the bell, I believe. You might hear updates prior to that, just like today we saw some speakers from Jackson Hole, but – yeah, that's definitely the time we're looking for. Where is it? Use of cash. Yeah, their interest has always been the same. So that hasn't gone too crazy. Again, damn, they pay out double. So even the last 10 years, the dividend has doubled up. I don't know if you could see it as much. Their debt, pretty much debt payments, solid. Over the last 10 years, they're paying about $1 billion a year in interest. And then they pay down anywhere from $1 to $10 billion of debt. They still got $14 billion in cash. Or that's at least what they start with. And then after it all, dividends, everything. Free cash flow, $8 billion. After everything, you wind up with $4 billion. But yeah, even the debt. It's like their debt hasn't gone up as of late, or at least interest expense. Let's pause tomorrow. Market off the bottom a little bit. What time is it? It's 10:40. Oh my gosh, Chatadonia. Oh, I didn't pump it up again. You went right below 4,400 again, but you're getting a little bit. Honestly, this could die in a second, though. I'm honestly kind of using NVIDIA as a gauge here, but all the other names are just in the swirly drain. Not too crazy. And then, Brian, I didn't get an email from you. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. No the. God bless America. And email me properties, Chad. If they're on market, those are a little less. Those are like different unless there's something really special about them. But yeah, if you want to sell me a house, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here. How do we find off market? A lot of Chads, they've been just seeing houses in their even abandoned houses. Or if you see anything, just the worst house, you talk to homeowners. There's a lot of Chads working different jobs. And somebody sent me an email today about they go to houses and just talk to the homeowners. If you even work on houses, you'd be surprised. I mean, obviously, I hope it's a natural conversation, but there's a lot out there. And just to give you an idea, you might think there's no houses available, but I think 40% of the houses in America are paid off. Those are all potential houses that would be off market and would be willing to sell for, good deals, because they could still sell it with a lot of repair value, make a huge profit, and then leave some for the next guy. Answer me? No. Like the video. Thank you. Man, Amazon. Remember, Amazon was always Netflix. That was the one. Am I trying to find deals or pay fair market value? I'm trying to find properties that need work. So preferably a deal, or if it doesn't need work, if someone needs me to do it. But I mean, fair market value is that's a very subjective thing. So I'm not. If you want top dollar listed on the market, I will tell you what the house is worth. I don't ask anybody who's ever emailed me anything or worked with me on it. It's just I'll tell you what I think it's worth, and I'll tell you what I'm willing to pay for it. But it's very, very simple. I won't waste your time. If you see your neighbor just sold for $500,000 and you want $500,000, you should list your house and sell it. That no investor of my nature, or even worse than me, they're not really going to try to buy your house if you want top dollar and you're willing to go through all those steps to do it, or you have it locked down. That's totally normal. And I even I recommend a lot of people do that. I'd say 80% of the leads that I get, they're natural leads, and I tell people, I just say, you probably shouldn't sell it to me, and they don't. They go and they do what I tell them to do. You know what I'm saying? They make more money. So it's super, super simple. Should have kept your house you sold last year. There's a couple. I mean, I buy and I sell a lot every year. So there's a couple where I sold for a gain and I could have got more. And I'm like, man, I should have kept it. But then there's some too where I'm like, I'm glad. There's some I didn't want to buy, and I'm glad I ended up buying it. So again, I have a pretty extensive portfolio, but I'm just saying I buy a lot of things, but too at the same time, I'll tell you what the game is. It's very, very simple. It's like special deals for the real estate. But if you need to sell your house, if you want me to just tell you what it's worth, I got you. But sell it. You need to sell to me. Email me. You need a co-real estate agent. We got that too. It's beautiful. What's your criteria for selling? You know my criteria. When would I ever sell anything? Especially a house. Why would I sell a house? My buddy listed his for $499, ended up taking $389 after a month on the market. Well, yeah, that's like, again, it's not as if whatever you think the market is too, it's just like, but take it. But there's a time. Some people end up spending more time and getting less money regardless, but it all depends. Yalla, you know, Habibi. If I sell anything, it's usually to buy something else. So it's to buy other properties. So what I was doing is I was taking profits on houses that, one, I would either have to do more work on them, and I was like, why, if I made a fat investment on it or a fat return and I haven't thrown any money into it, why would I if I didn't have to? So I monetized those, I sold those, and then instead of having them like one property worth like 1.5, 2 million, I took it to the east. And then that's it. And then I put some money into Bill, and then I would then slowly just kept putting it back into the east. But for the most part, I bought more houses with it. I bought a lot more houses. I increased my units substantially, but the valuations should relatively be the same. So I have more units, same, slightly a little bit more real estate value now. And they're all houses with cheaper price points. So like that's why I've been saying I think there's a lot better returns there. Are you typically putting down? It depends. So especially like even with if you want to buy, like, I don't know. I'm maybe talking to my California people here. But like if you were going to buy like $1 million house, you could legitimately get 10 houses in another part of America, or maybe 5 houses, right? So you don't even have to get a loan on every single one of them. Like what you could do, pretty much you could do a package loan essentially. So that's why in some cases it depends how many properties it is and what it's backed by. But the down payment ranges range anywhere from 0% all the way up to 20, 25%. Sometimes they've asked me for more money on certain projects, but I didn't go ahead and do those because then they were too risky. Yeah. So, but even then, financing, I mean, even when things got bad, even during SVB, it wasn't an issue. But for the most part, it's like access to capital is not the problem. You know, that's what I told. So I've been telling a lot of people the difference between you and your grandparents in terms of buying real estate is your access to credit is so much more easier, even though the prices are so much more higher. How is more money down riskier? No, like the lender deemed the property as more riskier. So they wanted me to put down more money. And I said it's not worth it to put up that much cash up front and then pay the rest of the note at the interest rate. And then it's like I could do a lot more with that money. So I ended up not doing it, and those were the more sketchier properties, the ones that needed more work or had more commercial elements. You have NVIDIA on all 4 charts right now. Yeah. You're like the first one to notice in like 2 minutes. I wanted to see what would happen. Because Justin said something about the 2 NVIDIAs. So I was just waiting till somebody said something. Where is a Disney? 82.70. You go every quarter at a time. The roulette and is good. I think I learned from you is patience. It's good. Patience is great. It is, but we talked about it the other day, man. I said something about Joseph, and someone was like, "Josh, that analogy hit." But you got to go through every moment, even if you know something. That's the crazy part. You could know what's gonna happen, and you still have to live through the moment till you get there. It's a wild concept, bro. It's a wild concept. That's like destiny. Knowing destiny but getting to your destiny. Oh my gosh. It's a wild. It'd be a good movie. It'd be a good TV show. You know, writer's strike, hire me, or Disney, Netflix. Let me. Clap. Is it because I said Netflix? Record it, record it, record it, record it, record it, record it. Record it and send it. That's it, Chad. Please, I'm telling you. Record it and send it. I'm telling, dude. Oh wow, Suave is dying now on that calendar. On that calendar, or on the chart. Why I call it a calendar? Your stream got cut out. I know, but it's weird because I'm simultaneously at multiple places on the same connection. So again, your stream should not have that happen every day consistently, constantly. But again, if you don't videotape it and record it, send me evidence, then you're going to deal with that for the rest of your life. And let's see, Kiwi. I'm seeing your friends. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. That's wild. And it still says it's a hot home on Zillow. So the house is listed at $449. And this is why, I don't know. I tell people the value of their houses sometimes, but I'm like, dude, I don't get it. Because like if Zillow and Redfin fucks with people, especially when the market gets heated up. Because he's telling me right now this house is listed at $449. Zillow says it'll sell faster than 87% of homes. But he's saying it's under contract for $380. That's a huge difference. But then your boy bought it for $290. So honestly, your boy made a good profit on it. I don't know. Let me do a rough comp on it. It's smaller, new. I think it's a fair price. The property looks not. Honestly, I think it's a fair price because he's a little smaller. Like he could have got a little bit more, but his size is weird. IBM to participate in 235 Series D of Hugging Face. That was the guy you heard earlier when I went to the bathroom. That crypto dude, or the open source. That was the IBM guy. He's rid of his outstanding debt and restarting. Yeah, I think if the market ticks up a little bit, he'll get a lot. He could get a lot more. But like even if you look at some of the recent sales too, honestly, I think he's coming away with a good deal. It's not bad, especially if they're doing it fast enough and it's working out for him. I think it's a fair deal. He's getting a $100K profit, selling it decently quickly, but he still have to wait that month. But then now, it's not like. His property is kind of smaller, so not bad. Email though, email it to me. I didn't even know Twitch has a PM thing, So I don't go. I literally, I don't even log. I don't go on the Twitch website ever. I do everything through the OBS. So like Twitch has like a OBS. I have like a chat, and then I have everything else there. So I'm just saying. So I don't Twitch. I'm kind of out the game. Oh, David. Damn, bro, you stole this, bro. Did you listen to me? Or were you just ahead of the game? He bought in January 2021, 130 grand. Comps out. Everything 200. I think your house is worth like 230 if it's in good condition. Honestly, your house is a little bigger. It might be worth more. You have a fucked up comp. Somebody just sold their house down the street for 90 grand. So that literally fucked up your comp, but it's honestly not in too bad a condition. Let me see one more. Yeah, I think you could get 200 grand for that house easy. Maybe 230, 250. But that's for David. He sent me a house in SC. I would rent it. Honestly, I think you got in cheap enough. If you don't have to sell it, you bought it at the most perfect time. I would just rent it. That's a great portfolio one. And then it'll be easier to cash out because the mortgage payment on that house is probably what, $800 maybe. You'll be able to rent that out in like very, very easy. I don't know the area, but the lower the mortgage rate, the easier it is. Just because it's comparable down the street, it doesn't mean it's comparable. Thank you. Yeah, that was the exact same house. Like same square footage, 100 square footage lower, setup, acreage, lot. But yes. How much he want? You try and buy it from him? I'd tell him not to sell it to you. I would say if you don't need the money, don't sell that house, David. I think it's solid. That's easy to make it pay for itself. Wait, QE, why do you want your mom to sell this condo? This thing's dope. This thing's actually really dope. And it has a view, bro. She wants to retire early. How old is she? Because if she likes that house, just tell her to reverse mortgage it when she's 60. That's a nice house, honestly. I think she could get that thing look like 550, 600. Similar units there, but honestly, maybe even more. If it has a nice view. Your comment about off market got deleted. Nobody deleted anything. It'll be passed down. Even if she does a reverse mortgage, you could still keep the house. There's a lot of things, but the idea would be if she wanted to retire early, you'd have to be 62 to qualify. But like, if she already has good equity in the house and it's a property that could appreciate and she likes, it's like she could live in there with no payment, and then it'll obviously eat into some of the equity. But by that time, if you do inherit it, I mean, you could still take the property. Either sell or put on the deed. I don't know, though, but I don't know about sell unless you got to realize, because she's at the age in between, like, even before she's 60, it's still a couple of years. So it's like, if you sell that house and do not lock down a solid living situation for her, it's going to fucking suck. I promise you. I've seen a lot of people do this. Again, I've seen people sell. They had a property. It was good. Market was doing good. And then they were like, oh, I'm going to sell this. And then I think I'll go and do this. But it's like, it was like in between times. And then they end up selling the house. They go about X plan or whatever it may be, retiring. But again, you still got to live somewhere. And then before you know it, it's like 3-4 years later, you might be wanting to be in the same place. So You just got to make sure you lock that down and understand, like, realistically, you have to figure out where she's going to live for the next 5 years before selling that house. Because if you're trying to sell it and capitalize on it, because in 5 years, there's a way to do it where you could live in the house for free practically, legitimately. So that's why it's like, otherwise, she better have her next 5 years figured out from 55 to 61 of where she's going to live, because then once you sell that egg, there's no going back. And if rents keep going up or they stay around these levels, that money could bleed out, you know, $20,000, $50,000 a year in rent. It does the same thing. So it's a nice property. I'm actually surprised. You got ocean or water view, everything. It's good. It has value. So that's why she'd have to really lock down, which is, unless she wants to live somewhere else, that's how you do it. That's how you do it with the older people as well too. It's very simple. I don't know if she wants to retire in Florida, but if there's somewhere cheaper she can move to, or most people go to Arizona or Texas. So that's, I don't, there's different retirement places all around the world, but the simple logic is you sell for 600, 700, and then take that and go buy a house cash for 3 in one of the other areas. And then you kick it. Now you have a house paid off, and now you retire early, then take the rest of the money and then do whatever you want. Your mom had that. She moved too quick. Got up in regards to renting, limited income. Trying hard to help, but I'll be burning myself too. Yeah, it's very, it happens. So that's honestly, it's part of why we have the fucked up market that we have. But it's just, I see it a lot. I see it way too much in real estate, where it's like you get the gain and you see the gain on your property and everyone's like, oh, fuck yeah. And then they just dump their house and they're like, woohoo, I made this money. Now what I'm going to do? But then it's like they go about the plan, but then if it's not executed the same way, or again, if it revolves around renting, it's temporary. And then now it's just like, Zillow offers 1% down payment to eligible buyers. I'm like, what? What's happening right now? Zillow. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I feel like that'd be bearish for them. Last time they got into buying and shit, it did not turn out good. But that's it. If you are going to sell any property, especially one that you live in, what you have, like I'm telling you, just think about what you're going to do with the money. And if it's for your parents or anything and it revolves around retirement, just plan ahead. You have to really think like 5 years in advance. It depends. Again, in that case, there's a specific timing, but hopefully you know what's up with it. Where it's just like because everything is temporary once you start renting. Oh, yeah, we didn't do any push, and it's 11, bro. Chad, we need push-ups. All right, Chad. Yeah, get your body up. Get moving. Let's do some push-ups. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Was that cool? Did my voice get progressively louder? Because I just looked at the microphone and I raised my desk and the mic came to me. See, it's still rising. I could put it low. I think I could go further away. I'm not even moving. I'm going further away from you. It's too much? Nothing, no such thing as too much. If the video went up at 2, you wouldn't say too much. Here, I'm coming back. Let's go. Get the body moving. Relax the eyeballs. Blink a few times. Blink, 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 blink. Stare at the object far away. There you go. Relax the shoulders, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. You try to remind. I didn't look over at the Twitch, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie to you. I was not looking. I missed it. I'm sorry. Buying raw land. No. Do push-ups and we'll talk more about anything you'd like. Honestly, I'm done with real estate now. I forgot. It's damn Thursday and you got me talking about real estate. You should have went to Call Real Estate yesterday, bro. WeWork chief says company negotiating with landlords as they seek to avoid bankruptcy. BlackRock Brigade and King Street hold early talks about WeWork's future. Oh, I'm doing the 35s, bro. These things are heavy. Is there decay on futures? Not really, but the decay is up front. So you're paying for your decay up front. When you buy the futures right when they start, there's the front month contract and then another one. And the front month is cheaper than the other one. So what ends up happening is by expiration of the future, when it's time that they expire, if it's not around that price, and then there was a gap when you purchased it, that's the theta that you experience for the most part. Oh, I got a resistance. Oh. Hold on. Trying to. Yeah, you get charged up front for things. I gotta still do these, bro. Oh. Man, dude, I'm sore, Chad. This gym, this no caffeine thing, bro, is weird as hell. And even salads, bro, I don't know. Otherwise, I'm hyped. But I am sore as shit right now. This is awful. Oh. Man, oh man. All right. I'm doing some like sideways leans. You know, you got the weight, doing the little like, what are those called? You hold the weight and then you like lean for the sides and the hips. I don't know. It's push-up time, Chad. I don't know. I feel like some of you like looking at me weird. I can see you looking at me weird with your leg tucked in, kicking your balls right now as you lean towards the mouse, bro. You ain't even fixed your posture and you staring at me making all the noises. Uh-huh. I see you too, bro. I see you too. All right, that's it. I'm still standing, though. But, Chad, the day has flown by. All day of nothing. Honestly, if NVIDIA is going to move now, I better start doing it. I guess we still have 2 hours, but, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. That's it. It's 2 hours left in the day. SPY literally gave up everything. I think the NASDAQ's up 0.5%. Oh, my goodness. I feel like I'm part of your thoughts. You ever think about that? I don't think I'm part of your thoughts, but I don't know. Lately, I've been seeing clips of the Chads and like you guys have been sending me stuff and just everything, bro. And it's honestly like, it's so weird. I think it's just it's crazy that like there's some people all over the world and like I can make somebody smile, bro. I can make somebody's day. It really means the world to me, bro. And that's really what it comes down to, because it's honestly a trip when you think about it. It's crazy. Somebody tag me in it. I'm gonna give you the tag, the comment too, man. It's just like, bro, like seeing it a part of people's like daily routines, and like I don't realize it. Like that's the thing I'm trying to like. I don't really. It's like when I take a step back and really think about it, it blows my mind, man. And that's what it really is about, because it's like, dude, wow, it's an honor, bro. It's an honor. So I don't think I'm in your thoughts, but I'm glad to be here, bro. Glad to be here. But just do your push-ups now. That's it. That's it, man. Just do your push-ups. That's all you got to do. Josh feels like, oh, Graham, how you doing, man? This guy had a crazy surgery. He's like, I'm good, man. I'm good. You good, man? Best trap over love. Every day since first TOT, the first one. Oh, pickle juice. I've heard that for cramps. But, dude, I get mad sore. That's it. I've had too many salads and too little caffeine. But the caffeine stuff's good. Like, don't they say you break a habit in 2 weeks? Because that means, like, I think after this, I have 2 more days, bro. I've gone straight 2 weeks almost now with, like, no, this was, like, the first full week. Or no, last week was the first full week. The week before that, I had, like, a sip of it. But I'm like, oh, dude, this is great. It was hard to do. It was. I told you the weirdest thing I had was like a weird back pain, but I don't know if that was it. I'm getting sore. I do think I need more protein, but I do eat a lot. But either way. Or so we'll see. I've been here since Josh sold the Apple call that went in the money for more than I could ever think of. And you're like, this is it. This is where this is where I want to be. Stock lending is just they use your stock to give it to shorts and you get paid interest. Just another Robinhood thing. It's existed for a long time, but they kind of popularized it more with the whole short ladder attack stuff and then just trying to make interest on everything. Have you had your teeth checked? What? No, but I need to go to the dentist. But like, what? I've been lifting 13 years. You need to eat your body weight in grams every day minimum. I eat close to it. I think I'm like just under it every day in protein. But like, it's stupid. It's like, I don't want to be. I hate soreness, bro. I love it and hate it at the same time. It's a long story. And then I think I'm going to go pee and get me a drink. I don't even know if I have any non-caffeinated beverages. I hope so. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Nikki Haley. You guys want to listen to a Republican? Yeah, Josh. Okay. Sure. I won't fight you. No, don't play it. Oh, why? You don't want to hear it? No, play it. Okay, I just got to go pee, man. It's not. Okay, follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. I'll be right back.
Life expectancy. Instead of cost of living increases, we do it based on inflation. We limit the benefits on the wealthy, and we expand Medicare Advantage plans.
What's the right age there then, Ambassador?
Well, I think we have to do the numbers. We've got to figure out what it is. But what we do know is 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that. We need to do it according to life expectancy.
You raised your hand last night when asked if you would support the Republican nominee. Of course, if that ended up being someone else, I know you're running for president here. But if Donald Trump is responsible for adding $8 trillion to the national debt, how could you support him again for another administration?
Well, first of all, I don't think Donald Trump's going to win the nomination. I think I'm going to win the nomination. And secondly, I think that we have to focus on the fact that anybody is better than a President Kamala Harris. I mean, you look at the socialism creep that Biden and Harris have gotten us into, whether it's the CHIPS Act, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, whether you see all of these subsidies that they're green subsidies that they're doing. They're the ones that have left us into a situation where I don't think our kids are going to forgive us for it.
That was Nikki Haley, former UN ambassador and candidate for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024. And for more on the GOP debate, let's bring in Charles Myers. He's Signum Global chairman and founder. Charles, I wanted to start with Nikki Haley, as well as this idea of her kind of attack here on Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris as well, because we have reported that you in your own home had been fundraising for the vice president. And so when you look at the pitch that Nikki Haley was making, is it compelling to you?
Well, look, I think, Nikki Haley, by the way, last night in the debate, I think did a terrific job. I think was one of the real winners. I think her, ability to stay on point, on message, and really talk policy in a serious way, really showed that she outperformed last night. And I think actually, as we're really one to watch on the campaign trail, I think her attacks on Vice President Harris are to be expected. In the end, Vice President Harris is far more popular with the Democratic base than her national approval rating would suggest. And I think that as this campaign goes forward, we're going to see a lot more from the vice president. And I think we're going to people will change their opinion on her. But again, Nikki Haley, I think it was fair game last night. I think she did more broadly, more generally, a very good job in the debate.
You saw a lot of popularity around Vivek Ramaswamy as well, for example, and you saw a lot of biting attacks to him on stage last night from Mike Pence, from Chris Christie. But how much does that actually matter at the end?
Yeah, look, I think on the debate last night, it was, really highly entertaining and, pretty feisty and as expected. But there was some real policy discussed as well, whether it was on abortion, Ukraine, the economy, climate change. So I do think it was
I want to chime in at so many parts. I'm just listening. I'm going to just listen.
In large part, but also some real substance from Mike Pence, from Nikki Haley. I would also throw in there, DeSantis trying. But anyway, so on the performative part, Vivek was introducing himself to the American people for the first time and really wanted to get as much attention as possible. And frankly, given that he's got no political track record and, it has really nothing to lose, he can just say anything he wants. And he's really running, I think, to be President Trump's vice president. I don't think he's going to win the nomination. I think that he's going to get a bit of a bump after last night, but pretty soon the media is going to begin to do what they always do, which is tear him down. So I expect the tear down of Vivek to be pretty brutal. And I do not expect him to get the nomination, but I think he did a decent job last night.
So from where you sit and where President Trump sits, former President Trump that is, did Ramaswamy do a good enough job to potentially win that vice presidential slot?
I think he performed in line with expectations to the extent that people had any real expectations of him. It's very hard to really, try to run for president when you're really running for vice president. He seemed like he was really speaking to President Trump, who was not there. So I would say that his performance, while on issues that the Trump base really cares about, he did a good job. But some of his positions, again, are contradictory to what he said in the past, and I think are.
Yeah, you guys, can I be honest with you? I don't care about any of them. I'm sorry. I know I should. I didn't watch no debate. I just watched little clips of it. That's it. There's another clip. The Vivek guy, I liked him for a little bit until my man was like, and then we gonna tie the dollar to gold. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, shit, I know what you're doing, bro. You marketing it all Peter Schiff. That's it, though. As he's getting the gold vote. It's smart politically, bro. I never really thought about it. Honestly, I never really thought about it until I was like, damn. Like, you know that, right? Like, political marketing, he's just going for the gold vote. That's it. If you like GLD, you're like, hey, yo, this Vivek guy, bro. Uh-huh. Because I was listening to him. I was like, okay, I like some of the stuff he's saying. And then he was like, boom. Then we gonna tie it to gold. I'm like, no, it sounded so good up until that moment. All politicians are becoming more populist. It's idiocracy becoming reality. That's why, bro, like, I'm down, man. Like, we need like a real hippie revolution. I'm so down. You guys are. I'm the Jesus dude telling you that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, just like we need where is this? We need to love each other, like actually show love, not just say it. You know what I'm saying? And like actually just, Because I'm down. I was just listening to this. I was like, I'm just waiting. I'm like, when you gonna run for president? I'm like, I run for president, they're gonna take everything from me. You realize that? I made a joke about bleep. They said, mother effer, try to straight motherfucker. Shh. Shh. I learned quickly. I was just saying, everybody does, but that's like, dude, nah. But like, even then, I said I'll run once I go crazy enough and I like denounce everything and I sell everything and I start walking barefoot. It might happen, bro. I read so much of the Bible, like it's surprising. That's why I know I have a lot more work to do with my relationship with God, because I read a lot, but I still grow every day. But you know, honestly though, I learn more every day though. For real though, all jokes aside, every day about love, man. And just like even people, and it's so hard and difficult. And I don't say this as someone who's done good or excellent at it. I say it as someone who's like, wow, I see so many ups and downs that it's very simple, man. It's just like it boils down to really people, and like it's just we are very complex houseplants, and you know we misinterpret people all the time. We misinterpret people close to us, people not close to us. People do us dirty. Then there's a lot of real evil in the world. So, you know, at the end of the day, bro, community, the people you're around, and even then, even if it's just you, is how you choose to you know, you could always show love. You could always turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's regardless of what you believe, man. It's straight up like, maybe you should pick up a blunt and hug somebody if that's what it takes. But I don't know. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like, for real, I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you believe in. But it's like, if you actually are not on the crazy end of like feeling that it has to be this, but it's like you genuinely like, you care for people. And it's like even then, whether it's a selfish care for people to a degree, all the way down to just like, wow, like you see enough of the shit going on where it's like, you know, you got to do your part, and it starts with love, and you got to love the hardest of the hardest. So I don't know. It's like sometimes maybe I'm a hard person to love for some people, but then even then, there's so much in the world, like that's you gotta learn to love people regardless, and hopefully you forgive too, man. This isn't even the philo, man. This is honestly my like appeal to like where the hippies at, bro. Like for real, where the real hippies at? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I'm that's what I'm looking for. That's all I'm saying, and I guess I mean hippie differently, but it's different. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know. Rants with Josh. What? Power hour back. VWAP is a long way away, but maybe it's the prodigal son. But then again, 400 is home. Ohana mean 4,400. You know that? Ohana mean family. Prodigal VWAP. Something about it, man. It's just 44 magnet, even after today. I drank ayahuasca. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, it's not like drug hippie. It's not like rebelling in that. It's like, dude, there's like, it's an element of like love and community and being together. No violence verbally, no violence physically. Like, stop. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really caring about people. Not just like, if you really care about, you know, don't send a prayer on your fucking Instagram. Like, let's go, like, let's actually go help people then. Let's go do something together. But like, even then, peace. The element of peace and just zero violence, bro. And I'm not even saying that like I'm trying to be the damn, you know, world peace dude, but like, you know what I'm saying? There was a time in this world where there was a lot of things, and there was a group and a generation that they did not believe in it, and they did not stand for it, and they actually, like, they were, and there was good that came from it. And there really was really good things that happened as a result of people saying that's not right. That's not what we believe. And it's not like, that's not really how it should be. But I don't know, man. We need love. That's it. That's what I say. That's what I say. The word populism is used to demonize anyone talking about problems. No, the words are all, the meanings have been replaced. The words have been perverted. You know, I don't know. Have you ever heard, do you want me to I could give you a philo on it now if you'd like, but even then, it's just don't listen to the words, and you don't need the words. Words are important, and I love words. Honestly, the only way I could communicate to you is with words, if you think about it. That's the blessing and the curse of it, but it's, you judge a fruit by by what it produces. That's it. Oranges don't come from an apple tree. If you really understand the truth of that, then that's how you know what, again, anybody, you could say anything to me. Anybody could say anything, but it's actually what you do, and it's what fruit gets produced from it. So that's why that's the first step, Earl Nightingale. Flattery is the devil. I can't flatter you without words. And when people get flattered, that's why they say, they call it silver tongue. They call it many names. It's when you focus on the words and what's being said rather than what is actually being produced. So don't let the trees aren't that confusing. Let nature be your guide. But it's like the whole idea, even this isn't a new concept. Like, so Nebuchadnezzar, if you've heard that, if you're biblical at all, this is old, honestly. I don't know if I've told you this. Like if you don't know the story of Nebuchadnezzar, he was a king, and he was a king of Babylon, actually, and he wanted everybody to worship him. He built a gold statue. Nebuchadnezzar, he built this gold statue, and he wanted everybody to worship. And these three guys, again, they end up becoming famous in the Bible. One of them you really know about. But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that's the story. And the point was, though, they refused, and then they got thrown into the fire. There's a lot of other concepts. We've had a PHILO on it, right? But here's the thing. If you really want to take any cultural significance or, interpretation value, this is just a theory, but I think it's a very great theory at that. It's the statue. The statue is described in the Bible, and again, the guy is supposed to be, it's an allegory of him being God. That's why he wants everybody to bow down to him. The man wants people to bow down to him. The man thinks he's God. The man builds a statue of himself and says, worship me. So in this fake idol, again, that's where some people think, again, idol could mean something else. But yeah, there's a dope-ass VeggieTales to this. Honestly, you should watch it. Right? But look at the composition of the statue. He built this statue of himself, but he used different materials. He used a mixture of gold and bronze and iron, and that's the whole point. So I don't know the specifics. I could get it for you, what each one is supposed to really mean, but that's the whole idea of perversion. It looks like a god. It acts like a god. It's supposed to be something, but it's not the same material. It's like words having different meanings. You get what I'm saying? I could make it look like something. I could build a statue of the word, the idea in your mind, but instead of building it out of gold, I could build it out of clay. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the whole idea of the real analogy in that is looking at the materials of the statue. And that's where it goes down to this. You judge it by the fruit. So that's all I'm saying. You don't have to be biblical. It's understanding Fugazi. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's understanding Fugazi. That's if you really get it, because it's you could make it look like something. It could be the best in that time. It could be revealed as a god if you really wanted to. But it's designed to look like something, but the materials are not the same. And that's where or again, House of Cards is what some would call it. But that's the whole plot. So yeah, that's not even a PHILO. I think just relevant to the topic. FTA is a box. And then you put it in this box, and then, what happens to bill once rate gets cut? Once it gets cut, you get out. That's it. Once rates are getting cut and lowered, I mean, quite frankly, would it mean you get less of a return? Yes, but why? We're not gonna deal with it, because at that point we should probably be focusing on equities. They'll go down, they'll go up, and then they'll go down. But then it's like the general idea now is if cash starts paying you less, it may be a good time to start putting it to work. So if it starts paying you more to not work, sit at home. That's it. It's reverse stimulus. Instead of stimulus now, they want stimulus for the stock market. You guys don't get it? But they're paying people to stay at home. They're paying people to not invest. Oh, what the fuck? 6% interest. I'll pay you 6% to sit there and do nothing and stop being a degenerate. Oh my gosh. That's it. Chad, that's it. Stop shadow banning me and I'll stop trading for a year. Let's go. That's it. Only long term. I won't even. Shit. Maybe. I'll buy a bond. I'll buy a bond. That's it. You don't shadow. Let's go, Google. Now that we all learned this, let's go. Let's make a deal. JP Morgan, anybody else, Bloomberg, see anybody, you let me know. That's it. That's what I know. Honestly, I'm talking to you, pal. You let me know. I got you, bro. I got you. But that's all it is. Seriously. I hope that makes sense. I hope you could draw the dots and connect the two. It's very, very simple. But just the general idea, whereas that right now you're getting paid to not invest. You're getting paid to take zero risk for just having. So if you just have and do nothing and take zero risk, that's how you get your what's it called? That's how you get your return. You shouldn't be putting your, like, again, somebody rightfully asked, like, why would I buy Altria when I could get 5% doing nothing? And I say, you're right. And that's why, like, I like 9% because at least it's double what I would have got doing nothing. So, amen. I feel you. I have to consider that with everything. So the general idea here, though, is if rates go down, Bill is going to not perform the same. Interest rates are going to go lower. But if they start paying you less to hold your money, then it may make more sense to buy stuff that could make us more money, like equities, assets, real estate, maybe. Who knows? Email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If Bill or Fidelity is better if it's if it's money market. Money market should be better than money market's the best. If there's anything where you sit in there, again, money market are attached to 1 month and 3 month bonds, so they should be the literal highest. But it just depends who offers it and how, again, if it's safe. But Fidelity is legit, at least for now. But I don't really worry about them. But I think they have one of the best where you just sit it, put it in the account. Again, like Robinhood Gold, you have to pay for it. But Robinhood Gold, I think that's attached to money markets. What's the greatest speech ever made? Sounds familiar. Amex raised. Where's Altria? Went up a little. I wish you luck, my friend. When are we innovating laundry? That takes long. Dude, how come there's not a machine where the washer's on top and then when it's done cleaning, it opens up and then falls into the dryer and starts? How come nobody invented that yet? I feel like this is what we all are thinking, right? It's not like I'm a genius and I just invented something. But, like, why doesn't that exist? Because water is heavy? I don't buy it. Spaceships. Bro, we got like flying buildings and you're going to tell me I can't have that because of water being heavy? Really? Like mass and weight is the reason? And then we fly in giant buildings 30,000 feet in the air at 1,000 miles an hour? I'm going to steal your design? Good. And I'm gonna go on Rumble and be like, look at this, you stole my design. And then that, because I had to go on Rumble because maybe I wouldn't get shadow banned, but still, it's still like I would have been like, look at that, and I don't care because I would have taken the credit, and then I would have taken the credit so I could say I still love you, man. And while I have your attention, man, finger to the sky, to God be the glory. Okay, let's show some love. Let's bring back the hippie movement. Come here, let me give you a hug. That's good, bro. I'm getting close to it. That's it. Maybe I'll be barefoot by then. Hopefully. That's it. LG has it. Man. They're all-in-ones for laundry. Yeah, wait, nasal spray tip. Nah, I forgot about that shit. But I'm saying, I feel like most things are chill. Most things have been invented. And then we're like, bro, they have automated customer service now. The video to the moon. I'm like, I feel, though, they just made $3 billion. I don't know how they made that money. We see tech stocks coming back up with the NASDAQ. I mean, it's one thing about the rest of the day. Like, the day is almost over now, and we still got some time. I mean, I would even chalk up weirdness even then. Bonds don't play along. I don't think equities can, but wherever we end up, it's going to be just back to slightly lower levels we were at a couple days ago, or maybe we get up to a VWAP, but it's just Powell's tomorrow morning now. So that's it. We wasted all day. We got burned. You got burned on the. I'm not down as much, but way too much, if that makes sense. Like, I was down a lot worse on the chips. I'm down 800 on NVIDIA, 500 on Intel, and then 600 on AMD. That AMD was the worst. I would have been totally okay without AMD. They got front of the cash. That's funny you said you don't know. It's a lot of money. Like, everybody just reads the numbers and is like good and bad, you know? But I'm like, no, bro, that's like a lot of fucking dollars. I'm like, that didn't just appear out of nowhere. And then they're like, we're going to do it again. I'm like, no, you're not. Stop. What are you saying? I didn't believe you the first time. No. What do you mean you're going to do it again? How? And then nobody else, not one other chip maker is doing that too, though. That's the weird part. That's the only thing is, like, if there's any, like, sticking point in the story is, like, when it's all said and done, no other chip maker has done that yet. So it's like, it's how broad is this? Mm. 439. That's it, man. So you're getting the flush 4389. The ultimate low level will be 4353, but that'll legitimately be a 100-point drop from the top rope. So 4389, though, you're eyeing it now. You're closer to that than the next level. You're hitting a new low again right now. Even NVIDIA is taking a candle. Some of the other chip makers are more towards the low than not. You got discharge from the ER. All I could say is God is good. Well, amen, yeah. You safe and in the chat, bro. Let's go. Wait, where's App? Dude, Apple's even down too. I don't know if this is lower on the week. Yeah, no, Apple again. Apple went as low as 174 or 172. What happened that stopped the vertical bounce? Nothing. And NVIDIA just, it sold off. That's all. All the hype was met with selling, profit taking, and then a weird drainage out of the bonds and everything else. But then Harker kind of started off a little hawkish. He didn't end hawkish, which I was surprised of, in the sense that, like, I could understand this drop, but then, like, by the time Harker was done speaking, he ended it on a pretty, like, just dovish neutral note. Mm. 20 minutes until power hour. And you just hit a new low. I mean, you had this little relief. Remember I was telling you that chilled out like 2 hours? And then you gave that back up. And then now it's like, even if you bounce after that little candle, you'll be stagnant for a solid hour, maybe a solid 2. You get up here, it'll be the same price for like 3-4, most of the day, 3-4 hours. Trump says he'll be arrested at 7:30 in Georgia case. They got him for yesterday. I knew it. I knew the plane wasn't. I told you. Told you. All I'm saying. Get him for Hurricane Hillary, too. Got more merch. Thanks for all the gear, baby. Let's go, man. Get some good lifts in. Donald shakes up legal team ahead of surrender at Fulton County Jail. I don't think they're going to make him take a mugshot, did they? Unless they're trying to embarrass him. Because usually, if you're a well-known public figure, they let you get away with it. Or especially if you're a former president. I think they know how Donald J. Trump looked like. That's the thing. So usually, like, they let his lawyer do it. I think he's been through it already. All right, another new low, Chattadonia. That's it. They came to drain. They came to drain. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. He has 2 NFT lines. He's well known. Yo, that's one of the hardest jokes out there right now, bro. That's great. Amen. For real, though. For real. He does. He has 2 NFTs, man. He is well known. Like, everything, all presidencies aside, that says a lot. He's supposed to take a mugshot. He'll be the first former president. I think he wants that as a notch in his viral belt. Yeah, right? Low key though. You guys are like best-selling t-shirt. All I see now is like, oh fuck, it's not gonna be MAGA hats. I know it's gonna be fucking straight out of Compton shirts with Trump on it. That's gonna be this next election. It's not gonna be red hats, bro. It's gonna be literally the straight out of Compton's, but it's gonna be Trump's mugshot instead. It's gonna say straight out of presidency, straight. You know what I'm saying? Straight out of Congress, probably is what it's gonna say, something like that. Yeah, just gonna be campaign post. Yep. Orange is the new orange is the new red. Genius idea. 10%, Chad. 10%. Or donate to your favorite charity. Because even if you do steal a fucking great idea and profit off of it immensely, I hope you at least give something back to people who fucking need it. Oh my gosh. Amen. Amen. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't let, even then, your greed of even jacking ideas and trying to reproduce, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you at least donated to a charity. You know what I'm saying? At least, I don't know, morality. That's not even morality. I just, like, personal self-conscious, maybe. I don't know. Any big, tomorrow's Jerome Powell. Yeah. Tomorrow's big day. Honestly, as far as even today, like I said, I like some of the plays, but then I really don't. But then it's like, I don't think any of this is permanent. So tomorrow could get a lot worse if Powell does not deliver in the right way. But at the same time, tomorrow this could go a lot better too. It's just whatever he says holds a lot of weight. And now we have everything. Your local strip joint? Nah, stop. Are you that guilty? Did you feel that condemned by your greed of what you have not given back? You know what I'm saying? That's why you like, I'm gonna make a stripper joke because you low key right now. I'm gonna talk, man. When's the last time you went to a strip club? Honestly, don't even answer that because the jokes will get even worse. I'm just saying, honest, I'm going to give you the yellow card and we'll just let you chill out for a little bit. But you know what I'm saying? I think you'll be good, man. I think you'll be good. I love you. Honestly, can you guys tell me this? I have a proposal. You let me know. SPY's hitting a new low. This may not be the right time to give you this proposal. Now that I think about it. 4387. All right, man. Fine, dude. I think you're gonna hit the level. I was just saying. I think maybe we go the lower end. These are your two lower levels. This is the last line of defense. Technically, I mean, you have this one here too, but this is the ultimate low. So we hugged this. You hugged 4,400 for a long time, even leading into this now, but you break down. That's not good. Pfizer, I want to look at it. Did those still keep going up, or did those even get hit too? Yeah, I remember Myrna, BNTX, they all went up. People returning to their desk from lunch? Nah, it's 2:45, bro. Nobody. You either going to lunch if you on the West Coast, but like East Coast, even the brokers, man, they should be, even the brokers, if they even went an hour later. But I'll tell you, all right, my proposal is this, Chad. I heard somebody say it, and it made me laugh so hard. And then it's a lot of fun. But, like, I might start just calling some of y'all, especially, like, if I ban you or time you out. Like, your new nickname is Stink Stink. I'm going to just call you a little stink. Is that okay? I don't know, something about it. I heard somebody diss somebody, and they're like, I love you, little stink. And that's it. I was like, you know what? It captured my emotions and it embodied everything about how I feel. Yeah, you little stink. Little stink. It's a term of endearment in ATL. Oh, really? That's good. It was some ATL dude, but it was. I need to find you the video, man. It was the funniest shit ever. He's like, I love you, stink. Man, you little stink. I love you. Little stinkaboo. Oh, bro, it's great. I love it. So I call my girl. My girl just calls me smelly. Hawaiian Electric may have compromised evidence in fire investigation. Don't tell me they lit it on fire. That would be just... Honestly, it must have been hard for them. They're like, what do we do? How do we get rid of this evidence? Just don't use a lighter, please. U.S. Treasury Adameo says he is closely monitoring Chinese economy, which is showing weakness that has global implications. I don't know. That's weird, but like usually like the Treasury ain't telling you first. U.S. is probably the best prepared to deal with the headwinds created by Chinese economic weakness. This is literally coming out now. Treasury concerned about developing economies and those in Asia and Europe that are reliant on Chinese economy for growth. U.S. economic momentum being driven by investments in infrastructure, green energy, and undeserved communities. They somehow brought this back to ESG. So there you are with that. But I'm waiting for another headline. It doesn't matter though until the bonds move. That's it. So it's like if anyone's going to take this seriously, the bonds would catch a bid. I mean, they could be late too, but I mean, we are kind of already heard all the China stuff, But it's usually not the Treasury's not the one telling you early. Prigozhin probably was killed, but not by missile. So are they saying that he died on impact, or they stabbed him and then they shot the plane down? What? Hold on, can you just answer this specifically? Because now you gave me way too many ideas. And how did you know that so fast? They're like, they stabbed him and killed him on the plane, and then they shot the plane down for good measure. What? That's crazy. I have another theory. I don't know if you want it. I don't know. Honestly, maybe this might be like a Twitch only theory. I could charge you likes, but I might only just say it on Twitch. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a general theory. You guys didn't even like the video. I said I'll give you exclusive 10. Ain't nobody liked the video. Y'all were just like, nah, I'm good. Like the video? We'll see. I'm just waiting. There you go. 50 like. I didn't even give you a number, you guys. This is like an open. This is like when you go to the restaurant and it says lobster and it says market and you hella scared to order it on market. You know that, bro? I'm more terrified to order market at a restaurant than market in the stock market. I don't know why it's so fucked up. It's because I can't even see the bid and ask there at the kitchen. So I feel you, man. But you guys are bidding it up. I'm just saying market price, bro. Market price for the 10. If you got likes, I could give it to you, but I don't know. I'm just seeing the available offers right now, you know. If it's market is good, roll it. It just depends though. Like you just don't know when you order market at the restaurant. It could be anything, dude. It could be anything. There's Hawaiian. Lift came down. It just sucks though. After all of this, it's just the difference between buying higher and not, because all of these are still expensive. But then if you just were in them a couple days ago, it's been such a big shift. Target on the high. Yeah, Target's even green now. What in the world is this on Disney though? Bro, Disney, no, it could be the writer's strike if that does end. Because they said they had one of the two unions agreeing, but that's the only thing that'll kill them to a degree besides everybody wanting to vomit. But I don't think the video earnings were there. Maybe it's the China shit. Disney lowest close since October 2014. Yeah, it's not like it's a specific headline. At the monthly 200 moving average. What's his like 200 month moving average? That's what Hugh would say. Or 200 or two, what does he say? 200 years? I think 200 month moving average. Target's still going. That was the one That was underperformer catching a bid earlier because some of them gave up if they met that criteria. Wagner no longer a force in Ukraine fighting. Yeah, Target's actually like kind of launching. SPY's back down though. You were just getting some baby rallies. Apple on the low. Eli Lilly even. Oh, where is VKTX? Oh, ITOS came. I forgot Ruckus too. And we got out of MT. Oh, even Folk flipped. Yeah, awful, dude. They just ran this up ahead of Powell. So that's what's going to suck, though, now. Because even if Powell does end up good, you might just get your money back. It's crazy. But then again, because now, bro, we're almost, if we even go lower here in the next hour, this is almost a 100-point day. But that means if you have 50 points tomorrow, you're more likely than not going to be back where you started. Yeah, Boeing, they had issues this morning. Yeah, Boeing is dying. 4.7. NVIDIA is coming down now. So they actually were all throughout the day. They were holding. They had more lift when the market was there. It's again, they still got 2%, but if they start hitting new lows with the market, it's going to be ugly. And then we have what? 5 minutes till power hour? Happy to be here. Appreciate the offer. Appreciate you, man. I do own Altria. We bought it today for the long term. So everybody was asking me on stuff, and I had a lot of good speeches on why I'm not going to buy anything and why I want to hold my cash. But then, this thing finally hit the forsaken 9% yield, and I figured I had to pick it up because I passed up on it a couple times. It's only existed a few times. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do it, and I went with the play most people didn't really ask me about. But it's I grabbed it for Colt Sister, Colt YouTube, and the big account. Robinhood. Apple's beat signs 15 college athletes. I was like, what? And then the headphones. Make a sense. There is a young Disney. Dude, Target is low-key climbing here into the close. On Stellantis. No one's asked me about Stellantis. I like them as like a company, as a car company, but not really as an investment. I think they've struggled, and then I think was it like 2016 or 2018? They had like certain issues. It could turn into a good value play though. But I would rather, I don't know, I kind of like Ford better, as weird as that sounds. I went with MO for the long term. I bought Disney shares to flip. I'm down $60 on those, but it's good. What ticker's yielding 9? MO. That's what I bought. We bought it. Or you have to run the numbers now. It's up a little bit, though. I don't know if it's more than 1%, but literally they announced their dividend declaration and how much they're paying, and then they increased their dividend. So pretty much at like 43.10 where we bought it, that would be a 9.1% yield. You would be getting like, again, it's like 98 cents a quarter. So you could just run the amount now. It's literally 98 cents a quarter times 4, you get $3.90, and then just divide it by whatever price the stock is at now, and then that'll give you the yield at cost. So now it's still 9.04. I got it at still 9%. That's why I'm like, I took it. I just went with one deposit. I didn't put all of it. I've held this stock for years. It's been very, very stable in the long term. So, and the drip is good. That's why I'm like, if we could increase our drip, we're going to start getting more and more and more and more. Play the song? What song? Are you trying to pump it up right now? What is wrong with you? What are you trying to do right now, bro? You really want to just sell off 60 points and you want me to pump it up if we break above this 40? This. Any concern with Abivai since CVS and biosimilar? Nah. Abivai, I mean, obviously they're going to lose market share, but it's going to be a little slower. I think people like what they got, but even then, though, they got a pipeline, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, in a weird way, Humira is still a majority of sales, but they went from a big majority to now half, and at the current growth rate of the other two drugs, Skyrizi and Roctavian or whatever. Octavia from the 100, what? It's like, I'm not really too worried about him. I'm actually really excited for Abivai. I would love it at a low price one day. But in the meantime, I hope the drip keeps dripping. Skyrizi, I love it, dude. I've never used it myself, but really good sales numbers. How do you feel about selling puts on MO and using the premium to start a position? If you get assigned, you're getting a discount. You can, but just remember, you're married at that price. So just one, I would calculate how much premium you're getting. Make sure it's more than bill. Yeah, otherwise, why not just keep in bill? But remember, you're married at that price. So if you do sell a put 10% out of the money and the stock drops there, whatever happens, that is pretty much going to be your price. Otherwise, the valuation will fluctuate accordingly. But what I mean by that is just like, if that is the price you get married at, if Altria goes down and then everything else is in the market, but you're married at like $40, but then everything else drops, you have to go with Altria instead of literally anything else that might have been better. So hopefully you see it in a weird way. The flexibility is kind of good. That's all. I just even at the end of the day here, I would argue that everybody kind of even thought I only had 2 long-term plays that I wanted. You see what I'm saying? With how this all played out, it's like, just go into your own section there. It's like the flexibility and being able to buy what I want when I want, it goes a very, very long way. It's like I don't have to just buy Disney. I don't have to buy just PayPal. So it's like if the market is moving week after week after week after week, selling off, everyone wants to buy something. It's like I can make my purchase, but if I sell a put, I'm stuck on that level. I'm stuck to that stock versus, it's more of a commitment is all I'm saying. So like, PayPal, MPW, I love all these names. I bought them for a reason, but I don't have a commitment to them. I'm not committed in any way. No one paid me to do anything. I'm not collecting a premium to do anything. So that's where you could kind of balance it all out. So find what makes sense. So if it's worth it and the premium pays enough and you're okay with it at a certain price, take it. Bro, Nivda. And it's Power Hour, Chad. Let's see. AT&T, I don't think I'm going to buy it. You talked MO at these levels many times. I did. That's why I was like, and then everyone's like, you can buy PayPal, Disney, and I'm like, I do want to, but it's like those are the growth names. Like out of any of the names mentioned, at least MO has been the most stable. But it is so. I've wanted this so bad at the beginning of the year. You have no idea. We buy Pfizer, maybe. After our earnings, what is there? Is there Ulta? Otherwise, I don't know. Bro, so SPY getting more red. Bonds are dying now on the 10. I wouldn't call it dying, but just granted how everything played out today, just hitting a new low on the 10-year in the close is just not pretty at all. Keeping an eye on NVDA. I'm going to pump the bonds up. Well, the yields are either going to go very high if he says the wrong things or very low if he says the wrong things too, I guess. How much value? I think Powell, I'm leaning bullish for Powell, but in the sense that I just don't think he's going to change it up. And I mean, maybe this China stuff scares him. I don't know, but it's going to be very important. I would say it's the value in the terms of, I think it'll unlock the next direction for the next couple of weeks until we hear from Powell again, or until there's a data set big enough to move the bonds and then get the market reacting to that. Oh, does Marvel have earnings today? Marvel could be good. But Marvel could also move us a lot, too. That's the crazy part. August 22nd? No, it's from August 22nd. They report August 24th after the close. So maybe that's kind of... Uh-oh. That means it's going to factor into NVIDIA. Yeah, but that means NVIDIA could die too again. Or NVIDIA could go up. Bonds kind of moving. It's just every day. I think that's what I was saying. It was confusing that the bonds didn't go up today, but maybe it was just so much pressure. That's why I didn't react. But in the sense of like, it's very simple. The market lately is just, it's not been going up if the yields are climbing. I mean, I think I told you this a couple months ago at this level. You guys remember that? That's when we had the first, I think we were talking about it here. That I was just saying, like, if the 10-year starts hitting above that 4, I don't know if the markets are going to start loving that. And just literally since we started breaking, it's just every single time the yields climb higher, TLT, IEF go lower, it's a lot of pressure. AMC ripping off people, shameless. Did you just have an AMC conversation? I get a feeling, my horoscope tells me that you just had a talk with somebody about AMC and they believed. Am I right? Or did you just see the stock and you're like, what the fuck? How did we get $38 pre-split? That makes no damn sense. These shareholders ain't loyal. Nope. Just saw it. Young Adam Aaron. Old Adam Aaron. I don't even think he's that young. China's pushing the digi-yuan. Will that push the dollar? No. I mean, the digital yuan doesn't really matter. I mean, right now they have a bigger problem in terms of the value of the yuan and the other stuff. I think there's way bigger issues there. Right now, it's not what currency they have. It's the matter of, can they keep that currency stable, and then does it stay stable if their activity declines? Yeah, but Marvel After Hours, I have the preview. So they got data centers too, man. They got data centers too. So Marvel revenue $1.3 billion. That's pretty much exactly what they estimated. Again, this is the same exact story as NVIDIA. They were about 40% higher on their guidance. They say 439 million in data centers, enterprise networking 328. Carrier 284, consumer non-GAAP margin 60.5, estimate 60 to 61. Non-GAAP operating expenses 455, estimate 455. Non-GAAP operating margin 26.3, and then EPS of 32 cents versus guidance at 32 cents plus or minus. Cash from operations 307 million, and then next quarter would be expected to be at 1.39 billion. Data center at 500, enterprise at 316, carrier at 280, consumer at 170, and auto at 100. Non-GAAP gross margin of 61. Non-GAAP operating expenses of 441. Hold on. I just see a lot of red all around me. All around me. I sense it. Yep. You're picking up low ticker. Q's on the high. The SQs. The SQQs. So 43.91 is the low. You're at 43.92. That was Marvel there. I'm almost done with it. So watch out there. Again, just the SQQ started hitting a high. Low ticker just got active. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute. It like wicked and now it's turning green. But just watch. This is either going to turn into a green shoot or it quickly goes. And then bonds are bouncing after hitting that low. That's it. I'll get you the other numbers here for the market, but so here's guidance again. This is what you're going to need. This could be a play. They're up 21% since close, or since the May close last quarter. S&P is up 6%. XLK is up 4.9. Near-term options implied 10% move. Last 4-quarter moves, last earnings was 32%. Then a loss of 5, loss of 1, and then a loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 5 in line. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 11 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20 with 3 in line. Long or short, it's going to be like NVIDIA. So Marvel, just wait till after the bell. I mean, maybe there's a trade after the bell, but now after today, you don't want to hold that till the morning. Again, very, very savage moves here off of the morning, if you don't recall. But that's it. Just same thing. They have data centers. They have AI. They had 40% guidance last time. They went up 30%. The stock is up almost 30% on the quarter. They report after the bell. Really the same setup as NVIDIA. If they end up doing good, if all that stuff is good, it keeps riding. If not, then that's it. It's over. And then even NVIDIA might drop too. That's the sad part about it, is that if they're bad, it may not be good. Why the sell-off? A lot of reasons and no reasons at all. I mean, we had data today that was not good, but how it affected the bonds was weird. But for the most part, it's just there was no kick to the earnings after NVIDIA. And then you had a Fed speaker at Jackson Hole. It was not Jerome Powell, but they started off hawkish. But then I think the market was just carrying away with sell the earnings rather than try to buy it. It's awkward too, because we're talking about this as if NVIDIA is red, but they're still up like $80 on the week and they're still green today. But you saw a nice drainage in the market. There's kind of, I want to say, elements of risk off, but even though we had such a blowout earnings, the thing I would say is that it's risk off ahead of Powell. Baidu, that's the other one. So NASDAQ 100, are you ready? Yeah, bro. Everything sold off. Everybody waited till good NVIDIA earnings and everything sold off. So literally NASDAQ, there's 10 names green on the NASDAQ 100. Dow Jones did a little bit better, but only 8 names green on the Dow, 22 names red, with Boeing getting murdered. Every index has a name that got murdered. And then SPY's actually the best. 350 down, 150 up. Yeah, you pretty much had death and destruction on, at least, again, Dollar Tree down 12, AMD down 7. So those two right there are just for the SPY. NASDAQ 100, you have Dollar Tree, AMD, Marvel, 12.76. And then Dow Jones, you even get Boeing down 4.5 and Intel down 4 and Disney and Walgreens. Ugh. How is the Dow not down even more now that I think about it? And Microsoft and Apple, yeah, bro. It's not blood on the streets. I think it hurts more if you got in at a higher price, but this is not, none of this is blood, dude. This is not, again, I think you're getting the tension. If you look at the size of these candles, like, people are freaking out, but blood starts to happen once you don't see this gap. You see what I'm saying? You cannot, we're hanging. You're scared of blood. You know, people are scared that it turns bloody. But this is not the blood just yet. That's why I'm saying I really, really hesitated to buy in the long term. I finally grabbed one thing, but it's because I don't think this isn't that full red. It could dump tomorrow if Powell, best of all, we'll see what China and Europe gives us tomorrow, and even just the rest of Asia. There's going to be some Japan data, but it's just 30 minutes after the bell, Powell, that'll be the cake. You won't have to wait too long. Yeah, I think uncertainty is just this, and this raises uncertainty. Now you have Powell of uncertainty, but NVIDIA and the chip reaction, let's just say today wasn't confidence inspiring. Are there any surprises? There's potential, but you should say the same shit he's always said. But the surprise could be at the fact, like, if he wanted to change and shift and make a big drastic change, this would be a good time to announce it at a Jackson Hole meeting, because it's not a real event, but we treat it like it is. So it's not a FOMC, but we treat it as this is like a good, point by the end of the summer that we make decisions. So if Powell has gotten any new info by summer to change plans, he will do it tomorrow. However, he shouldn't, and unless they see something we don't see. But other than that, it's just he's going to say most in line what it is, and some other people are expecting that there will be a lot of talks about changing the inflation target, which could ultimately end up being very bullish. Same story as earnings, beat and sell off. It could. If Powell, I could definitely see that. If he comes in too neutral or kind of the same, and then people interpret it positively at first, and then just it sells off. UNG was the numbers. First, it dropped. Again, a lot of different things. You even had news in wheat, too. But UNG, Australian news, brought it down when they said, okay, the Australians aren't striking anymore. So that's good for natural gas. And then, like an hour later, 2 hours later, the numbers came out, and there's a big draw. Fed futures moved down to 79. That's weird. Again, the data didn't show that. I think Bondland is dealing with both data and NVIDIA. That's what I think. Or just there was so much bond supply today underneath the surface, and they used NVIDIA to just slide through and dump bond supply ahead of the debt ceiling. But other than that, I don't even think there's any real correlation today between anything. I mean, somewhat with some assets, and like you're kind of watching it play out here a little bit, but it was already weird just even from the morning. Damn, 40 more minutes left. That would be good. Oh yeah, my bad. I banned you. You don't make an account just to talk shit, bro, and call it cult foolishness. But I banned it at first. My bad. I hope you forgive me. I forgive you. But I see what you're already doing. So my bad. But I'll wait for the next message, you know. But at least I could sleep good at night. Get him out of here. Well, I forgive him. Maybe he wants a chance. I don't know. Spy pop. Hopefully it lasts. But even then, at this point, we have 40 minutes left. Wherever we go, you still have a little. I'm not even going to rule out any more lows out of the way. But you have 2 more spots here. We'll see where it ends up taking us. But at this point, 30 minutes after the bell, baby. 30 minutes after the bell. That it? Pathetic down day? Wow. I said that the other day. I remember it was like a month ago. What was it? Everybody would say, no down day would stay. It would go down 2% and get bought up. You know, like they would never stick on the downside. And now I'm like, ain't nobody said that in the last month, man. I haven't heard that in August. No one said none of the down days don't stick in August. So, Starbucks chopping. Zero days need to be banned. Dang, we're already getting there. Again, they didn't blame 0 days till it went down. I mean, 0 days helped the market go up. That's what I would say. Everybody says it on the way down, but I think 0 days helped bring the market up in January and till now. Even in May, if you don't think 0 days lifted up the market, then that seems very, very one way. Dang, that already kind of saw. Still 4,400, man. Still 4,400. All right, we'll see who gets on here. I need to go pee. Paula's 10 a.m. Eastern. Yes, 30 minutes after the bell. I think the pre-written statement is going to drop right when he gets on, but we'll kind of see what he's about. But even last time, though, I don't even know how it played out with the pre-written or not, because just remember, right when he kept it short and got off, that's it. He left. It's not my fault you don't know how to play options. Okay, you took something personally. I understand. Spy's going lower. Okay, now you do to type it twice? Damn, he's there. Or I don't know. He's probably, maybe are you trying to beef with Chad or are you trying to beef with me? Either way, both are unacceptable. So just calm down. Thank you. I do not have access to the bubble charts, no. Yellow card. Yeah, I have to give yellow cards. It's cool, though. Oh, there it is. Giving up earlier gains. I kind of like it when they whisper. I'm going to leave it on this volume, okay?
Stocks is likely over.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Let's bring in the man behind that quote. Kevin Gordon.
Follow me on
with
Instagram,
Charles
at
Schwab.
Trading for Trading.
Welcome back.
Hey, Scott. Good to see you.
The notes. Path of least resistance in the current sell-off is likely down. I mean, in fairness, you've been saying that when the market was up, you said the path of least resistance in the current sell-off was likely down.
Well, we got a little bit more last time I was on with you, got a little bit more constructive.
I mean, like
in
a
the
smidge.
in the June-July period.
It was like you could barely
maybe
see through the positivity.
Where, there was hope on our part, at least, that given the significant deterioration into May, you had seen a record low in the percentage of stocks that were outperforming the S&P, which to us, that was more of the bearish case, not as much the fact that you had, this concentration up the cap spectrum with just a few stocks, just a handful of names leading the rally. So because of that, in June, you started to see more of a broadening out. That was kind of the case where we saw a lot more optimism going in. Now, of course, the sell-off has been a little bit more broader. You've seen a pretty significant deterioration in breadth lately, but I would still look for signs where you've got a lot more profit taking up the cap spectrum. Maybe you can get a little bit more solid on the breadth side as you move down to the rest of the market.
You take anything at all from NVIDIA and the earnings, which were blowout again, and a somewhat muted reaction today, what that tells you, if anything, about whether, mega cap stocks still have any level of momentum left to propel them higher?
Well, I think what you were talking about with Joe and Steve, with the bond market coming a lot more into focus, it's really the volatility, I think, in yields that's been much more of a driver this time. Because when you actually look back in history, we've done some work on looking at different phases or different stages of volatility within bonds and kind of the two bookends, meaning the most volatile days, the least volatile days, that being the significant driver for stocks. So it's not as much the level of yields that's the problem. It's when you get these spikes.
Right, because from the beginning of earnings season, let's say right before earnings season to now, we're 40 to 50 basis points higher on the 10-year than we were, which some have suggested is the reason why what was a pretty decent earnings season was more muted because market couldn't handle the fact that rates went up as quickly as they did.
Yeah, I think it's part that, but also part of, for the earnings season, you kind of have to go a little bit more below the surface and look at the fact that for a lot of companies, a good chunk of the companies that were earnings beats, put them in that category, it had been up because of pretty aggressive cost cutting. So for revenue growth as a whole, for the S&P 500, if you're using that as the proxy for the market, for the quarter, revenues were basically flat. And in real terms, they were negative. They were down for the third consecutive quarter. So in our mind, it's been more of the case of the market realizing that you had probably gotten as good as it got, you've gotten to the stage where it's as good as it gets from an earnings perspective. Now you have to look for the companies that are actually showing organic revenue growth. And for even some of them, whether they're the high flyers and the mega caps that still have a pretty good runway ahead of them, they've had some pretty solid gains year to date. So in our mind, doesn't hurt to take a little bit of profits if that's what people are doing in the market.
Well, I mean, we talked about that with Joe too, whether the tone and sort of tenor of the market has changed in general, where it's from buy the dip to sell the rip, that, any meaningful move higher, for NVIDIA is a good example of that, right? Stock's up 50% into the number, gets a pop off of the initial report, and then it's sold. It was negative, now it's positive, and it's going to fight it out for the next 30 minutes, to see what happens at the end.
Yeah, I think, one of the ways that I would approach volatility, and really our message for the entire year, even in a maybe umbrella of caution, would be underneath the surface. Doesn't mean don't stay invested. I think there's a misperception often that if you're cautious or if you're a little bit negative, that means get out of the stock market. That's not how we view things.
Sure.
So leaning into high quality, especially in these times of pullbacks where you're looking for earnings strength, you're looking for profit margin strength. One thing I would now, with the yield story coming into the mix, one thing I would add to that is who has a high interest coverage ratio. Certain sectors like energy actually screen pretty well on that. So I would look at it from a factor viewpoint, not as much as, what sector is going to do well when yields are at whatever level.
What kind of risk do you look at for tomorrow, Jackson
Hole? I think him staying sort of on message in terms of what he's been expressing and kind of consolidating the viewpoint of all the members.
So I've not listened to this much CNBC since like high school or like college. It's good. It's good, man. It's good. They were explaining. They said, well, it goes up on earnings and then it takes 30 days. It's going to take 30 days to get back. Unfortunately, I'm hoping less, but sir, I think 30 days if Powell is not your friend tomorrow. But even then, though, it's I don't know. I think a hot take of today is just you got to acknowledge it. Unfortunately, it's just like, dude, these days aren't even based on anything anymore. If that makes sense, you're getting these reactions. It's like I think today was a stark reality of yesterday you had your relief rally. You had only good things happen overnight, and now you have the market doing its own. I don't think it's a black swan. I think it's just literally there's people selling. That's it. I think there's more money coming out than not every single time. I think the market is doing something more based off it's less reactive than we think, is all I'm saying. And then I think Jackson Hole will unlock a lot of it because it's reactive, but it's not reactive, is what I'm trying to say. Because, like, these candles are massive. The way down was massive, but, like, even climbing up, that is so, like, honestly, it looks like 2018. It's kind of getting fucked. But that's why it's like tomorrow, it would make sense. Oh, wow, NVIDIA, 473 now. NVIDIA gave it up. Isn't that what Apple did? But Apple's wasn't as good. Yeah, it wasn't Apple, I think, throughout the day. They didn't start dropping till like, what, 14.25? That was Apple 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So then Apple ended up doing the death spiral. Because that's it, bro. If they keep breaking from here, I think you have till 470. That's where 471. That's like, if you start, that's a red candle. Actually, yeah, right? If you go below 471, the candle will turn red. My target buy is like a 9% yield. That's what I was looking for. I wanted more. At one point, it was yielding like 10 or 11. Not today, not recently. This was at the end of last year. But it's around 9%. That's why I grabbed it. Moving A. That one was just hideous. That one, AMD deceptively held a way bigger move. 7%. That's not. It's the second worst on the NASDAQ and S&P. Do you think if inflation will turn? Do you think others believe it and this is based on this market movement? No, I don't think it's based on that. Everything, inflation coming back is very future. And it, again, you'll know it when you see it, but it's like we're like halfway through the Sahara. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you look ahead, you look behind you, we seem far away from both sides. It's like, dude, we're in the middle of it. But as far as, I think my only theory I could explain why there is more money coming out of the market no matter what happens on the day. It's a very simple but complex theory. It's what I shared with you. But it's your boy. It's the Japanese yields. That's the only thing I could think that explains anything that we see today. Otherwise, I have no answer. That's why. So this is just my theory. I could be wrong. Otherwise, I chalk it up to seasonality like everybody else. But then again, it's like Teslas. You've watched a lot of different things occur. I mean, even bank downgrades. Again, it was just this week or last week you had the banks downgrade. But when it's all said and done, like what could be explaining, money leaving at again, good news, best earnings in the world, actually like a good earnings. And then every literally 95% of the market sells off, even if you had a rally at the beginning of the day. Now, I think there's more selling pressure, and that's okay. I'm not saying that can't exist, but I'm saying where does it come from? And I think it's coming from Japan and China. Again, it's not only just Japan right now. China's selling off assets too. So, but the easy answer in my mind is just Japan made a gigantic shift a month ago, and now U.S. stocks start kind of shifting, and then but like we're still like kind of like we're confident, but like still shaky, So it says a lot of different things, but that's my belief. I think it's just Japan. The yields go up. Money's going to come back to Japan if it's in U.S. stocks, if it's in anything else, if there's money in U.S. bonds. Currencies are getting blown out across the world. If you need money and you had a bond or you had anything else, and then not to mention the United States Treasury adding to the supply, and then now the event risk associated with Powell and whatever's going to happen. I heard the 1% thing. I didn't see the full terms of it, but let's see, man. We'll hope NVIDIA, hope Zillow does good. I don't see how Japanese rates are attractive enough to shift money yet. You're looking at it too small. So just because it's 0.5, it may not mean nothing to ya, but understand nothing was done for me. I'm nothing at all. I want it. Literally, if you from March, it's over 100%. So even then, even if you got in on June, you're making just under 100% on whatever you're doing with these types of financing activities. If you had money elsewhere, and then now depending on the value of the yen too, but even this alone is a gigantic move. Do you house shop on Redfin or Zillow? Both. So some areas Redfin's not in. I have to use Zillow and vice versa. But I like to take both of them in. I like to see what their computers give, but I forgot how stupid the these estimates and the Redfin estimates get once there's like just a couple of hot markets. Dude, the AI is so bad at real estate. It's so bad when it comes to value. It's like, oh my goodness. That's it. What time? 12:36. Still got a little bit of time. Gotta get that's it, man. 24 minutes left on the day. If the yen starts moving, yeah, makes sense. Well, maybe I see that. What if would the expectation, would the future expectation of the yen moving be a good enough reason to move then? If that's what you're looking for, who knows? Who knows? How quickly do you value it? It depends. I could do ghetto comps and I could do real comps. So I could look at it really quickly and give you I could ballpark it real quick. That's usually a great place to start, but usually it'll take like 10 minutes of like solid, and then it just depends what it is and what you need. Well, NVIDIA now, another 471, man. Get ready. Even Apple into the lows. It's death and destruction day. 1.6 now. You have given up all of the NASDAQ gains and some. Same thing here with this SPY now. If you are lower, a lot lower than yesterday's close, and now you have filled this gap. You've actually filled every single wickedly weird gap so far moving along now. That's amazing. Actually, I don't know technically. Technically, I don't think it's been filled yet, or you just hit it. You literally just hit it on the wick. 4387. Raul returns. You'll just take the full dividend that it returns on the year and then divide it by the share price. So however many dividend dollars per share you get on the year, the total amount, divide that by the price of the stock. That's your yield at cost. Oh, where's the other one? This is going to be crazy tomorrow. My cost basis for Mo, I'm still down on it in the long term on the nominal pricing of it, but $45 total. I think it's higher on the smaller account too. Yeah, 45.70. But we've held this for 3 years. So it's like it's yielded back. It's grown the position. We got paid like at least 7 or 8% a year. It's just constantly something like that. But it's just I like it. It's just been stable. The drip goes down a little bit. It goes up for a little bit. But a lot of things have moved and MO has stayed forever. Did NVIDIA buy back their stocks? No, it doesn't even expire. So they could buy it back whenever. They technically don't even have to buy it back at all. MO was the only nice play of the day. Everything clapped, bro. All the gains we had yesterday, even any of the biotechs. Some were looking good in the morning, but that's it, bro. We got to wait. If tomorrow's not good, you got to decide which ones you want to hold or not. But I like the chip stuff, but I'd be down to trim if tomorrow's not good on chips. I'll stick with the biotechs. And I still think we could take... But are you happy for me? HSY buyer at a very low price. It's up. All-time highs. It's the fibs. I've heard a lot of fibs today. 4387, baby. Right back down. You are now filled all gaps of the week. Except for this one. No. Wait, no, you did fill it right here. Oh, I was going to say. Hold on. Yeah, man. I mean, you're kind of... No, this even breaks even if you try to draw like a little ghetto uptrend, bro. That's not even going to work. That's it. It's just all bad. All bad. You need your boy tomorrow. Dude, that's it. Now it went from like Powell was going to like... You thought Powell would have like kept it going. But no, like you need Powell now. Otherwise, if he's not nice tomorrow, you better hope they got good AC over there. You know what I'm saying? Like hopefully he gets his meal. Maybe this is to make Powell look good too, because you're going to love him tomorrow. Oh, there's Ruckus. No, but seriously, I hope he has a good day tomorrow. That's it, yeah. If he's not nice tomorrow, then he's going to, he might flip out. Like, that's like what we said. If he's going to do any sort of shift, any sort of like, you know, two-face Powell, you know, like it's going to happen tomorrow or you do it beginning of the next year. No, Powell talks 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow. So literally right at open tomorrow, Jerome Powell will be moving the markets while the markets are open. Damn, BioMarin's still killing it. I think we sell off at market open. It depends on China, Europe, Japan, and you're hitting another low. Bro, 43.85. This isn't even top rope, right? This is just selling. That's it. Death and destruction now. 43.81 will be a bad level. I mean, it gets really bad if you break 43.81 because then you just go to 43.70 or 43.60. But that's it. You only have 17 minutes left. But you're kind of doing the spiral. Watch NVIDIA, too, because that's going. Apple's on the low. NVIDIA is about to hit. Okay, I thought it was lower, but watch out for 471. That's when I think the NVIDIA candle actually, like, it says red already, but it really becomes a red candle because they closed at like 470 before the after hours. No, I went long on NVIDIA. I'm getting crushed on it. NVIDIA clapped me, and then Intel, and then AMD, and then even RXRX. They murdered me, man. But I'm still, I just think I got to wait it out now. That's it. If Powell's bad, though, I'm just going to dip out and then cry. Call it a day. Because then if Powell's bad, I don't want to deal with that. But then at that point, too, depending on what Powell says, we got to really, those will be our sales for the next couple of months, I think, or at least for a month. You want to cry? No, you might smile, though. You might be, again, it's the same. I believe that's the story of yesterday. You know, if you sold out of something yesterday, or if you sold out of a call or whatever, you were like, oh, man, I sold out of a call. Oh, man, no, now you're fucking happy. Yesterday, you sold out of a put. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm glad I sold out of that put. Oh, man. And now you're like, wait a minute. Or whatever it was. Maybe you had shares. So I think it's been a nice little cushion day. You came right back down or back where we started. If you ended up on the higher end, that's it. The ones on the lower end, not too bad. But you only had to pick a few things. You had to pick only a couple of things today if you wanted to kind of make it out unscathed. The 362s you closed? No. Did they go up? I'm sure they had to. This is actual, like, where's the VIX even? I wonder if the VIX is higher. VIX back at 17. It saved the VIX from dying, but low key now. Yeah, you're just back. The market's back to here. Everything's stable. As weird as that sounds. It's not too bad. Again, VIX, yen, bonds. I think bonds are the most unstable coming into Powell. So bonds should be like right here maybe if they wanted to kind of have some stability. But it's just, there's a lot of things just now just starting to get pinned coming into all of this. So 437 again, another low, Chattadonia. U.S. official vehicle monitoring must take into account drivers. What? U.S. auto safety. Carlson says agency will get a test resolution. We'll get to a resolution of Tesla autopilot probe. Hopes for an announcement relatively soon. Something on Tesla autopilot probe. It's from Reuters. My people are starting to exit. Bro, the only scary part about all of it is that they're all in Jackson Hole right now. And I think they've all talked to Powell already. That's the only thing if you wanted like real freaking panic. But other than that, you could wait 30 minutes. And let China do the work tomorrow. That's fire tin. It's not supposed to be tin. It's literally what's happening right now. Let's get ready for the bell now. You got almost 10-minute rigged. I think it's going to be wow. Where's the market on close, boys? Where y'all at? What do we got? We blame the video. Nah. Today, the culprit is very elusive, but I think we blame our own expectations. That's at least my conclusion. Because today is kind of just it's a violent wake-up call. A lot of this is not linked to, it's just like you are having very constant selling with a lot of things in the background now, and then it's just the event risk is high. I mean, all I see is event risk now. It started like that in the morning, but you have not had, this has been full-on sell. That just literally reminds me of literal, what's it called? Event risk, getting ahead of an event, taking money out, getting into it. That's where I think you have people reacting. The culprit is greed. You'll see. Tomorrow. Because if tomorrow's good, then Gordon Gekko is going to come out and tell you why greed is good. But if not, it's there. I think the culprit, you could try to blame it, but I think more so expectations. So depending on what you're expecting here, I wasn't expecting a lot till we got the 1-2 punch, but after NVIDIA, I was expecting a decent amount of hype there. But you just got full sell. It reminds me of October last year, or sadly 2018, or it's going to turn into before October 2021, where you had volatility, then a rip, and then the same volatility once again. The good news is bad news. But then the bad news wasn't good news. That's what I feel you, bro. That's what I'm saying. Bad news today didn't have a good effect. Otherwise, the bonds would be very green right now. If you don't know, durable goods came in like 6% month-over-month decline. Granted, it's done that before, like 4%. It was one of the lowest, but with what I've seen the bonds, literally the PMIs destroyed the bonds or gave them a bid. So I would assume that could have fed into it, but even then, some bad news was not even, some bad news wasn't really there. Like, it didn't even cause a good reaction. Can you say Powell's the bigger event for NVIDIA? Yes, but it's just weird because, I mean, you tell me. Take a look. Day before NVIDIA, you run up. About what? 4387 to 4435 and then 4458, only to go the day before Powell, you sell back down to right almost where you started. So that's all it is, man. That's all it is. 30 minutes after the close, nothing. I say 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow. So after the bell in the morning, when the market opens, then it's Jerome Powell. $3.2 billion to the sell side. Wow. That's kind of a good sign, but I don't know on today. That makes sense, though. Is that the $3 billion NVIDIA got? I think I found it. It's on the sell side. That's a lot of money. That is very big. That's why it's like somebody has to buy that or someone is going to be crazy. I mean, the point is, we are the same spot before Powell, just as we were the same spot before NVIDIA. It did the same. I say it. Pre-earnings NVIDIA, we ran up all the way straight up. Earnings were good. And now Powell, we sold off straight back down to the same spot before NVIDIA, and now we don't have Powell till tomorrow morning. So that's the thing right there. A buy side or sell side. It just kind of the closing orders. It's like a lot of volume comes in at close, and there's a lot of people who do market on close. So I don't actually put orders, but I do kind of trade like that sometimes. Even yesterday, I closed out the NVIDIA at the last second. That's like a market at close, but it's just kind of like ending positions. It's where people set up where they want to be and all that. Gives you an idea of the ending flows just on the day. But it's not as clear cut as you would think. That's why I always say sometimes you'll see big sells, but it's like there's another party on the other side. So you never know what it really means, but gives you an idea of how people feel coming into the close. Oh man, 4% on Walgreens for no reason too. Even PayPal gave up. PayPal was a lot weaker, a lot earlier. Yeah, bro, Walgreens is destroyed. That's it, man. Just let it go down one more dollar. Fuck it. Then we'll grab it. Maybe. 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, really? So be prepared, because if it is 5 minutes left, when you do hear me say earmuffs, then we don't have. I think we have Marvel earnings will stay for I can't believe the day's over already. Fast day. But you have Marvel earnings after the bell. That could be good. So we'll see. Marvel. Yeah, so hold on. But earmuffs, it gets loud in here. You're going to want to be careful. Okay. Hold on, a little bit of time left. Okay, I made one more trade. I made one more trade for the long term, but only for one long term. What did I get it at? 25.31. So, don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You got 30 seconds left. I bought 25 shares for Colt's sister of Walgreens, because that account had 50% cash on that one. It just, remember, we didn't make a lot of investments for her when she started like going back on it. So I've gotten her, I've got her Walgreens there. No other account. So no, I didn't add it to the YouTube account or anything, because we already did it earlier. So that, and then it kept going down. So I like it. I think it's good. I think it's good. Not a recommendation. Shout out the long term. And now, Chattadonia, you might need it. You might need it, man. You might need your earmuffs. Everybody, he's coming in. The new guy is arriving. Marvel after the bell, too. Yalla! Earmuffs. Mute it, mute it, mute it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees, looking like a beautiful sunny day, unless you thought in a video would go up or anything else, because 95% of the market went down today ahead of PAL. So hopefully you have to deal with that. But either way, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, or at least for now. But that means no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. It's game time. It's closing time. By the time you wake up, just like what happened yesterday, everything can change. So, ladies and gentlemen, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Wrap it up, finalize or play, speak now, or forever hold your peace. A big day tomorrow. More, you're selling off into the lows. It's massive. It's wild. Options, shares, futures, finalize or plays. If you don't want to deal with the risk or the smoke, then you know what you got to do. You got to back out now, or you got to be ready for it and in the game. But Chattadonia, you have less than 10 seconds. Another new low on the video. What? Everything. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I was waiting. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it, we made it. Wow, very wild day. The ugly day, bro. I need a GG. Either way, we made it. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. Are you in the game? Did you make it to the bell? You still made it there. What are you gonna do tomorrow, baby? Good game. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Anybody contributing. Anybody with the hype. Anybody with some love. You know what I'm saying? Good game, baby. It's good sportsmanship. Let's go. Even the baby back bitches. You need a GG. It'll cleanse your sins. If you did good, you did bad. You were nice. You were the best in the world. The worst in the world. A GG. Made it to the bell. Show some sportsmanship. Let's go, baby. Oh my goodness. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. The market's still dumping after hours. Are you fucking kidding me? Good game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Chad. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Hope you know we stronger as one. We got a couple more months. Oh my goodness. I'm talking about all the members, all the non-members, the lurkers, the laggers, the lovers. I love you. God bless you. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Wow. Wow, Chad. Oh, this comes next? Ooh. Oh, yeah, where's Marvel? Hold on. Bro, meta everything. Hold on, though. Yeah, bro, we're still dying, bro. This is awful. This is awful. I'm telling you, I'm going to be so mad if Powell is, like, so obviously bearish tomorrow and everybody knew, man, because I'm going to be like, this is bullshit, bro. This is bullshit. But, like, honestly, in all seriousness, no, this is a very ugly look coming into tomorrow. When was the last time you sold off into the close and kept going down? Like, literally, I guess there's a couple of earnings right now, like, into it, but it's been a while since you've gotten one of these days where you, like, are up, sell off, sell everything, and then you just... That's it going down if you don't... And it just keeps doing that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Akamai acquires select enterprise contracts from StackPath. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. But Chad, that's the day. We're waiting for Marvel. That was all of it. Very ugly again. I don't think I had anything do good. Did I? I don't think I did. No, I even lost all my gains from yesterday. Anything I picked up got murked. No, I don't even think there was... Oh, Altria for the long term. That's the only thing I did good on today. Every other one was god-awful. But, Chad, that is it. I'm waiting for Marvel. I'm trying to get you. There it is. There it is, baby. That's what I wanted to show you. But that's the day, man. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're ready for tomorrow. Again, we are going to be here tomorrow morning. So I hope you're ready for it. Jerome Powell, 30 minutes after the bell. But what I want to tell you is I love you and thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got to get a little bit on game today. And honestly, I thought today was going to be a burn one day, but now it's all about tomorrow. So we had a lot of action today. Tomorrow is where it gets crazy. So I hope you had a good one today. And thank you for spending your time with me. And really, let me show you something tomorrow, baby, because it's going to be wild. So God bless you all. Thank you for your time. Shout out to the members, all the stream alerts, everybody holding it down. And honestly, I'll wait for the earning. Oh, 1.7. I didn't even sell that much. Let's go. Horn. Amen. Amen. I love you. See, thank you. I didn't even sell you that much, man. You know what I'm saying? That's it. They haven't hit. You send an email? All right, send it with the email where you signed up to. But that's really weird. I get to Habibi. I will get to on there. 7 out 7. But Chad, that's it, man. That's all. I wasn't selling you that much, Tim, but y'all showed out. You showed love. Thank you. I hope you're ready for more. But let's wait for Marvel earnings and explore the description. I've hidden. Actually, I can't even show. I'm not. Okay, I'm exiting out. I'm sorry. Thank you for liking the video. There's a lot in the description for you. If it attracts your attention, you'll love it. I'm telling you. If there's something in the description that attracts your attention and you want to click on it, click on it. Okay. And there you go. It's for you, baby. It's for you. But Chad, that is the day. Are you ready for tomorrow? This was like, man, this is it. That's it. I tried to get into the fight last second and got punched in the face. Marvel. Revenue $1.34 billion. I think they beat. Hold on. I have the number. Wait, that's not the numbers. Hold on. The Marvel numbers are coming out right now. Here they are. 1.34. Loss of 207. EPS of 33. What's it? Loss per share of 24 cents. One's adjusted. One's non-adjusted. So where is it? They beat the highest estimate by like 100 million. They had a loss of 207. No cash from operations. Let me see if I can get you more numbers on that. It doesn't look like it's a crazy beat to start, though. God bless you, Maria. I hope you have a wonderful day. And shout out to Marvel. Let's see. 134, estimate 133. Loss of 33. Estimate or shares were 33 cents versus 32. And then loss of 24 cents, non-adjusted. EPS was 1 cent year over year. Do they have guidance? So that one sucked. Ulta Beauty, EPS 602, estimate was 5. Net sales 2.5, estimate 251. They did 2.5 flat. They raised outlook for full year 23. Ulta sounds good. Honestly, Marvel does not seem like, what's the word? Nothing exciting, but we don't have that guidance yet. And then they met their guidance, though. That's the thing. So Marvel, just like NVIDIA, said we're going to do 40% more, and then they ended up doing more. They ended up doing 40%. So I think they need the guidance, though. I don't know if it's out yet, if you have to get the hard numbers or if there's easy numbers. I'm going through. They see third quarter EPS 35 to 45 cents. Estimate was 40. Is there a revenue number on that? Again, EPS 40. Is the revenue higher than 139? That will be the determinant. No, they guided EPS in line or slightly higher. Affirms on the high. Revenue 430 to 455. They estimated 430. See first quarter volume 53 to 55. Estimate was 537. Yeah, it looks like they beat and they're guiding up and they're down again. Jesus, bro. Jesus loves you so much. The market hates you. Dude. Bro, it's like there's everything you've seen pop. Again, even NVIDIA, to a degree, I'm still wild that it's green. You don't have the numbers, just guidance. Even then, that guidance is great. Google's down now. Why is Google dropping after hours? Is the SPY stopped dumping after hours too? Yeah. So Marvel guidance. Oh, Marvel guided 1.4 plus or minus 5%. So Marvel guided up towards the higher end, but that's it. So Marvel beat by 40%. They beat the guidance that got them up here, and then they guided for another quarter, which is still good, but analysts are not happy about it still. And again, stock is still down. Is Ulta dropping? I'm gonna say Ulta did good. That could be a decent play here. I don't know. I'm just scared of it getting batted down now after what we've seen. But, yeah, Ulta is, I think the earnings were a good beat and raise. It's finally moving up. The question is does it stay? That's all. Just there's a lot of what you see post-market is just not real. So you got to be careful now. That's at least what 24 hours showed us. Where's the other one? Affirm. Let's see. Affirm fourth quarter. Why'd they do this? Dude, Affirm has made it so hard to get their earnings. They have it on, like, you have to click through their website. Does Affirm release his fourth quarter? But none of it's, like, easy. So Affirm might move a little crazier, bro. Is it Q4 earnings supplement? So I think they did gross merchandise, 5.5 billion. Active users, 16.5. Transactions, 3.9 million. Or transactions per customer. And they did 446 million, I think. Unless that's their guidance. I'm literally... So Affirm, the easy numbers aren't out. That's why the algo doesn't know what to do. So if you go look up Affirm anywhere, you have to go through the filing. So like low-key, only humans are getting this right now. So if you want to go through it, I think it's a good beat, though, honestly. And then they guide it up. But I'm pretty sure these are their main revenue numbers. But just be careful. Marvel drop. Yeah, Marvel beat. I mean, they beat the revenue. And then their guidance was in line, which was a higher guide up. But for the most part, they still, what's it called? They're just like mediocre. Gross merchandise volume, I think 5.5. This fiscal 4. This is their Q4, right? But yeah, Affirm looks good. But I'm not going to play it. Affirm guiding up is ridiculous. How dare you? Bro, Marvel was that's crazy, bro. Marvel is moving like a kitten. In last earnings, it was moving like Nvidia. They all got the Nvidia curse, bro. Where's the money moving to? Bonds. But not bonds. Probably money market. Cash. People are just holding it. Somebody just said it. It's like today was like real money selling. Like you actually, it looked like if you had that happen. But tomorrow we will find out. But now Chad. Say, that's it, bro. That's it. We did it. We did it. We made it. It's over now. But not like that, but like today, baby. You know?
Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price of going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we song. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with deposits, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I show the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love holding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I'm claiming shit, I called that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Nah, man. Don't end it here, bro. Don't end it here, bro. It starts on Friday. Tonight, even. You might even get it tonight. You might even have this tonight, Chad.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on.
That's it. Jackson
Hey.
And Biden's new song.
4 p.m. I have 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Prezi, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze.
No, we're running it back. I'm running it back. That's it. You need to see. You need to see. It's not done. No, it comes out tonight. Tonight. You get this tonight, bro. But no, you don't understand, bro. I want you to look at if you don't know the song, bro, I'm playing it I'm getting you even more hyped. You're going to get the lyrics when it comes out. You're going to be able to follow along, bro. That's all I'm saying.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. I have 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Prezi, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen, then I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a breakfast? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
It's Friday, bro. Shit, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I don't even know when Friday is. Yeah, bro. Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's honestly like, it's not like, you know, there's no like hatred. It's just like, it works so well with this song. You have no idea. If you actually know the original song, it's like, there's only like a couple of words changed. That's why it's such a flex, bro. I'm telling you, it goes hard, bro. That's it. Just do it. Just young Joey V, baby. Young JV, bro. It's just too much, bro. It's just too much, bro. It's too much. It's too much. It comes out tonight, man. You'll get it on Spotify, YouTube, wherever, man. That's it. Now all you guys make me an animation. There's lyrics. There's all of it, bro. But it's like you can make a funny ass cartoon to this. If I already have it in my head. I have like half of the script wrote in, but I'm not a script writer, dog. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? That shit's hard, bro. Like, honestly, like them writers striking, you know, like because you got to write in like brackets. You got to be hella specific, bro. And if you're not hella specific, it don't come out hella specific. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. All right, but I want to show you, though, the one for Trump, though. I got a couple of bars, but it works. I have a Trump. It kind of works to this one. I'm only going to show you the beat, bro. Okay? That's all I'm saying. But y'all need to make somebody. I don't know. Either way, though, we'll figure it out. This will be. I don't know if Kennedy might. He might, but this would be the Trump beat if you know, it could. There's a few options. But this is the beat. It would be if you could imagine, again, a parody of Lil Baby freestyle. Then I think you could imagine. Yeah.
We got London on the track.
Yes, you're not the one for me. I don't even know what a lawsuit is these days. I'm telling you. I'm just saying. Either way, we'll figure it out. That's all I'm gonna give you for now. Don't worry, Chad. It's terrific. Excellent.
It's a banger, though. He could kill it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Donald can't do a lot in peace, so I feel like I think my boy might be able to run it up there. Because my boy JB, I said, get in the Oval Office and freestyle. He did it, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just the era. These are like this is how you know you're like old but not old. Honestly, if you like any of these beats and you know any of these songs, you old, not old, okay? Just know that. Because these were the shit in 2017, bro. In 2017 wasn't that long ago, but you know, some 18-year-old who just started learning options like, you boomer. Yeah, okay. I get it. Yeah, dude, anyways. But yeah, so I'm just saying, bro, like, that's it. These were like the highs. I can't even roll and pay. You ain't believe in Jesus. That's it. 25% if you ain't believe in Jesus. Like, what do you mean 20? I took a flash poll. That was a lot of fun today. They don't understand. They don't know. You had to be there. But Chad, that's it, man. That's it. Maybe I'll give you just to hype you up. Uncle released tonight, though. Not this one, though. That's all you get. Bro. That's it. You only got it because we talked about it today, bro. That's it. Spirit on a Bendigo. I love it. But Chad, get ready, man. Today was a wicked one. My goodness, bro. My goodness. Today, a lot of honestly, all the last 3 weeks, bro. A lot of implications to be taken from every single day, Chad. Tomorrow is going to be wild. It's going to be wild, bro. So let's just get ready and good luck. That's it. You are either avoiding the pain or you better be in store for more, or maybe you're going to try to scoop it up in the middle of all of it. But Chad, Godspeed tomorrow. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, exciting. Like we said, NVIDIA even was emotional, and I think day after NVIDIA did not disappoint. We talked about the emotionalism of it. I'm just saying, I don't think it disappointed. Day after NVIDIA, I thought day of the earnings, and we thought it was a one-way emotion, but dog, that's it. Honestly, man, y'all feel more emotions out of the stock market than many of your past relationships. I'm just telling you. That's why they get you. They get you. Yeah, I find you. Anyway, what? Anyways, Chad, I love you. God bless you. That is the day. I will see you tonight. I'll see you tomorrow morning, man. For our Friday, it's going to be a very excellent Friday. We never forgot last Jackson Hole, so I wish you the best of luck. Maybe this makes this more exciting, because honestly, this shit wouldn't have been exciting if it was only up in the Jackson Hole. You know that? Honestly, I'm kind of excited. I hit home. Pastor, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's true. That's it. Y'all be like, I don't have a stock market addiction. Nah, man, I just this thing makes me feel more than anything. I'm telling you, bro, what will make you feel more? Dude, NVIDIA up and down like that? Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Honestly, I've been through worse, so that's why I'm like, ha. Fuck, you got me again, but okay. That's it. At this point, I'm like, okay, just take my money for now, motherfucker. But it's okay. But like I'm saying, tomorrow, He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole pal in his hands, 'cause pal can killer create everything. And he's not Jesus, but he is in finances because we gave him the monopoly to print money. Is that good? No? Okay. I think I should go there, chat. I think that's the point where I leave. I'm already getting too awkward for y'all. But get ready for it. I love you all. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again for being here, man. I love all of you. I hope you're ready for more. We didn't get a philo, man. Actually, I did. I kind of threw in some philos throughout the day. But hold on. Before, I guess I'll give you another one. It's just like a quick one, bro. Like, just don't ask God to do shit you could do. I don't know if he wanted me to tell you it like that, but it's very simple. My man deals with the impossible, not the possible. If it's at your fingertips, if it's in your hand, if it's possible by yourself, you could do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't ask God to tell that God help me forgive him if you could forgive him. You know what I'm saying? That's all. As you're here for, you got this. This wasn't for everybody, clearly. Because that's it. Even the half of the half of the half. And, like, you know the law of tens. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, only 10%. I've already went over this, so if you got it. But, like, for real, somebody needed to hear it. But I heard it, and I liked it, too. But it's just something, I didn't give you a philo. I know we talked, again, spirit on a Bendigo. You know, we talked a little bit about Shadrach and Meshach and the whole statue. But that was a different point. I wasn't trying to even philo, you know. But if I could give you anything little there, that's just something easy. Just take it, digest it. For real though, he deals in impossible, not you know what I'm saying, not the possible. But if it's possible, like, you could do it, bro. Like, that's if it's like, again, hopefully that helps build your relationship. But at the same time, just know you have an expectation, my friend. Live up to it. You have those hands. You could do it, bro. You could let him do the miracles, but you got to do what you could do. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it's up to you, and to a certain degree. So tell me when it gets impossible, and that's where you got to call that in. But Chad, that's it, man. I love you. God bless you. I hope you know you are blessed. I hope you know you have been given a gift, and it's called life. I hope you recognize it. But Chad, that is our day, and I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for spending your time with me. But don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we have a lot more in store. And the future and the truth will be revealed, baby. And why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chad, that's it, man. That's it. That's it, bro. So I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. And then tonight, what are we going to do? I think tonight, instead of a watch list, I'll have like a AI stock like support group. Does that sound cool? Or what do you want? Is that cool? I don't know. I'll see. Am I early? I only spent 30 minutes. Usually I've been late on some of these. We could do that. I don't know. We could go in. I'm like, hi, my name is Josh. I bought shares in NVIDIA at $490. Yeah, roughly. Yes. How long have I been doing it? Probably like 4 months now, 5 months, but like not always there and never for the long term. I don't know why that's still a question, but I would just, it's something I always like to confirming my thesis here. And, there was a lot of optimism too. But even then, though, I'm not too disappointed. I think I've adopted some of the bull mentality. And yeah. Oh, you want to see my basketball collection? I got to go to the other pad, bro. Listen, bro, I'm not dumb. Like, if anything is like ever worth money, I like take it out of my house. I hide it in a safe. You know what I'm saying, bro? Fuck that. Like, I'm too cheap, bro. We were poor. I'm sorry. Right? I took that Kobe, bro. Right when I found that Kobe was worth like 25 grand, I said, get him the fuck out of here. We're protecting him. That's it, man. So, I got a couple of cards. I got some cool stuff I could show you, but other than that, I'm really not that into it. I could talk sports maybe, but I would rather do a food review, but I've already done that way too many times. But either way, How about guns? I don't think it's like it's not really a thing that people are comfortable with. Honestly, I'll tell you one time. I get it now. I really get it now, bro. Maybe I should save this story for tomorrow. But maybe I'll just tell you now. I'll tell you a funny story. Because tomorrow we might be all powelled out. Oh, wow. We're going to be powelled out after Friday. Yeah. Middle Eastern reviewing guns, probably not good for analytics, too, I feel. But no, like people get scared of guns. And I'm not scared of guns, but I am scared of guns now. After this story, I'm going to tell you. Because I've had somebody it's a good friend of mine. I've had them stay at my house before. And then just they told me passing by that they had their gun with them and they kept them and they stayed at my house for a couple of days. And this was not a person I thought had a gun. And nor would I even trust them with any of my firearms, honestly. That's where I was yo, hold on. And I'm I see why people get really, really scared. Fed bank term funding is $107.4 billion in the week ending August after 107.2. Discount loans 2.19 after 1.97. So yeah, that's where I kind of made my conclusion. I was that's too sketchy for me. So I see why people get freaked out. But no, it just freaks too many people out, man. Either way, I'll get you a good one. But Chad, that is the day. I already told you. It's finger to the sky. So enjoy it. Enjoy your Biden tonight too. That sounds weird. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Yeah, he didn't mean it. What he meant was I'm carrying my single. He's carrying over off his freestyle on Spotify, YouTube. YouTube the one is the tube, the boob tube. The one you watch anyways. Yeah, see you listen to me on there. It's fine. You could listen to it for free on YouTube. Anyway, it should be free. I don't know what the fuck they do, but it's fine. You can find it if you want to listen to it. Anybody, it's a good song. Anyways. Yeah. Now, just, is this what you were trying to get now? Just what? I have no more questions for you today. What the hell happened in the video? What the fuck is in the video, Joshua? Okay, you mean to tell me a data center? Does that mean all of the data? Is it like a school for data? Are you trying to tell, is it like a school of fish? Or then, this does not make any sense, sir. I'm telling, this is complete fuckery. Does that, no? Okay, I yield back. Excuse my language. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Does it have to be centered? Exactly. No, I reclaim my time. I know I'm not yielding back. I reclaim my time. Is the data set, does it have to be in the middle? I didn't want to bring this up earlier, but now, what happens if the data's left? Is the data right? Did the data become political? Exactly. I yield back. Thank you now. I leave. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate you.